The state of play as we head into this third day is that Nottinghamshire in their second innings are 146 for 6. They have a lead of exactly 100 runs. It promises to be an exciting day ahead. The first session, well, it's vital for both sides as they look to, all 3 results are possible, that's for sure, even 4 results, as I'm sure we'll discuss during the day. Your commentary team today, slightly different, but no less competent.
Cheap.
There is a better word.
No less cheap.
No less cheap, it's still costing the same amount of money. A little later you will hear from Southern Vipers batter, former Trent Rockets batter, currently Oval Invincibles batter in the 100, and TMS commentator Emily Windsor. But to take you through this first period of play and up to the start of play is myself, Kevin James, and the ever dependable from BBC Radio Nottingham, Dave Bracegirdle. Dave, a very good morning.
Very good morning, Kevin. Very good morning, everybody. If you had a good Friday yesterday, let's hope everybody has an exceptional Saturday, whatever you're doing. But if you're sharing the third day and what may well be the final day of this county championship match with us, you're very welcome. Notts lead by 100, and I guess whichever leaning you have as a viewer, as a listener, will depend on what you're looking forward to in this opening session. Somebody's just said, Dave, are you hoping that Notts will still be batting for lunch? I said, first of all, I'd take they'll be still batting at 11:30, because it's one of those, isn't it, when you've just got 4 wickets left, you're 6 down, it can very quickly go bang, bang, bang. But the tail, I think, has got to wag for Nottinghamshire if they're to give the bowlers any opportunity of pulling off what at this stage of the contest seems as if it would be an unlikely victory, a real come from behind victory if Notts were to get over the line. They're going to need some runs from Tom Moores, from Ollie Stone, from Liam Patterson-White, Luke Fletcher and Dane Patterson, and I'm not entirely sure how they're going to get it, but I believe they're going to need another 100 runs. You think 150 might be a challenge. I know you've said that off air, but it'll take some getting, but you'd still expect Hampshire to be warm favourites if they're only chasing 150, and even that seems quite some way off at the moment.
Yeah, I agree. Fletcher Middleton in his post-match or post-day comments last night suggesting that sort of 150, that figure, he said initially they were looking at maybe 200, but I think that might be a little too beyond, especially if the Notts bowlers get the ball in the right place, which they have done already. It's an interesting track. It is a track where, and I was looking at Ollie Stone's post-match comments yesterday as well on the Notts website, that you get the ball in exactly the right areas, it's hard work, but just off that, it's actually fairly easy for the batters. So it depends on how you bowl, and both sides have bowled well up to this point, which is why it's been a fairly low scoring game. But it's been thoroughly watchable, Dave, hasn't it?
Yeah,
I mean, yes, the evening session yesterday was particularly interesting because Notts started their second innings very, very well, and then a 3-wicket burst from Kyle Abbott, where Notts lost 3 wickets on 86, totally changed the complexion of the game.
Just wonder if we were playing this fixture maybe a month on from now, whether the batters would be obviously in more nick and might just have not got themselves into as much trouble as they have in this game. The bowlers certainly have, as you say, have led the way. It's been that sort of playing surface where, as you say, you put the ball consistently in good areas, you're going to get rewards, but neither side, no, it's the same up and down the country, neither side has had any significant match practice outdoors. There have been sides that have gone away. As you said, Hampshire have been away to Spain for a little bit, but Notts' outdoor preparations were totally ruined week before last by the rain, and you just feel that maybe the batters are a little bit undercooked. There's been 1 or 2 nibbling at deliveries where, as I say, a little bit further down the line they may well have played them a little better, but let's see how it goes. We're into day 3. We're well into this contest. Would imagine one way or another it will be the final day. It would be an extraordinary day's cricket, I think, or maybe even extraordinary dull day's cricket, but exciting at the other extreme, if you like. If there is still some life in the contest at the end of the day, it would mean that presumably Notts have battered on and on and on, and Hampshire have maybe not gone at the same sort of run rate as we expect them to, but I think it'll be over today one way or another, and Les Notts can probably muster at least 60, 70 or 80 from these last 4 wickets. Hampshire warm favourites.
So there are several ways that you can listen and watch to the day's play. We're on the BBC Sport website and app. Just go to the BBC Cricket page and look for the live action box to the right of the screen, and then just click through to the game of your choice. You can do that, of course, on your tablet and computer and on your smartphone. We're also on the live picture feed as well. Go to the Hampshire Cricket website and scroll through to the relevant page there. That'll also go back to the Nottinghamshire Cricket website. So if you really want to be doing it just through Nottinghamshire, then you can do that. If you don't particularly want to click on the Hampshire website. Hampshire Cricket also have an app. It'll be on that as well. It's a free app to download as well, actually. So that'll be a nice and easy way to do that. So you can match up the pictures with our commentary, or indeed, as you say, if you don't want to look at the pictures, or you're not in a position to look at the pictures, then you can pick us up anyway. I already had an email this morning. solentcricket@gmail.com is one way you can get through to us on the emails. You can also tweet us at Solent Sport or at Brace Cricket. Again, if you only want to go straight through to Dave or Emily Windsor at Ems Windsor. If you'd rather just message Emily. She's got a foot in both camps, having played for the Trent Rockets a couple of seasons ago, so you might be our middle of the road commentator today, Emily. It came from Jonathan Newell, this email. Thank you for reading out my email yesterday. Notts could have taken it away from us, but some good bowling late on has put Hampshire in a good position. Some early wickets today, especially if Mo is back on it again, will leave us a good target, although Fletcher and Patterson will be threats again to our top order. They bowled especially well yesterday in the first hour. A question for the team: do you think there should be ball tracking in the first class game, as I'm sure some LBW decisions for both teams would have been reviewed? I think you can say that about any game. As Davis mentioned frequently, the umpires are cameraed up this year. We have no way of getting in on that, but I just feel that with the live picture feed over the last few years, the cameras on the umpires and what have you, I think ball tracking in county cricket will come at some point. Will I be alive to see it? I don't know. Will Emily Windsor still be a young lady? I don't know, but it will come at some point, and maybe Emily will have grey hair by the time that comes around, and me and Dave will be long and forgotten.
Long gone. Here come Hampshire in their brilliant white strips. Out to the middle, our umpires for this one are Graham Lloyd, son of Bumble, of course, and Martin Saggers is his compatriot. The two Notts batters, Ollie Stone and Tom Moores. One a diminutive left-handed wicket-keeper batter, one a tall, nasty fasty on his Nottinghamshire debut. I was having a little look. I was trying to find something to sort of give me a little bit of solace and hope. I think the last time that Notts, having been behind in the game to this extent, went on to win a match would have been back in 2011 at Headingley, where Yorkshire only needed 150 and Luke Fletcher bowled particularly well, I remember, and bowled Yorkshire out for 86. But you know, that's a long time ago. But that's the best I can find. The opposition having had the better of the play up to the last day, just needed 150 to win, and Notts bowled them out for 86 on the last day. So got to go back to 2011. Here and now, though, it's going to be Mohammed Abbas from the far end. I'll have to go and update BBC Radio Nottingham in just a second. I'll see this first delivery, and Tom Moores lets it go through to the keeper. Couple of slips, fairly regulation, 6-3 offside field, and a bit of sunshine as well, Kev.
Oh yes, we love a bit of sunshine. It's late afternoon. It shines through the gap here into our camera position. Will we still be here late afternoon? You would think we will. So Abbas, who wasn't quite at his best yesterday afternoon, 12 overs, none for 53 starting today as he's round the wicket. Moores just prods forward, pushes that out on the onside, and there is no run. 6 wickets in the first innings, Abbas. So he's made a significant contribution already to this game, but started the Nottinghamshire second innings as well as Duckett and Hamid played, and they played very well. In fact, they took advantage of Abbas not being quite at his best, and Barker, who opened up with him, probably the same. He got away to a quick start, but Kyle Abbott brought it all back. Here's Abbas from that pavilion end. Moores plays inside the line as it goes well past the outside edge through to Ben Brown. So Moores is 6 not out overnight. Ollie Stone 2 not out. Ollie Stone coming in ahead of Patterson White. Not quite sure what the situation would have been last night, but Notts, as well as being rocked by that 3-wicket burst from Kyle Abbott, losing Slater and Mullaney towards the end, was a further blow. So the lead exactly 100. Here's Abbas with just 2 slips, and down the wicket comes Moores. That's an interesting one. 2 paces down the wicket, but just prods at that one as the ball is dropped slightly shorter. Ball goes out to square leg, and there's no run. James Vince is at first slip. Liam Dawson is second slip. Dawson on at least a couple of occasions, and it was probably 1 or 2 more, was off the field at various times yesterday. He's not 100% fit, having picked up an ankle injury during the winter. There were doubts several weeks ago as to whether he would make the start of the season. Moores again plays inside the line as the ball goes through to Ben Brown, but he's a hardy soul, is Liam Dawson. He's one of those players that if he can walk, he'll play. So he will play if he's not 100% fit. I think he was. I've only heard this third hand, and I think he's been quoted as saying that if it was a one-day game, he might have struggled. But as it's championship, you can sort of manage your way through it. Here's some Abbas. That's better. He's edged it through to Ben Brown, and there's the first wicket of the morning. Regulation edge pushing forward, and the ball's through to Ben Brown. No wicketkeeper makes a mistake with those, and that is a further blow to Nottinghamshire. Moore's out for his overnight 6, and Nottinghamshire now are 146 for 7.
Yeah, missed it. Just doing an update saying we're into the first over, and as yet no addition to the score. Just finished the report, and bang, Tom Moores, who top scored 49 not out in the first innings, doesn't add to that. Leaves for his overnight 6, and well, Nottinghamshire really they're clutching at straws now if they're to get this advantage up to the minimum that we feel they'd need of 150 or so. Will be Luke Fletcher. No, it's not. Of course, it's Liam Patterson White. That is one crumb of comfort. I'd forgotten that Ollie Stone had come in ahead of LPW last night. Liam Patterson White does have a first-class 100, very capable player. Probably in normal circumstances, batting at 8 is a slot or two too low, but in this innings with Ollie Stone coming in a little higher as potentially a night watchman, he's a very decent and capable player on paper, at any rate, to come in at number 9, because he didn't have the best of times in the first innings. He was dropped first ball, couldn't capitalise on that life, and fell for just 4 runs. It's going to be Kyle Abbott from this end of the ground.
Well, he averages in the mid-20s, Liam Patterson White, which is, not bad coming in lower middle order. Shall I do this one? Abbott then, with 4 for 30 to his name, comes in and bowls, and forward is Ollie Stone, thick outside edge along the ground, fielded by Fletcher Middleton. Listen, at the end of the day, it's a 100-run lead, and if you think back to yesterday, Division 1, Middlesex were something like 3 for 4 at the start. It happens, and you just never know. Hampshire get themselves in a bit of a pickle early on. Even a 100-run lead would be huge. So it's not all lost yet, that's for sure, as Abbott bowls outside the off stump, and Stone leaves that one alone. So we've had 8 balls of the morning. The score is still 146, but it's now 7 now.
0 for 1 this morning.
Not ideal.
Apparently I missed all the kerfuffle last night. You and I shared a little fruit juice, didn't we, with a straw apiece, and then went our separate ways. Went back to my room, and apparently then the place was invaded by about 200 football supporters waiting for a certain coach to pass by.
Abbas bowls. Stone leaves that one alone again. I thought they were going to say the word had got around that you were in the hotel, Dave.
Yes, there's a football team staying not too far away from where we are right now, and a lot of their supporters were aware of it and were here apparently. But I was watching the Football League highlights at that time. Didn't hear any of the kerfuffle, but yeah, 200 people here queuing for autographs and selfies.
I wonder if we might see them do a little looseness. Forward is Stone, prods that out into the covers, fielded by Nick Gubbins, because it is a 5:30 kickoff down at St Mary's. That you may just see them go out for a gentle loosening. It has happened here before in the past with whichever football team is staying here, and it has been Man City in the past, where they just go out on the nursery ground and just do a little gentle stretch and then walk back and sit in the seats for 10 minutes and watch a bit of cricket. There you go.
I would imagine they're all county cricket fans, the cosmopolitan Manchester City squad.
One or two of them have looked quizzical at times, a bit nonplussed, as Stone's going to take a quick single, just works that into the gap between Barker and Gubbins. Barker at mid-off, and that's a single. First run of the morning, 147 for 7. The lead is 101.
Do you think Pep could talk at length on the LBW law?
I'd love to hear it. If you actually said to Pep Guardiola, listen, you've got no time to prep for this, just give us your interpretation of the LBW law. I'd love to hear that. I'd pay money to hear that.
And Jack Grealish, he'd bat without pads.
Well, I think it's the English guys that sort of would sort of understand what's going on. It's obviously the foreign players that, and the ones that don't play cricket. As forward is Patterson White, and that is the first over from Kyle Abbott, has gone for a single. He now has 4 for 31.
Erling Haaland would be the nasty fasty, wouldn't he?
Oof. Yes, he would, wouldn't he?
But yeah, they're apparently not too far away from where we are right now. But I've seen somebody in a blue T-shirt this morning, but that's as close as, or a pale blue T-shirt, but that's as close as I've got to any of them. Anyhow, it's nearly Crucible time. We've got 147 on the board here. 147 for 7, Nottinghamshire. That's as Kevin said, not really a significant score change from overnight, except it was 146 for 6. Here's Mohammed Abbas bowling outside. Ollie Stone's off stump goes through to the keeper. Mohammed Abbas, who we mentioned it on the first day, signed for Notts, was going to play for Notts in the COVID season of 2020, having impressed for Leicestershire the year before. Was no doubt tempted to stay in the East Midlands, but come and play his trade at Trent Bridge, and of course when COVID hit us, it fell through. It didn't happen. Runs plural for Ollie Stone. Square of the wicket on the offside, a back foot punch away for 4, and Notts up to 150. 151 for 7. Tea yesterday, Kev, it looked as if, hang on, there might be a real reversal in fortune here, as Ben Duckett was going along so nicely. The opening pairing of Duckett and Hamid had wiped out the first innings deficit of 46, and although Hamid fell just before the tea break, Duckett and Slater were nicely poised. There's Abbas in again past Ollie Stone, but then Kyle Abbott wrecked all Nottinghamshire hopes with 3 for none in 8 balls. Duckett and then ducks for Clark and Lyndon James, and Notts have been playing catch up ever since.
Yeah, he had a spell of 3 for 12, Kyle Abbott, in amongst that 3 wickets, with a score on 86. But yeah,
good crowd in again. I would say it's similar to what we had yesterday. You can expect that. It's a weekend. Stone again leaves it alone. It's another Saturday. I kept saying it was Saturday yesterday for reasons best known to nobody really. It just felt like a Saturday, and probably because we had football in our ears all day. It was a full day of footy, and normally associate doing the cricket commentaries when you've got footy in your ears and what have you, with it being a Saturday. Same again this afternoon for listeners to BBC Radio Nottingham and BBC Solent Sport. Forest away at Villa, Southampton playing Manchester City. I've been saying a little later on as Stone works this to mid-on, and there's no run. pleasant conditions. Cloudy, you always seem to get a bit of cloud here, no doubt blowing in from the channel, and often happens of course in coastal areas, but it's a very pleasant day yesterday, and it's an equally pleasant day today.
Lovely day to be outdoors.
Yeah. Lovely day to be watching cricket.
Oh,
Mohammed Abbas to Ollie Stone, the England man who moved from Warwickshire. I was going to say in the close season, he pushes it into the offside and it's a dot ball. It's actually in last August he got another season-ending injury. He didn't play at all last year for Warwickshire with his back injury, which eventually required surgery, and they put some nuts and bolts in and screws and all sorts of metalwork. They got him back fit and ready to go, and he played a second 11 game for Warwickshire seconds against not seconds, funnily enough, and broke a finger, and they said, well, that's a bad one, that's a 6-weeker, so your season's over. So it was announced then that well, I'm moving anyway, I'm going to Notts in the winter.
Abbas started a new over, runs away from us, drive from Patterson White, finds extra cover, and there is no run. Yeah, again going back to his post-day comments last night, he talked quite well as well actually, Ollie Stone, and saying that he still feels a little rusty, but it was noticeable how much better he bowled when he switched ends from the pavilion end to this hotel end, and I would be very surprised if he doesn't bowl the majority of his overs from this end, because he found a bit more pace out of the wicket this end. Abbas bowls, Patterson White gets a foolish delivery which he works to mid-on.
It's obviously fairly good weather up and down the country. Play in all 9 county championship matches, 5 in Division 1, of course 4 in Division 2. Periodically we'll have a look at what's going off, but all the scores available on the BBC Sport website and app if you want to follow them yourself. And of course all the commentaries available also by the BBC Sport website and app, but of course you'll want to stick with this one, hopefully.
What a service that is. Here's Abbas round the wicket, forward is Patterson White. It's gone up towards mid-off where Felix Organ fields. Well, just the one over, the off-spinner in this game. Keith Barker's practicing his bowling at mid-on, back to Organ. Not sure the way Mo Abbas has started that we'll see Barker for a little while. Abbas started accurately as well. It's noticeable actually already in just these early exchanges how the Hampshire bowlers have started much tighter than they did in the second innings yesterday afternoon. Here's Abbas, 2 slips, bowls, Patterson White forward, pushes it out square on the offside. Fletcher Middleton fields. There is no run. Can hear a roller or some. I think there is a grass cutter over on the nursery ground. In fact, 2 grass cutters.
Yeah,
that's obviously what we can hear.
I wonder if they've got a game. So who might play?
The academy
there?
play there,
right.
But I don't think the league has started unless they're playing a friendly. I think the Southern League might still be a couple of weeks away. I have to say I don't quite follow it that closely. He's playing a missing outside the off stump. That's a good line there from Abbas. Drew the forward defensive from Patterson White, who's 6 balls he's faced now and yet to trouble the scorers. Tom Moores, if you've just joined us, has already gone. First over, caught behind off Abbas for 6. Didn't add to his overnight total. Blow for Nottinghamshire. Perfect start for Hampshire. It's fairly quiet out there at the moment, isn't it? As Abbas comes in the game, round the wicket. Patterson White behind that one, plays that back to the bowler. That's a maiden from Abbas. Conceded just the 1 run from his 2 overs this morning. 15 overs, 4 for 31.
Yeah, and considering Notts were 53 without loss when Tom Moores was dismissed, let's do the math, as they say. So what was that? 93 for 7.
Whoa.
Similar to what happened in the first innings, really.
Well, Hampshire were 112 for 7 yesterday, weren't they? 93. Was you saying 93 for 7 the second innings? It's all very similar, isn't it, at the moment?
Going to be Mohammed Abbas. Ben Brown goes down. Vincent Dawson alongside him. Ollie Stone pushes it to mid-on. Yeah, it is one of those fancy grass cutters. Mo in the outfield on the nursery ground away to our left.
I can imagine you've got one of those to cut your lawn, Dave.
Oh yeah. If only.
Takes you about 2 hours, doesn't it? That would take me about 10 seconds if I had a mow like that to mow my lawn.
Yeah. Not got a lot of grass. Abbas bowls. Again, very watchful. Ollie Stone. Not playing at anything he doesn't have to. Let's it go through to the wicket keeper, Ben Brown.
He's quite a competent batter, actually, Ollie Stone, doesn't he? I've never seen him bat that much, but I mean, his technique looks. He played a lovely shot off the back foot to the previous over of Abbas. That was a proper shot.
Yeah, I'm surprised he's only got one first-class 50, because I've seen him get a first-class 40 against Notts, where, as you say, he looked very organised, very correct.
Yeah.
And played really nicely, but he's not had a lot of cricket. He's had a lot of injuries. Next one goes through to the keeper. But England like him. As I say, he was whisked back into the Test squad, having hardly played any cricket for 18 months during the winter. So it wouldn't have happened back in the day. But it's a different time frame, and they like to welcome them back into the squads and get them working with the ECB coaches again, and just monitor their fitness. Next ball. Again wide of the off stump. Not sure if he's on a central contract or not, possibly not, but you would imagine the ECB would have a deep interest in how he goes in the first few weeks of the season, and how his games and his overs are apportioned. I was going to say rationed then, but maybe not. They'll just want to see how he goes. Oh. Notts will obviously be managing it themselves. They have the likes of Stuart Broad and Jake Ball and Brett Hutton, who will all feature in the county championship. They'll all be chomping at the bit, ready to go. All three of them were on the ground on the first morning, although we knew Stuart Broad wouldn't play. But the other two didn't until the 11 was announced. This one's played up to mid-on, and there's no run. It remains 151 for 7. Maybe that if Ollie Stone's match time is being regulated, it may be that when Stuart Broad comes back, be it next week or the week after, he might just slot in for Ollie Stone, and it might be Hutton and Ball waiting for an opportunity when Fletcher and Patterson are rotated or rested. There's Abbas in again to Stone. Not much being given away here by the Hampshire bowlers. Another maiden, and it remains 151 for 7. Mohamed Abbas now 15 overs, 4 of which are maidens, 1 for 57.
Yeah, and when you just watch Ollie Stone sort of setting up and the way he's playing, he's got first class batting average of 15. He's a lot better than that. His technique's a lot better than that. But I suppose when you're not playing much and you're predominantly concentrating on your bowling and your fitness for bowling, I suppose there's not been a lot of time to practice his batting. But you'd think if he plays regularly, I wouldn't necessarily say he's an all-rounder, but he's no mug with the bat. Absolutely a million miles away from that. Here's Kyle Abbott bowls. Patterson White leaves alone. Good leave, that one. Too excited behind the stumps, but that looked a fairly comfortable leave. But yeah, you know, for me, it's going to take a decent ball to get rid of Ollie Stone. It's not like you're seeing somebody come in low down and you just think, oh yeah, somewhere along the line he's going to make a mistake, play across the line, he's going to do something. But he sets up, to me, as good as most. Bat comes down nice and straight. It's Patterson White facing again. That's left alone.
I mean, he's 29 now. He'll know what it's all about. He'll know his ability. He perhaps doesn't know his capabilities. It's almost like seeing a young but talented 14 or 15-year-old getting a first go at men's cricket, and they get out a couple of times for 20s and 30s and think, well, that's as far as I can go, and then just suddenly you see the injection of confidence when they get a maiden 50 and go on and get a maiden 100 as well, and then they're away. They know what they can do.
Again, that's left alone outside the off stump. Abbott might just need to adjust that line by an inch or two. 151 for 7 then. We've had 20 minutes play this morning, so 5 runs have been added for the loss of Tom Moores. The lead is 105.
It's a happy birthday, Kev, to one of the world's great men today. That you and I both know very well.
Happy birthday then?
No, it's the great Franklin Da Costa Stevenson's birthday today.
Your big
Frankie,
mate. Your big mate.
Send him a message later on. He'll be fast a kip in Barbados right now.
Yeah, getting ready to get on the first tee, I should imagine. That's played out towards mid-wicket by Patterson White. Abbott did adjust the line there, bowling a little straighter. Doesn't seem to be much off the pitch for him here at the moment. Found a little spot last night, hasn't quite found the same thus far. Franklin Stevenson loves his golf, doesn't he?
He does. He does. Resident golf.
Was he a pro for a little while or something?
Yeah, well, he's still the resident golf pro at Sandy Lane.
Sandy Lane, is he?
Yeah.
Here's Abbott. Again, that's straighter, but Patterson White comfortably in behind that one.
Yes, I'm sure if there's any holiday makers wanting lessons today, he'll still be down there, happy to go round and give them an hour of his time. But if not, I'm sure he'll be on the tee with Cigarfield Sobers.
What's it over there at the moment? About 7:20 in the morning.
Is it 4 hours or 5?
Is it 4 hours behind him?
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
I don't know when daylight saving comes in, it might adjust it.
Yeah,
I don't know if they align themselves with us, I can't remember. Patterson White forward. Accurate stuff here from Abbott, but not causing too many problems at the moment. Another maiden for him, though. He's conceded just 1 run this morning. 4 for 31 from 16.
But you've played Sandy Lane, haven't you?
I've not played Sandy Lane. No, I'm not. My golf's not really up to that. I've only played those that know their golf courses over in Barbados. The one near the airport, the Barbados Club. That's the only one I've played. Nice wide fairways. Suits my game.
Yeah.
Have you played?
No, I don't. I don't do it at all. I've been to Sandy Lane with Frankie several times, and I've been to, is it Westmoreland?
Westmoreland,
that's
yes.
where Cigarfield's always been a member. Been down there with him.
And then there's a small 9-hole.
Oh, bowled him. Off stump, out of the ground, Ollie Stone. Mo Abbas celebrates his 2nd wicket of the morning, looks to the heavens, and then is engulfed by his teammates. A super delivery, which Ollie Stone, he's been tight on defence this morning and seemed to be playing down the off-stump line, but maybe just a fraction late, and he's lost his off-pole. And Stone has been bowled for 7, and, well, lots of... in a huge hole here at 151 for 8. They've not really got out of the traps this morning. They've only added 5 runs now and lost a couple of wickets, and it's going from bad to worse for them. And Hampshire getting those 2 overnight players, Moores and Stone, nice and early, and they know now it's just Liam Patterson White with Fletcher and Dane Patterson.
Well, I was just watching the replay there. If you're watching the live picture feed, you'll have seen that 2 or 3 times. That looked a very, very good ball indeed. I was just describing the virtues of Ollie Stone's batting. I don't think he did a lot there wrong, actually. He played nice and straight. Here's the replay again if you're just coming back to watch the screen. Abbas coming in, pitches. He may just have got a little outside edge onto the stumps there a little bit. Even so, it just looked as though it pitched and just fractionally straightened. Right. Ollie Stone had a dead straight bat presented.
Right, I had breakfast this morning with Luke Fletcher. He's fit and well and raring to go and all the rest of it, but finds himself at number 11 because Notts have sent out Dane Patterson, and I can only suggest they've decided you hang around, you're going to get knocked over. He's a number 11 and he usually gets knocked over, but sometimes he will go out there and go bang bang 6-4 before he gets knocked over, and this might be fun. Abbas into Patterson, who has a bit of a swish at that one. It goes through to the keeper. So maybe it's just go out there and see if you can get us a quick 20, and then Luke can maybe go out and perhaps keep Patterson White company if you get out. But I can only imagine they've just sent him out to have a little bit of a waft, and hopefully we'll have a bit of fun with Kevin, with Patterson and Patterson White at the crease in a moment. See if he can sort that out. And he has clipped this away for runs. Yeah, that's just really, I think that's probably the thinking behind this, elevated above Fletch. Just go out there and give it a slap, kid, and see if he can get us a quick 20. Well, he's got 4 of them, 155 for 8.
100%, that's good thinking. Absolutely good thinking, because the scoreboard until that shot was going nowhere. 5 runs added in 24 minutes. 2 wickets lost. It needs a different way of thinking.
You know, Fletcher's got a defensive game of sorts. So that's what they've gone to do. Abbas in again, and Dane Patterson steers this to point. Of course, as Melissa pointed out yesterday, that quarter-final at Trent Bridge that we're not going to mention, but I'm mentioning it now. Of course, Dane Patterson was the one left in the last over, who was dismissed by Brad Wheel with what 4 needed. Just wondered then if he'd go out there and give it a slap, but he didn't. He nicked it behind, didn't he?
Yeah, and of course, if he's got a couple of wickets to play with, so he's got a licence.
Well, he comes down the track and he's given that a heave out into the leg side. It falls between mid-off and deep extra cover, and they take a single. Of course, in the first innings, he wasn't really given a chance. He was batting with Tom Moores, with Tom trying to keep himself on strike. And if you remember, he was given a bit of a fool's errand to try and rush back for a non-existent second, and he was run out by some distance by a good throw from James Vince. So he didn't have an opportunity, but this would, I think, be the plan right now. Liam Patterson-White capable. Just keep him out, defend, put a high price on your wicket as he defends this time. Dane, just as I said, just see if you can give it a whack and get us a quick 20. 156 for 8 at the end of the over.
And the lead is 110, so it's increased by 10 runs this morning. The only slightly worrying thing on the scoreboard from a Hampshire point of view is that the over rate has gone back to -2. It was -1 at the start of the day, so Hampshire could be in line to lose a point here somewhere along the line. At least
2.
Well, 2, yeah. Somewhere along the line, the umpires maybe just might give them something. But yeah, you're right. At the moment, though, with it at -2, I think Hampshire do stand to lose something. So they're going to have to work something on there, because, of course, if they do take 2 quick wickets, there's no chance of dragging that back. So we'll have to wait and see. And I should imagine if Dane Patterson does smack the ball about, that won't actually help with the over rate either.
No, waste a bit of time fetching it back.
Yeah. So the crowd might need to play a part in this as well.
And these two know each other very well. This could be interesting. 2 South Africans.
One from Cape Town, one from Durban. That's pushed out square on the offside, and that's behind square. And Patterson picks up a single, moves on to 6, 157 for 8. So the field will change somewhat, not just because we've got a left and right hander, but because Patterson-White is very much the partner that's just looking to play orthodox.
A glimpse at the clock, and at the corner of my eye I can see Emily doing a warm-up. She's ready to come in off a long run this morning, so after this delivery I'll disappear, go and turn back into a pumpkin, and Emily Windsor will join Kev.
Here's Abbott. Patterson-White drives up to mid-off.
Back with you a little later on.
Look forward to it. 157 for 8 then. Half an hour gone here on day 3. Knots resuming on 146 for 6, 157 for 8 now. The lead is 111. 150 is being talked about as a figure that could make this game particularly interesting. Anything below that, you'd think is more in Hampshire's favour. Anything above that, probably more in Nottinghamshire's favour. Here's Abbott. Bowls, driving his Patterson-White out to extra cover for the first time this morning and the first time in the game. Former Trent Rocket batter. Current Southern Vipers batter. Emily Windsor, how are you?
Yeah, good morning. Great to be back. Although there's a bit of cloud cover, the sun's shining, and I feel like it's an appropriate cricket day in April. Not too cold, but we are in jumpers.
We are.
No coats, though.
We have been over the course of the game. We've also almost been in a position a couple of times where just to be in short sleeves. It's been that sort of game. Weather-wise, as Abbott bowls, Patterson-White works out just wide of mid-on where Barker fields, so pick up another single. Every run here is vital from a Nottinghamshire point of view.
Yeah, I think this is going to be a really interesting passage of play. We had sort of a very dry 20 minutes where there was just two boundaries, wasn't there, and a single scored. And now Patterson come in, he looks like he's trying to get that scoreboard moving, and watching this could be how Hampshire might have to go about it, because it's not an easy pitch to just knock the ball about.
Not when bowlers are bowling well, that's for sure. Patterson drives on the up, through extra cover, that's beautifully timed. I don't think Barker's going to get there, as the ball makes its way over the rope now. And it's just what Nottinghamshire are looking forward here, looking for. A bit of positivity, and it's amazing what that does. It just breaks up the rhythm of the bowlers. Field placing's not where you would expect in the situation of the game. Interesting.
And Dave Bracegirdle smiling, signalling the boundary from up here.
Oh, he was blowing at that ball to get it over the rope. You could see him huffing and puffing. Paul Williams, who's in Portugal, has tweeted at Solent Sport. Great start by our bowlers. A day with cricket and Saints later, he says. You'll be listening to that as well, as that's pushed out square on the offside by Patterson. He's timed it as well as anybody this morning already. 163 for 8, the lead is 117, he also says. And dinner on the terrace later as well. So, what a day.
What a day. I feel like the reflection as well for Hampshire, obviously they talked about probably that 150 mark being a tough chase on this pitch. You can see by James Vince's field placements to Patterson, straight away he's happy to spread the field. He doesn't want to be leaking runs too quickly, which usually you'd sort of look and think 117 to chase, let's 8 down, let's put the pressure on. But the field is very spread. You've got a deep square leg, a deep fine leg and a deep cover, and just one slip in play now, James Vince. And the third man, Kyle Abbas, just dropped back down there as well. So gonna try and restrict as Mo Abbas comes in from the pavilion end and he bowls, and that's just pushed back to him, diving on the floor, Abbas, not wanting to leak any runs.
It's interesting, isn't it? We've had the first 25 minutes where bowlers have bowled in the slot, batters have just played the ball on merit, and now all of a sudden you're looking at the game thinking, what's this batter going to do next?
It's a Bazball field, isn't it?
It is, yeah. We've suddenly gone from dull cricket to Bazball.
Mo Abbas then pumping his arms into Patterson bowls, and he's gone for a massive swing, play and miss. And I tell you what, if he got hold of that was going over the pavilion.
I'm going to do a quick 30-second update. I'll just interrupt for a moment there, Emily, and then it's all back to you. Well, we've had half an hour's play this morning. Hampshire needing 4 Nottinghamshire wickets to bowl them out and hopefully keep the lead down to a manageable proportion and chase a bit later. Well, Nottinghamshire in that half hour have gone from 146 for 6 to 163 for 8. That lead has increased by 17 to 117. So Hampshire have already picked up 2 wickets in the first over. Tom Moore's caught behind off Mo Abbas for 6, and Ollie Stone bowled by the same bowler for 7. That was about 10 or so minutes ago. Dave Patterson is out there playing a few shots, trying to get that Nottinghamshire lead up, 163 for 8.
Thank you, Kevin. There's live commentary of that game. It's via BBC Sports.
Missed a bit of firiness there. Bit of bumper from Mo Abbas.
Was he? He doesn't bowl many.
Rarely see that.
He does not bowl many.
He's just walking back to his mark slowly, which when you've got a -2 of over rate is not a good thing for James Vince, but in he comes now to Patterson, bowls, and that's a player miss outside the off stump. That's out! A faint edge through to Ben Brown, and the rare shot he plays in defence, and Patterson has gone. He's gone for 11, 163 for 9. Nottinghamshire with a lead of 117.
It's quite interesting, that one. I wasn't sure that Dane Patterson believed he'd edged that. I just watched that on the replay, and his head definitely looked back towards the keeper as the ball went past the bat. So that's usually a giveaway. I'm not saying that's 100% accurate, but that is usually an indication. That's a very similar ball to Ollie Stone. It's just pitched, it's just straightened, and if you're sort of, well, he was actually defending that, Patterson. I think that's a genuine sort of wicket in terms of the way Patterson tried to play that ball. But I think Hampshire, even in this situation, will be pretty pleased to see the back of him, because it just disrupts the flow, doesn't it? It disrupts the flow of what you think should be happening when you've taken 2 early wickets. You get a player come in and play like that. and it just gives you something else to think about. So they'll be mighty relieved that he's gone.
Yeah, absolutely. And it'll be interesting how they go about here. Ben Brown, James Vince, Liam Dawson having a conversation as Luke Fletcher strolls to the crease.
It's been very thin edges this morning. In fact, a lot of the edges, I suppose when they go through to the keeper, they are very thin edges, but some you can really see deviate. I think there's been a lot, especially through to Ben Brown, that have literally just sort of been in the midriff and he hadn't had to move. Abbas 3 wickets this morning. What a comeback from him, from the way he bowled yesterday afternoon.
But what a spell he had in the first innings. 6 wickets in the pick of the bowlers, probably across the 2 innings. Kyle Abbott with a fantastic spell yesterday. He's got 4. There's Abbas into Luke Fletcher bowls, and that's in defence, up to mid-off. Keith Barker does the fielding. Lead 117, where's that sitting with you, Kev?
Well, I think probably like most Hampshire fans and most supporters in the ground and the Hampshire team as well, I think at the moment only 17 runs added and 3 wickets taken. I mean, that's as good as you'd expect, wasn't it, really? I mean, you're always hoping for better than that, but if somebody said that to you last night, you'd say, oh yes, please, let's have some of that.
Abbas to Fletcher, short ball, and that's taken by Ben Brown.
Where's that come from?
End of the over, wicket maiden for Mo Abbas. And the crowd applauding. Good crowd here at the Ageas Bowl as we look out from the camera gantry in the hotel, mainly situated to the right. The sun isn't shining just yet, and a few speckles of people on the left, but a big playing surface here, and the pitch just slightly off central towards the Shane Warne stand.
That's why you're getting most people towards the right-hand side of the ground. It's a good job that this has good foundations, this ground, otherwise the ground will suddenly tilt the amount of people on the right-hand side.
But when the sun comes out, people shift to the left.
They do.
That's where you want to go if you want to get tanned or burnt.
Here's Abbott round the wicket. Patterson White drives, one bounce into the hands of Kyle Abbott, who throws the ball up as if to say, anybody on the ground not particularly paying attention, I might catch you out, thinking that was a called and bowled. Mohamed Abbas this morning then will try and calculate his figures. He's bowled this morning 5 overs, 3 maidens, and has taken 3 wickets for 9.
Not bad, that.
There's Abbott. Always had a swing there. Patterson White misses it. The ball goes past the outside of the off stump. Bit of puff of dust there as well. Did you notice that?
Yeah, I did. That was a hook from Patterson White going for a vacant mid-wicket, but on that we've got a long off and sort of a floating long on. So they are expecting these batters to go hard, and why not at this stage?
Now, I just had a message from one of the Hampshire media guys, Wesley, who's just texted me to say Mohamed Abbas has now taken 100 wickets for Hampshire in the 2 and a bit seasons he's been here. It's not been 3 full seasons, is it?
But he's been so key to this attack, hasn't he? And I think he brings a point of difference. His action is very front on. He's very unique in that sense, but he's a clever bowler. I don't really know what's happening here. The umpires have had a bit of a conversation.
Changing the ball.
Changing the ball. Why
do they want the ball changed?
Why?
They've just taken 3 wickets. I have to say, it's not doing lots. I mean, Mo Abbas has just got a little bit of movement off the seam, but it's nothing much. But I mean, we are into the 60th over.
Is this, there was a ball change, wasn't there, in the first innings as well, from Nottinghamshire?
I think, I did write them down, I think we had 3 balls in the Hampshire first innings.
You'd have thought after last year we'd have had a better batch of balls, because they blamed the balls, didn't they?
Yes, they did. Well, it's interesting, because towards the end of the first day, we did say, oh, we haven't had a ball change yet, and yet towards the end of the first day we actually did have a ball change. So we've had, this could be the 5th ball change of the game. That for me doesn't bode well, considering we're not even halfway through day 3. That doesn't bode well, Dave, for the season.
Doesn't at all.
We thought that would be behind us. Unfortunately, it's just going...
Well, we've got a stop in the passage of play. 3 wickets this morning. Tom Moores was the first to go off the bowling of Abbas. So caught behind for 6. Ollie Stone was bowled by Abbas for 7. And Dane Patterson, again off the bowling of Abbas, caught behind, the latest to go for 11. A swift 11 off 11 balls. A bit of excitement from what was a very quiet morning to start with.
You just never know. That 11 might be crucial. It's 117 lead. It doesn't sound a lot, but I think if Fletcher and Patterson start off the way they started off yesterday morning, that will be a long 117.
It's a pitch, isn't it, that if you bowl the right areas, it's going to be challenging to score, which is why it'll be interesting how Hampshire go about chasing it down. Do they go for the aggressive option and go, we're going to knock these off as quickly as we can, or do they play more conventional red ball cricket, but then at that risk, they might find themselves getting out to just the good balls anyway. So it'll be interesting how they go about it in this new positive era of red ball cricket that English cricket find themselves in.
So it looks like they've finally found a similar type ball.
I think the umpire had to go all the way up to the dressing room to get those balls.
Unbelievable, isn't it? I mean, I have to say that is a slightly worrying if this is going to be the pattern throughout the season. Let's just hope that maybe...
I hope the over rate doesn't go up to -3 as well with the pace the umpires are walking back to the mark.
Yeah. Let's just hope that the umpires give the Hampshire team a minute or two here. Because Graham Lloyd is taking his time walking back to his mark to stand behind the stumps, ready from the next delivery from Kyle Abbott. So here we go then. Just to remind you, 163 for 9 the total is. That seemed like quite a long break, that. And here's Abbott round the wicket to Patterson White. Bowls, and Patterson White pushes forward. Again, there's the puff of dust there.
No run though, out to deep backward point.
Similar situation to the end of the Hampshire innings. Fuller and Mohammed Abbas.
Right, this frustrates me when we're in this situation. You've got Patterson White in at number 9. Surely every run's vital here. You hit it out to the fielder on the boundary.
Well, I mean, to be fair, I mean, Fletcher's no mug either, really, so... Anyway, we'll see how this plays out as Abbott bowls. He's beaten that side the off stump there. That ball did look as though it just kicked a fraction. Just watch the replay if you're watching the live picture feed. Just a fraction. It's a good line. There is some... You'll also notice that there is some bowlers rough, with Abbott coming quite wide. That probably about the 3rd follow-through mark is an area where the ball is pitching on all around that area, and that would be in Patterson White's eye line. As Abbott bowls, that's a bit straighter this time, so Patterson White's able to work that away on the onside where there is a huge gap, and he will pick up a single. That's the end of Abbott's over.
Interestingly for Hampshire as well, we haven't seen any overs of spin. Liam Dawson's not had the ball. Felix Organ as well can bowl some off spin.
Just the one over from him. And Patterson White didn't bowl many. I think he bowled 5. That's it. That's why the over rate hasn't been particularly good. I think we were here till 6:45 last night. A bit more. It would have been later on the first day had we not lost the last 7 overs because of bad light. That's all we've lost in this game, 7 overs. We've done quite well considering compared to a lot of games around the country.
And the amount of rain that we've had in March, it's been challenging for the groundsmen, that's for sure. There's Mo Abbas in and bowls, and that's pushed to a deepish mid-off, but he's taking the strike is Patterson White, no run. He's on 2. The lead for Nottingham now at 118. Hampshire's field is spread. Clouds overhead, but the sun's trying to shine through. The sun is actually more on the nursery ground pavilion than I would say.
Yeah.
The main ground that we're here today. There's Abbas in again, bowls in defence up towards that deepish mid-off position. There's literally just got to him now. He's not moved. Again, no run. And the fish and chips van that's usually here for the T20 Blast games, it's here a bit early, isn't it, Kev?
Obviously, or either it's broken down and it can't move, but it's been noticed. I don't think you can miss it with that colour blue.
And this seems to be a new blue sort of, almost like a beach hut. There's Abbas in again, bowls, and that's pushed into the offside again. Will be no run out to a deep extra cover this time. That seems to be a new addition. The blue and white spotted beach hut, I'm sure, will be some form of food. What's your predictions?
What, that colour? It's blue and white, sort of speckled from this distance. It probably isn't, but what would be in there? I don't know. Look forward to that.
Do you reckon it'd just be the classic burger and chips? There's a Abbas in past the umpire again, bowls, and that's again pushed into the offside, but they take the single this time. Luke Fletcher will be on strike. He's just faced 2 deliveries so far.
They look fairly immaculate, don't they?
It's like a beach hut joined, well, or a shed, either or, but 2 are joined together. So it's almost like a double-roofed beach hut, but there is no beach in sight. You've not invested in one of those.
I've never invested in a beach hut, no. Can't afford them. They're dearer than my house.
2 slips in for Luke Fletcher as Abbas in bowls and in defence back down the pitch. No run.
They look new.
They do.
That's the thing, they do look new. Yeah.
Or they've been painted, that's another option.
Yeah, somebody's gone to town if that's the case.
But the ground's looking pretty spectacular as always here at the Ageas Bowl. The grass is very green and lush at the moment. And the square, early season when you get to look at it, with not many used pitches, it's always a picture. There's Abbas in again, bowls, and that's pushed into the offside. Will be no run, just a 1 run from the over. 119 the lead for Nottingham. And the score in this second innings, 165 for 9.
So if you've just joined us then, Nottinghamshire starting day 3, 11 o'clock this morning, 146 for 6 with a lead of 100. Tom Moore's out in the first over. Edge through to Ben Brown off Abbas for 6, didn't add to his overnight total. Ollie Stone, who added 5 to his overnight total, was out after just about 20 minutes, just over 20 minutes of play. Bowled by Abbas. A beauty, pitched and just straightened on him just enough to get past the outside edge. And Dane Patterson, who hit a bright and breezy 11, run a ball 11, was caught behind off Abbas. Score then was 163 for 9, 151 for 8 when Stone was out, 146 for 7 when Moores went. And we've had a ball change in the 59th over. We're in the 61st. And we've got a bowling change as well now, where Abbott has been replaced by Fuller, who's also round the wicket, and that's pulled away by Patterson White on the leg side, but there is a deep square leg. And it's all on the ground to Fletcher Middleton, and there is no run.
That was an interesting pull shot, that. It was almost like, you know, you're swatting for a bee when you've got one of those. Probably not in this country so much, but you have the fly swat.
Played it well, didn't he?
Yeah, kept it on the floor.
Yeah. For no run. Normally when you play a lovely pull shot or hook shot like that, you can admire it, but you can't do anything with the field as wide, as big, as scattered as it is. Let's play back to the bowler by Tom Moores. James Fuller, Kyle Abbott got the plaudits yesterday, but bowling at the other end was James Fuller. 8 overs, none for 10, and it was a superb spell. It was notable for its accuracy. And he sort of cut the scoring rate as much as Abbott did after Hamid and Duckett got away to a fast start in Nottinghamshire's second innings. And I have to say Fuller was impeccable with his line and length. Can he match that today, as that's outside the off stump left alone?
Yeah, I do like this field change from bowling change, from James Vince. I think Fuller just adds that extra bit of pace. I think won't let these two settle. They have a bit of a plan where Patterson White's going to take the majority of the strike, but Fuller just brings that extra yard of pace to this Hampshire attack.
Yeah. Got just the one slip. Everybody else is deep as Fuller runs away from us and bowls. Patterson White is going to take the single this time. Was that a no ball?
They've gone back, Kev.
They've gone back because it's a no ball. I wonder why umpire Graham Lloyd had his hand out. That's usually the signal for a no ball. I have to say, Fuller doesn't bowl too many. He's not one of those fast bowlers that you think, oh no, not again. Anyway, that is, and the lead is up to 121. So 21 runs added this morning in 50 minutes as Patterson White gets one that bounces horribly on him and bounces horribly on Ben Brown, and it ricochets off his shoulder down towards third man, somewhere around the shoulder area anyway, and that is a bye. That was horrible. That was a big puff of dust again in those footmarks that we talked about.
Yeah, it didn't really look like it got up off the pitch there. Ben Brown did well in the end, I think, to get to the glove, shoulder, arm to it.
And that's another reason why a lead of 122 is worth a few more. We think of Nick Gubbins in the Hampshire lineup, Keith Barker, left-handers who, if they face your Pattersons, your Fletchers and your Ollie Stones coming around the wicket, that will not be easy at all. That's short, and Fletcher ducks underneath that one. Good pace through to Brown.
There's a lot of left-handers in this game, actually. Nottinghamshire got a fair few, which is quite rare, I'd say.
Slater Moores.
Duckett.
This is why...
Patterson White, who's out there.
Patterson White. That's why it's an advantage being a left-hander most of the time, but as you get deep into 4-day games, that's a good ball outside the off stump. Equally a good leave by Luke Fletcher. He's still a naught after 6 balls. Patterson White is 3 off 31, 168 for 9, leader 122. It's only when you get all the rough that starts to appear as you get into 4-day games that being a left-hander actually is a nightmare. Especially if you can't play spin.
Did you bat? You bat left-handed?
I was left-handed, yeah. It's always, you know,
are you trying to say that it's so tough for you when you were batting?
It was really tough.
If you were right-handed, you'd have obviously scored way more runs.
Oh, I'd have got loads more. They had it easy. Because they're still playing on the normal turf. All the left-handers from sort of day 3 onwards are playing on roughed-up footmarks.
Abbas in, again pushed out to the offside, will be no run.
The only thing is, when you sort of get into sort of the later stages, second half of the 4-day game, if an off-spinner comes onto you, that's not so bad, because they're having to bowl it pretty straight, so they miss the marks. It's just when you get left-arm spinners coming over the wicket at you, that they can bowl it fairly wide and just drop it into the footmarks and just wait for something to happen.
Just the one slip in play then. 3 fielders out either side, then a mid-on, mid-off. There's a bat in, bowls, and that's again pushed into that offside, no run. We had a bit of an exciting passage of play. And now when Patterson White here is trying to farm the strike, a little bit quieter on the runs front. Fielders having to do quite a lot of work out there on the boundary. It's pushed gently to them, running in. Ball back in hand then from Mo Abbas as the sun starts to shine through the clouds. He's charging in and bowls, and that's kept low. That's gone through to Ben Brown. Play and miss by Patterson White. Good delivery, just under the bat. And a dot ball. The lead of 122. Nottinghamshire. Imagine the Hampshire coach, A.D. Birrell's pacing, wanting this final wicket. So often we see here, actually, Kev, that final wicket is one of the hardest to get.
So it's proving.
Abbas then past the umpire, bowls, and that's pushed into the offside. They take the single. This is the 4th ball of the over. Patterson White will move to 4, and the lead 122. Left hand, right hand, the fielders have to do all the juggling. Fielding position, Dawson comes into second slip. Good to see him back in the slips, isn't it? He had a season 2 years ago where he wasn't in there all that much.
Yeah. Although he has dropped one in this game.
Ian Holland dropped one as well.
Ian
didn't
Holland
he?
dropped one.
Second ball
of the game.
But don't worry, he's back in. He's in a sort of a fourth slip position as Abbas in to Fletcher, who swatted that away out to a deep cover. Good piece of timing, but they're not running.
I have to say, at the moment, Hampshire don't look like taking a wicket. It's funny how this game's going, isn't it, really? There are times when batting looks difficult, and there are other times where you think, oh, the pitch is dead and down now, no problem.
And here, usually the pitch gets not deader, but it's slower and slower and harder and harder to get wickets.
Yeah, it does get slower, you're right.
But this morning we have seen some really good deliveries as Abbas in bowls and in defence. Back to him, no run. Just the 1 run off the over again. A lead of 123, Nottinghamshire. Patterson White in on 4, and Luke Fletcher yet to trouble the scorers.
They're inching up to, although they've had some setbacks this morning, they're inching up towards that 150, aren't they? They're not too far away. A few singles here, just keep Hampshire fielders out there, frustrate them, maybe frustrate the crowd a little bit, and you never know. Next time you look up, it'll be 130 the lead, and then maybe 135. It might take a while, but at the moment they don't look into too much trouble, these two. Here's Fuller then, with the field scattered still. Just Vince at slip, the only close in, as Patterson White gets a slight leading edge there. Actually, was trying to work their way on the leg side, and it's squirted out towards deep extra cover.
That's one of those, though. Had they had a traditional cover, that would have just spooned straight up to him.
Yeah, you never know, do you?
That wicket-taking option of having the field in.
There is so much rough outside that off stump. I'm not sure that particular ball hit anything there, but if you just look on the live picture feed, just see that rough on a line where Fuller is coming from. So pushed back to the bowler, and there's no run.
Anyway, Kev.
Yes.
You told me this morning you're going to be a granddad very shortly.
Oh dear.
And I said, from the commentary point of view, when Zed, grandson arrives,
yes.
I think he should come on commentary.
I just worry how you're going to introduce me in about a month's time. That's driven back to the bowler, which is the thing I'm dreading most, actually.
Grandad Kevin.
Yeah, you actually did. I think your comment to me was back saying something like that. You're too old to be a granddad. You should be a great granddad or something.
Well, I nearly called you an uncle. That went wrong.
Which sort of moving forward from about mid-May onwards, it's going to be interesting when you're on commentary.
The grey hairs will start to come as well, Kev.
It's Fuller, Voles, short. It's cut away by Patterson White down to third man. They'll pick up a single. He moves on to 5, 170 for 9, and the lead is 124. So 24 runs added this morning, and we're coming up to just about an hour's worth of play. 3 batters out in the first 35 minutes. Moores for 6, Stone for 7, and Patterson for 11. All fallen to Mo Abbas, who has 3 for 64 from his 19 overs. He's been unchanged from the pavilion end. We've seen Kyle Abbott, we're now seeing Fuller from this hotel end. Over the wicket, Ian Fletcher gets very low. For a big man, he ducks low.
That sort of followed him as well, didn't it, on the angle? He misducked into that.
So, progress has been slow, but it has been progress for Nottinghamshire. It's come at a cost, but they are 124 runs in front. And as we've seen at various times during this game, scoring has not been easy. Forward is Fletcher. I say it again, these two batters, since they've come together 25 minutes ago, have not looked in any trouble at all. Not at any stage, Emily, I don't know about you, but on any stage have I thought this next wicket is coming, and it's just round the corner. Doesn't feel it.
No. These two are playing nicely for Nottinghamshire, making it hard for Hampshire, keep them out in the field as long as they can. Not that it's a hot day, but you want to get as many overs in the legs of the Hampshire batters, keep them standing out there. Fletcher, Middleton, Felix Organ, Hampshire's 2 opening batters. Keep them waiting. As Mo Abbas continues his spell into the left-handed Patterson White short ball, ducked under. Before you leave, as I think you're leaving after this over, Kev, what are you most looking forward to about being a granddad?
You are a nightmare. This is the first time you're on commentary. You've only been on half an hour and I'm already going off you.
I'm being nice, you know.
What am I looking forward to most? I don't know, really. What am I looking forward to most?
Changing the nappies.
Giving the baby back.
You don't mean
No,
that.
I'm looking forward. No, don't get me wrong. And I'm very much looking forward to it.
Abbas in outside the off stump, and that's
Oh.
hit Ben Brown. But it's racing down to the boundary, but they're not running. They could have run 3 there, I think, of the speed Kyle Abbott was going to that ball. But it's a dot ball after all of that. Just didn't carry through to Ben Brown, which again, the bowlers up in that dressing room will be looking at this thinking it's not going to be an easy chase for Hampshire. I think we're going to be in for a corker of a finish here. As Abbas, top of his mark from the pavilion end, into Patterson White bowls and in defence, up to long on, but it won't reach there. It will definitely stop before it gets there.
I'm just trying to remember the exact conversation yesterday about run chases here at the Ageas Bowl. I think I'm right in saying that no team has chased more than 200 since 2017. And I think it was Hampshire's 198 to beat Yorkshire here last year, and that was not easy at all.
Yeah.
Now, I know we're a bit far away from that, but I think the next one after that was a lot lower.
It's the Bazball era though, Kev, come on. Anything's chaseable in English cricket as Abbas bowls, and that's hit onto his pad. Half appeal, but again, that's something that's happened, but it still doesn't look like when the bowlers are running in that they're going to take a wicket any ball.
Don't, do they? It's all gone quiet. It's all gone quiet. 3 wickets in half an hour. Nothing getting up for half an hour. And nothing looks likely this last half an hour. It's very sedate, but Nottinghamshire trying to eke out every single run here.
Flags blowing in the pavilion as Abbas in, and that's guided down to third man. Felix Organ picks the ball up, back into the gloves of Ben Brown. A single. Lead now of 125.
126 to win at the moment. It's not a million miles away from 150, is it?
I'm interested in Dave's perspective when he comes on, where he's going to be set on the fence.
I tell you what, the other bit of good news is that the over rate has gone from -2 to -1, so they've improved by 1. Quite how, I don't know, but it's improved.
Abbas into Fletcher. That's whipped away nicely off his pads. That's gone through mid-wicket. Fielder chasing after it. Fletcher Middleton is quick. They come back for a couple. A bit of excitement. And that's him off the mark. Lead of 127. That's the end of the over.
Emily Windsor's going to stay on. She's going to take my place. And back in on commentary on BBC Radio Nottingham will be Dave Bracegirdle. And they will take you through the next half hour. And maybe we'll still be playing by the time I'm back on. Well, we will be playing, obviously, but maybe it'll still be the Nottinghamshire first innings. As Fuller starts a new over, he's into his 14th, none for 16, Dave Bracegirdle.
Bowls to Liam Patterson-White, who defends. I said it yesterday. I say it every time we have this sort of scenario. I don't like it. I don't like to watch it. I don't think it necessarily gets sides to where they want to be. You can understand why Hampshire are protecting the boundaries. You can understand why Notts are just happy to play 4 dot balls and then take the single, but it just slows everything up. And Hampshire had all the momentum the first half an hour of the day. Notts just now grinding out a frustrating little last wicket partnership here. And I don't know, I don't like these passages of plays, but it's helping Notts. It's Fuller off 4 or 5 paces. He was trying to catch Liam Patterson-White unawares there, coming in off 4 or 5 paces, and Liam looked up and backed away straight away. He's going to do it again, look. He just wants to bowl off a handful of paces. Here he comes then to bowl to LPW, who nicely in his position blocks it. Yeah, kept mentioning the over rate. change of the ball, it suddenly went, as Di Davies pointed out to me on Twitter, it suddenly went from -2 to level, but it's gone back to -1 again. Maybe why Fuller was trying to shorten his run. Off his lengthy one, he bowls to Liam Patterson-White, who takes another single, and the lead is up to 128. Hampshire looked like they were going to take a wicket every ball of the opening half an hour, and they picked up 3. But I don't think this is helping them. Not certainly having the better of the last half an hour.
Yeah, it's really interesting, isn't it? And I think maybe a reflection of the pitch. I wasn't here the first couple of days, but sort of ebbs and flows throughout this game.
It's Fuller to Fletcher, gets solidly behind it and defends. 3 slips in for Big Luke, who has a role to play, and he's playing it nicely, but likewise he'll still be very pleased to have got that 2 away in the last over, because of course he was on a pair. He got a duck in the first innings. Even if you are coming in right down at the bottom of the order, you don't want to start the season with a pair. There's Fuller as the groundsman's tractor starts up on the nursery ground again, as Fletcher defends once more. Job done for that over, and Notts a 174 for 9. That's a lead of 128. Remember, they were bowled out for 185 in the first innings. Hampshire responded with 2-3-1, neither side getting any batting bonus points, and now Notts 174 for 9.
I think we're going to see a change of bowling for Hampshire. Keith Barker, first time we see him today into the attack for Hampshire. The coaches are doing a lap of the boundary. One of those, Pop, the bowling coach, had a few words to Keith Barker just before he gets to the top of his mark. He left arm over the wicket to Patterson-White bowls, and that's pushed out to a deep backward point for no run.
So Emily, having played now at Trent Bridge, is everything else in your life a come down?
Trent Bridge is a lovely ground, especially if you're a batter, that's for sure. But yeah, I'll say yeah, everything to come down from that. No, played at some pretty impressive grounds now. There's Barker in off a few steps in bowls, and that's pushed out to a deep cover. And this is interesting from Hampshire. I haven't really seen this before, where the bowlers aren't going all the way back to their mark. They're just scurrying in.
It's
off
because
a
of
few
the
paces.
overrate. They've obviously been told, if you get this wicket, you are in danger of losing bonus points, so you really need to work on this overrate. So they need to be seen to be doing the right thing.
Barker in bowls, and that's whipped up to a mid-on. And Barker just turns back and getting back to that mark as quickly as he can.
Of course, as we saw in the last over, it can be counterproductive, because Liam Patterson-White looked up, Fuller was almost ready to bowl, and so Liam backed away, so it didn't serve the purpose.
Lead of 128 here, Notts. As Barker in bowls, and that's pushed in to a deep cover. He takes the single this time. He'll move on to 8 of 52 balls, and the lead 129. I don't know here whether James Vince plays with the field a little bit more. Like after that third ball, Patterson-White's trying to get the single.
I'd go completely the opposite. Instead of ultra defensive first 4 balls, I'd go ultra attacking, bring them all in, making play shots, try and hit it over the ring or through the ring or whatever, get 3 or 4 slips and a gully in, and short mid-wicket and short extra cover, surround the batters, especially now with Fletcher on strike.
Barker in bowls, and that's a thick leading edge down to a fine leg. Again, no run. Fielder is in the deep, but you just feel here it doesn't look like a wicket's going to come anywhere. They've got to put pressure on some way, whether that is at the start of the over, as you said, Dave, or towards the back end of the over. Try and make the batters do something different.
You always have to ask yourself, I guess, how are we trying to get a wicket?
Barker in, round the wicket bowls, pushed out into a very big gap between backward point and third man, but they don't take the run. I think we're going to see some spin, Dave, which will be interesting. Liam Dawson is going to come into the attack, but a lead of 129 Nottinghamshire. The game just poised here. Runs aren't flowing quickly, but wickets aren't coming either.
Well, if nothing else, it answers the question we posed yesterday, whether he was fit to bowl, because he hadn't bowled a single ball in the game, or he hasn't bowled a single ball in the game up to this point. And I revealed at the toss. I've had some conversations with Liam over the years, and we had a natter out there at the toss, and I said I didn't think you were going to be fit for this one, mate. And yeah. If it was a T20 game, a lot of running about and whatever, I wouldn't be playing. I said, oh, so just because it's not, you are playing. He said, no, I'll be all right to go in this at this pace of cricket. He bowls his slow left armers to another purveyor of the slow left arm trade, Liam Patterson-White, and they are conscious of the over rate, because although Dawson only comes off a hop, skip and a jump, he ran back to his mark. He's in again and bowls, and Liam Patterson-White deflects it behind square. They could have taken a single but don't, and it remains 175 for 9.
Yeah, this just frustrating passage of play, isn't it?
Yeah.
Knots will be happy in that dressing room.
Liam Dawson once more bowls, and this one's steered into the offside. There's no run. Of course, this all takes time, and the ball is just pushed into the outfield. Nobody's running, but somebody's got to go and chase after the ball and get it back. Sounds like somebody's hoovering the carpets, but I don't think it is hoovering the carpet. Could be a leaf blower or something, but I think it is just the noise coming from the mower. Now an alteration to the field. What have we had? We've had 3 balls, and that's what Emily was urging the Hampshire side to do. Just try and stop him taking this single on the 4th ball, which is what he has done, and what he continues to do is he just rocked back and opened the face, cuts it down to 3rd man, and Liam Patterson-White takes another run to move on to 9, and the lead is 130.
I don't mind that though, because he's then had to open the face. He's got to play a slightly different shot to what he would have previous overs, just punch it into the offside to get back off strike.
They've added 13 this pair. Luke Fletcher on strike, 2 slips in for Big Fletch, who won't mind the spin. Having said that, now Dawson will bowl him, but he's not particularly averse to 85 to 90 mile an hour quicks targeting his head. He's not a big fan of that, but he doesn't mind facing spin generally. 176 for 9 at the end of the over as he safely negotiates that passage of play, and Nottinghamshire's lead remains 130. The men out today: Moores for 6, Stone for 7, and a little bit of fun and entertainment when Dane Patterson, promoted to 10 in the order, threw the bat a couple of times and made a quick fire 11 before nicking Abbas behind, and Abbas is now on 9 wickets for the match. So you'd imagine I don't know if he's statistically orientated, but you'd imagine he might like to come back and get the 10th.
Keith Barker in left arm over, bowls, and in defence by Patterson-White. Listening on BBC Radio Solent, BBC Radio Nottingham, and of course the live picture feed supplied by Hampshire Cricket. Nottingham played nicely this morning, lead by 130. Abbas with 3 wickets, as Dave said, but these two have come together nicely and frustrated Hampshire. As Keith Barker in again, bowls, and that's worked into the leg side all the way out to the boundary, but won't be a single, won't be a 2.
Played a million shots today, Liam Patterson-White, for his 9.
It's like a net, isn't it? It's like he's having a net.
What's he face? 50 balls now.
Farming the strike.
It's a nice position to be in, I guess, in that he's very much dictating terms. They're playing the game on his terms at the moment.
Barker in again, bowls in defence this time. Head over the ball, that classic forward defence. It's like he's just grooving his technique, doing some drills out there. Just looks easy at the moment.
You're almost tempted to remind Hampshire that Liam Patterson-White came into bat in the first innings, and with close-knit fielders all around him, he nicked his first ball and was put down, and didn't stay much longer before nicking another one and was on his way.
Barker in again, outside the off stump. That's cut back a little bit. Great diving stop to his right, Ben Brown. A little tumble.
But without that pressure, everybody out on the fence, as you say, he can just have a little net. Leave what he wants to leave, just defend everything else. Where are we? We had 4 balls in this over, and still the field not tightening. Now, is that because... Well, I don't know why. I really don't know why. You'd imagine they'd want to try and stop him taking the single.
Barker in, bowl, shorter ball pulled away into the leg side, and it's a single.
You're a professional cricketer, Emily. Run that one by me.
Well, as I said to you, if it was me, in James Vince's shoes, I'd be... You go defensive, wouldn't you? And then you'd squeeze those last overs.
Yeah.
Last few balls of the over, but there's obviously a reason behind this. James Vince, a very experienced captain, a fantastic captain. Just interesting what that is, but Barker round the wicket bowls to Fletcher, and that's pushed to mid-wicket. No run. That's another over gone. Lead of 131 now, 9 wickets down. Nottinghamshire just getting a single and over really for the past probably 6 or 7 overs, if not more.
Hello to Simon Trafford, the photographer at Trembridge. Traff says another 30 by lunch would be absolutely ideal. Would indeed. Would indeed. The lead 131. 177 for 9. Hampshire, I was going to say they've got to have a bit of a chat. Well, they haven't. They've all just disappeared to different postcodes. And it's going to be Liam Dawson to bowl to Liam Patterson-White. It's an all Liam contest at the moment. What are we waiting for? What are we waiting for? Do they need another helmet to be brought on or some such? Everybody's looking towards the pavilion. Yes, here comes a 12th or a 13th or a 14th man with another helmet to be brought out there. But it doesn't appear as if the field is going to move in and surround Liam Patterson-White.
The bowling coach as well, actually on the pitch, on the field of play.
See, all this is taking time. We're now waiting for somebody to get dressed to go in at short leg. So I think that's what's happening. Somebody's putting the pads on at the far end. So this is eating into Hampshire's time.
Fletcher Middleton. It is getting the pads on. That's always the youngster, the newbie that fields at short leg, isn't it?
I remember when Alex Hales came into the Notts team as the newbie, and every time the batter raised his bat at short leg, he flinched and turned, so he very quickly got out of doing that job.
I'd definitely be like that. That's one position I would never be throwing my hands up to field there. Number 1, because I'd be useless, and number 2, because I'd probably get hit.
This one was just defended. Notts have had some good ones there in the last decade or so. James Taylor was brilliant. Ricky Vessel's also in there, and more recently both Ben Slater and Asiba Mead have shared the job and taken some brilliant catches. Liam Patterson-White defends this one, and Ben Brown runs from behind the stumps to pick it up and throw it back to the bowler.
James Taylor was one of the best in there, wasn't he?
Yeah.
He was unbelievable. Some great catches for England, I can remember.
177 for 9. Yes, I think it was his last Test tour in South Africa. He pulled off some blinders. 177 for 9 it remains. There is a slip and a short leg and everybody else out on the fence. As Liam Dawson into his second over bowls, and Liam Patterson-White has played an attacking shot and has been bowled by one that spun back between bat and pad, and Notts are all out for 177. See it again, just trying to force it away through the offside and couldn't. So Hampshire will require 132. Liam Patterson-White last out, bowled by Dawson for 10, leaving Luke Fletcher 2 not out. And as I say, the lead is 131. So the target for Hampshire, and they'll have 5 sessions and a bit to do it, but almost certainly it'll get done one way or another today, is 132. Liam Patterson-White was at the crease for 77 minutes, or faced 65 balls, didn't hit any boundaries, but has gone. So, well, 132 certainly doesn't look enough. Games have been won by the side defending that sort of lead in the past, but very rarely. And as I say, with 5 sessions left in the county championship, Hampshire can go about this as they want. Notts have got to strike, and not only strike early but strike repeatedly if they're to have any chance. Hampshire overwhelming favourites. They've dominated this third morning. 3 wickets for Mohammed Abbas, and a nice little first one of the season for Liam Dawson.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Hampshire will be relatively happy with this, but I think Notts have something to bowl at if they pick up early wickets. But Hampshire under pressure, we know it's not an easy wicket to score on. So how they go about this chase will be interesting. But obviously Hampshire bat deep. They bat down to number 9 really when you got James Fuller coming in. But from a Hampshire point of view, hopefully they won't be needing too many of those. Got 5.5 sessions, but very likely we'll see a conclusion to the game either way today. But Hampshire will be relatively happy with that. All out Nottinghamshire in their second innings for 177.
So the players will prepare themselves, get themselves ready, just have a little comfort break. We'll do the same, and when they return, so will the commentary.
Welcome back to the Ageas Bowl, where we have a half an hour until lunch. We've just had a 10-minute break between the innings because Nottinghamshire were bowled out in their second innings for 177, which means Hampshire need 132 to win this game. Nottinghamshire, of course, need 10 Hampshire wickets before they are able to do that. Nottinghamshire started this morning 146 for 6. They had a lead of 100, but Abbas took 3 wickets in the first 35 minutes to get rid of Tom Moores, Ollie Stone and Dane Patterson. And any hopes that Nottinghamshire had of trying to extend a lead up towards somewhere around maybe 175, certainly 150, which is a figure that's being bandied around as to a figure that where the game could go either way. That was a bit of a setback. There were 163 for 9 at one stage. Liam Patterson-White and Luke Fletcher hung around and eked out a few more runs, got it to 177. Liam Dawson picked up his first wicket of the match when he had Patterson-White bowled. Abbott finished with 4 for 39, didn't add to his overnight wicket tally, but Abbas finished with 3 for 67, and his figures this morning were 3 for 14. That's where we are at. Your commentary team to take you up till lunch is basically, no Emily Windsor, she's going to have an early lunch. It will be myself, Kevin James, and Dave Bracegirdle.
Looks like it's going to be Luke Fletcher to bowl the opening over from the pavilion end. There's Ollie Stone and Luke Fletcher open the bowling in the first innings. Just wonder if they'll go with Dane Patterson. We'll have to see. It's going to be Fletcher anyway. We're just waiting to get underway. Not overly attacking. Nottinghamshire, 2 slips. Joe Clark at first, Ben Duckett, who took 3 catches in the first innings at second, and here we go. Here's Fletcher then 2. Felix Organ, first ball just wide of the off stump. Just very quickly, all the other scores are on the BBC Sport website and app, but I can tell you Canterbury, Northampton batting in their second innings there in that one. They're 106 for 3, leading Kent by just 1 run. Surrey have just started their second innings at Old Trafford. They had a first innings lead of 151 over Lancashire, but didn't enforce the follow-on. Surrey have gone in again. They're into the third innings of the match at Lords, where Essex are 68 for 3. That's an overall lead of 164. That's Luke Fletcher in again to the right-handed Felix Organ, who is solidly behind it and defends. At Taunton, where they lost all of day 1, Somerset bowled out for 284, Warwickshire in reply 51 for 1. Into the depths of Division 2, Worcestershire at Derby, 420 for 9, replying to Derbyshire's 321. This morning, Brett D'Oliveira was run out by Anoj Dal for 89. Matthew Waite is 83 not out. Worcestershire there forging a decent enough first innings lead as Fletcher bowls to Felix Organ. Again, just happy to defend. Have a look at the bowling and just bide his time. At Cardiff, Gloucestershire were bundled out for 165 in their first innings. Are going better second time round. They're 70 without loss, but that is still a deficit of 169 over Glamorgan. Durham 42 for 2 at Hove in their second innings, a lead of 83 over Sussex. And Leicestershire, well, they found some runs. Peter Hanscom, the Australian, is 110 not out, and Rian Ahmed is 65 not out. They're 308 for 5, Leicestershire, as Organ struck. Well, Fletcher didn't really go through with his appeal. It appeared from here, of course we've got lots of obstructions, couldn't necessarily see what it hit. Maybe bat and pad behind the wicket they were interested, but Fletcher wasn't. Yeah, Yorkshire made 517, Leicestershire in reply 308 for 5, and that's all your county championship scores brought up to date. Play everywhere in Division 1 and Division 2 as Luke Fletcher here at the Ageas Bowl bowls a delivery that's wide enough for Felix Organ to leave it alone. goes through to Tom Moores. So the target 132, as Simon Trafford says, Headingley vibes. I think it was round about that sort of target, wasn't it, back in 1981 that the Aussies were set, and Big Bob had other ideas. Will Luke Fletcher be the Big Bob? Bowls to Felix Organ, down the leg side, taken by Moores. No run.
Well, Hampshire have just begun their second innings and the last innings of the game. They need 132 to win it. If that doesn't sound a lot, the way this game has been going, that is plenty. It's going to be an interesting end to this game. They were given a great start this morning. They needed 4 wickets to wrap up the Nottinghamshire second innings. They have done that. Nottinghamshire resumed on 146 for 6. They were bowled out for 177. Mo Abbas picked up 3 of the 4 wickets. He finished with 3 for 14 this morning. So Hampshire need 132 to win. They are yet to register a run. Here's Ollie Stone. We thought he would bowl this end, and he is, and immediately he's pushed through mid-wicket by Fletcher Middleton for 2 runs. So Hampshire are underway, needing 130 to win. Fletcher Middleton, who's made the top score of the game so far with 59 in the first innings.
Faultless innings as well, isn't it?
Faultless, according to his reaction last night. Yes, as well. Yes. I don't think I've heard any professional player said, well, I was faultless there, but he did. I don't think he meant it quite the way it came out, but it did. He's found the gap there on the offside this time. He stroked it to point. He may turn for 2. He does. And first over a maiden, couple of runs, 4 runs off the first 2 balls of Ollie Stone's over. Takes Hampshire on to 4 without loss. So, there we go. 2 slips await Ollie Stone. This was the end where Ollie Stone, for me, bowled his best spell in the Hampshire first innings. Fletcher drives, a little bit of a thick outside edge there, but it's fielded this time at point, and there is no run there. Ben Slater in that position. It's that he just needs to pull this length back a fraction, Ollie Stone, which he did when he switched ends, and he looked more than decent, didn't he?
Yeah.
I missed a couple of tweets earlier. Apologies. I will read those out in a moment because I know the people are still listening. Come to those in a minute. Stone bowls. Fletcher forward. Plays that back to the bowler. Ross E at Solent Sports says Hampshire supporter in exile sitting in a deck chair at the county ground in Hove. Well-known Hove, that, of course. Enjoying the commentary. Worried that a lack of batting points might hurt us in the title race. I think it's going to hurt a few people, actually. I don't think it's that easy. With the extra 50 runs for your first point. Steve FRM, glorious morning in shirt sleeves, watching Mo enjoying himself, glad of my new season ticket. And Stone comes in, almost a Yorker there as Fletcher digs that one out and pushes it to mid-on. Paul Fowler says, morning all, great start so far for Hampshire, and he's made it here today. Yeah, I don't think if you're thinking of coming down, it's not be worth hanging on too long, I don't think. But this will take a while. Even if Hampshire do get another 128, it will take a while.
Yeah.
It's a conventional field for Ollie Stone. Backward point, extra cover mid-off. That's the offside field, as well as 2 slips and a third man. Here's Stone, runs away from us, right arm over, bowling to Middleton, outside of the off stump. Middleton leaves that one alone. 2 overs gone then of the Hampshire reply. It's a tricky half hour this, although it's now down to about 22 minutes. 4 without loss.
And not quickly rushing around. They're -1 and they're over 8. They'll want to get that back on the right side, on the plus side, as quickly as they can, because we never really know how Hampshire ended their innings. I think it was still showing as -1 when they went off, but the scorers and the umpires get together, and I don't really feel that there was any unnecessary time wasting going on. The tactics themselves didn't really lead to a pacey or a speedy pace of cricket this morning as Fletcher bowls to Felix Organ with all the fielders out on the boundary. We had lots of occasions where the ball was just hit out into the deep. It trickled all the way out. It didn't really lead itself to particularly quick overs, but I don't think Hampshire need fear being penalised. They got about it as quickly as they could. They're 4 without loss, requiring a further 128 for victory as big Luke Fletcher comes bounding in and bowls a delivery which Felix Organ can leave alone. Points his bat up towards the sky.
This is quite an important innings for Felix Organ here. There's been a lot talked about the Hampshire opening pair and how maybe that was one area that could be slightly improved from last year, and Fletcher Middleton brought in to bolster that up. He's got one in the first innings, Felix Organ. I just feel that this is an important one.
And again comes Luke Fletcher. This one shapes away from Organ. Nicely taken by the gloves of Tom Moores. Didn't survive the opening over this morning. Tom Moores fell to the final ball of Mohamed Abbas's opening over. That heralded the start of 3 wickets going down for Mohamed Abbas, and eventually it took the wiles of Liam Dawson and a rather rash shot from Liam Patterson-White to close out the innings. Next delivery is forced up to wideish mid-off, and there's no run. Remains 4 without loss. Fletcher yet to concede a run. He's bowled 10 deliveries. Makes his way back to his mark, and then he'll turn, and in the immortal words of Paul Johnson, he'll run in as if he's towing a caravan. Here he comes.
That was Paul Johnson these days.
Oh, he's very well. Very well. Next one is eased out into the offside, fielded by Asiba Mead, and there's no run.
Is he still looking after Welbeck? Was he something to do
no,
with Welbeck?
No, he's last 2 or 3 years he's been under Paul Nixon looking after the Leicestershire Academy.
Oh, was he? Great winder-upper, Paul Johnson.
Oh, yes.
Good fun. Enjoyed doing a bit of commentary with him over the years when up at your place.
There's Luke Fletcher in once more. Bowls, and it's going to be another maiden as Organ again just dabs it out into the covers without any real intent of taking a single. Fletcher 2 overs, 2 maidens. Hampshire set a victory target of 132, a 4 without loss.
John, the tweets at Silent Sports says only just joining you in time for the chase. Let's get the first win on the board. And Mark Rutland, who's emailed silentcricket@gmail.com, says hi Kev, Dave and Emily. Great commentary as always. Thank you very much. This is where an Owen Donald would be perfect for Hampshire. And in fact, Emily in the break said it'd be ideal to stick Fuller up the order and just see what happens. A bit like Patterson coming in 1 up the order and just breaking the game up a little bit. Here's Ollie Stone, comes in. Middleton just pushes it out square on the offside. Send Donald out to give it a thrash. He gets out. Okay, wickets in hand. If he gets a quick 50, you've broken the back of the chase. Well, of course, he's obviously not playing, but we know what you mean. Emily was on saying the same sort of thing, really. It's just having the guts to do that, really. It's always difficult, isn't it, to know really what to do. But anyway, I would say that Hampshire will keep the order the same. Here's Stone again then, running in, bowls. Middleton comes forward to a length ball, pushes that out into the covers. Slater quickly around. This is the length that Ollie Stone looked dangerous yesterday. Bowled bit of short stuff from the pavilion end. There wasn't really the pace in the wicket. There isn't the pace in the wicket, but there seems to be just a little bit more this end.
Now there's been 1 or 2 deliveries he's sent down that have really looked up there express quick, shall we say. They've thudded into the gloves of Moores, but he's not had any assistance from the surface.
He's not. Middleton on the back foot punches that into the vacant extra cover area. There is a deep cover for Middleton, so only one run. In fact, Ben Slater's out deep. Apologies. It's Slater that's out deep away to our left. 5 without loss, Hampshire. 127 the target. Gosh, that's going to feel a long way away at the moment. We're going to count every run down. Dave will be counting the wickets up. Who will get to their particular target first?
I wonder if there will be any wickets to count. The batters have swapped over for the first time. Felix Organ facing Stone for the first time.
Forward, pushing that up to mid-off, fielded by Mullaney. 15 minutes till lunch. Notts would dearly love at least one. Hampshire dearly love to go into the break none down. Psychological. That's a big psychological break, that, coming up at 1 o'clock for both sides. Just the one run off the over so far. Middleton has all 5 of the Hampshire total. It's Organ facing. Stone runs in and bowls outside the off stump. Organ just works that to backward a point straight to the fielder though. Again, the majority of the crowd away to the right hand side of the ground as we look. Wicket cut slightly to the right, that's why they're over there. There is a few to the left. Need to be a little bit more long-sighted to see the play on that side of the ground. It's only just to the right of centre, about 2 wickets to the right of centre. Stone again to Organ. Organ forward. Good accurate stuff there from Ollie Stone, just the one run off it. Hampshire 5 without loss, need another 127.
15 minutes to go until the scheduled lunch break. Notts would dearly love to have a scalp or two by that stage.
100%.
So it's going to be Luke Fletcher to bowl. It's not quite to namesake Fletcher. Middleton, F-L-E-T-C-H-A spells it, doesn't it?
Yep. As opposed to E-R. The conventional way. Fletcher Christian, was that an A or an ER?
That's an ER. It's in and bowls, because Notts have had both of them playing over the last few years, as the first ball of the over goes through to the keeper, Dan Christian, who of course famously won a T20 Blast title here as a Hampshire player when you know, close analysis of what actually happened at the end of that game. He should have been run out if everybody was aware, because he was batting with a runner in the final against Somerset here of the final of the T20 Blast. As this one is nicked, but through a full slip gully region. Of course, Notts have got nobody there, and it runs all the way down to Lyndon James at third man for a single. It was a false shot, but it's the first run off Luke Fletcher, and Middleton moves on to 6 without loss. Yeah, I don't know if you remember that, Kev. He was batting with a runner, and he charged down the other end and suddenly reincarnated, forgetting his hamstring injury, and got to the other end. Of course, they all celebrated, rushed on and whatever, whereas a little bit more composure and Somerset could have run him out. Fletcher bowls, edge, good one, gone, a wicket, and it's a catch for Ben Duckett. Luke Fletcher strikes, and Felix Organ does get a duck on his his second innings of the match, opening the batting here. We knew it was going to be tricky. Luke Fletcher strikes. Felix Organ caught by Duckett, his 4th catch of the contest. Luke Fletcher's 4th wicket. Felix Organ has departed just before lunch, 6 for 1. Notts have an awful lot of work to do, but you can only start thinking about taking 10 wickets if you get them one at a time, but you need to get that first one, and they've done that.
Yeah, good ball, that one. Good ball. Always happens when you're a bit under pressure as a batter, and You don't want to be edging it to Ben Duckett. He hasn't missed a thing, has he, in this game?
I think it's 4 out of 4, isn't it?
Yeah. So, just what Notts wanted, just what Hampshire didn't want, and certainly not what Felix Organ wanted. He's taken a very slow, forlorn walk off. He's not even off the grass yet as he makes his way up towards the pavilion steps. So a blow, and Luke Fletcher. That's just the right ball to bowl, isn't it? Really, just short of a length, just straightening up a bit. Organ probably had to play that.
So the new man is Nick Gubbins. There's another one who missed out in the first innings. We'll be hoping to find a little bit of form. What a confidence booster I guess it would give anybody just to stick around and get a nice little 50 or 60 not out here and guide the side home. But again, it's going to be tricky. Gubbins fell to that same combination in the first innings, caught at slip by Ben Duckett off the bowling of Luke Fletcher, made 10. But initially hoping just to see it through to lunch, which is 11 minutes away. Here's Fletcher then round the wicket to bowl to the left-hander who pushes it back to the bowler. First up, 6 for 1, 126 more required. Just 2 half-centuries in the game. Fletcher, Middleton and Ben Duckett. Mentioned earlier the nearest I can find to the sort of scenario where Notts have been able to pull off a win against all expectations and logic was at Headingley in 2011, where Yorkshire needed 150 and Notts bowled them out for 86. Fletcher very much to the fore with 3 wickets, bowled superbly well on that particular day. He bowls to Nick Gubbins, who blocks this one. Testimonial year for Big Luke.
Are you in on it? Are you sort of helping him?
Yeah, we've already had a well-attended lunch to kick things off. He's had a formal dinner, which Graham Swan hosted as well, with a number of Nottinghamshire celebrities there. Again, well attended, but lots of other events, as you can imagine, throughout the season. Here he comes, the big broad-beamed Quick, and after a couple of maidens, he actually went for a run in that over, but he also got a wicket. So it's 3 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 1. Luke Fletcher, Hampshire 6 for 1 as we move probably to within 3 overs of the lunch break.
Yeah. With each wicket that falls, that runs to win column will seemingly get larger. That 126 at the moment does seem a long way away.
You'll be all right, Kev. Don't you worry. Don't want you fretting all through the lunch break.
Well, I do. I fret.
Don't fret.
Can't help it. Here's Ollie Stone bowling to Middleton, short. Middleton just drops the hands, sways inside the line. Good short delivery. Equally well played by the young batter.
Yeah, faultless Fletch.
Faultless Fletch, yes. That's a reference to a comment he made last night in his after-play interview, where he, as I say, I don't think he completely meant it that way, but when I asked him, I said, what did you like best about your innings? He said, well, it was sort of faultless, if I can put it that way. It was exact words.
Yeah,
I know what he means, but there's a push drive into the gap. Now, it's interesting for Middleton, even at this stage, there is a deep cover in Ben Slater. There is a gap in that area. I think because he was out in the first innings, just having a little nibble on the front foot and was out caught behind. I'm just wondering if Nottinghamshire are trying to tempt him into getting on that front foot once more, pushing it into that gap, and thereby running the risk of the bat just moving away from the body a bit. At the moment, he's playing them okay, but he needs to be aware of that.
Maybe I sort of felt it was perhaps they haven't got that many runs to play with, and get a sweeper out there. Let's just try and stop a boundary.
That's right. That's the other thing, isn't it, Dave? Yeah, that's the balance, isn't it? What balance do you strike? But at the moment, Mulaney's going with the more defensive option, in a way. Gubbins is wrapped on the pad there with the ball well on the line of leg stump. Ball ricochets out on the offside.
Mike Brown's been in touch from Guernsey. Only another 9 to get.
That's for sure.
Way of looking at it, yeah.
Oh, definitely. You know, for me, that's nowhere near out of the question. Nowhere near it. I'm certainly glad they weren't chasing 150 to win. I think that was even just those 18 runs fewer. It's a little bit more reassuring as Gubbins is forward, goes up towards Mullaney at mid-on. It's nervy. It's a nervy time here.
Shouldn't be though, should it?
It shouldn't be, but we're invested into the game, Dave.
Yeah, oh yes.
We're invested into our
but
teams. That's what makes it.
By that I mean it shouldn't be. You know, there's high quality proven players, you know, your Gubbins and your Vinces and your Dawsons and your Ben Browns, etc. And then there's
Stone bowls. Gubbins drive down the ground. That's a nice shot. Straight as you like. Got a good stride in as well. The bat came down nice and straight, and that's 4 runs. Slightly over pitch there from Ollie Stone, and the Hampshire total moves on to 11 for 1. You can almost feel the relief in that applause from the crowd here. Hampshire's target now down to 121. I think we can all agree on whatever side you're on, is that if this game just played out normally, then Hampshire, however many wickets down, should get to that total. But as we know, and the beauty of sport is, not always games pan out the way they should, which is why we're all interested to see what pans out over the next few hours. Short delivery. Gubbins ducks underneath it. Ball goes through to Moores, end of the over. Gubbins has 4, Middleton has 7. Felix Organ, the 1 wicket to fall for no score. Just the 1 run in the match for him. And Hampshire need another 121.
yes, Ollie Stone 3 overs, none for 10. This will be really hoping that he can bring a knack of taking wickets to Trent Bridge with him.
Do you think he'll get another one, or Patterson won't bowl 1, will he? Patterson might come on straight after lunch, mightn't he?
May well
do you think?
May well do.
Patterson and Fletcher?
There is Luke Fletcher in to bowl to Middleton, who pushes this up to mid-off, and there's no run. The thing with Fletcher, especially if he does drop on his, as he has done so far, just drop on that nagging line and length, you know, bowl him to lunch, 40-minute break, he can go again for another however long.
Yeah. As long as he doesn't have a big lunch.
Well, he'll be all right, but you know, it's not like you're sort of saving him to come back for, you know, a long spell in the last hour of the day. It should be done and dusted one way or another by then. He comes and bowls to Fletcher Middleton again, who's on 7. You know, as long as he's good to go. As you say, the other impressive one was Dane Patterson, but he did all his bowling from that far end as well, so it might be an end change when Ollie Stone's finished after lunch. It may be that they move Fletcher to this end.
And Patterson from the pavilion end, yeah. So that's what worked well yesterday morning, wasn't it?
11 for 1. Here comes Big Luke again. Bowls to Middleton, drives, and he's going to get runs here. Dane Patterson's chasing it from mid-on. There's at least 2. Dane Patterson slid to the ground and does well just to get up and get the ball in the air quickly, and keeps them to a couple of runs, and it's 13 for 1. Tell you what, the ground staff have had a busy morning, haven't they, on that nursery ground. They had a little bit of wet weather to contend with on the first day of the match. They were over there mopping up and what have you, but clearly with wickets to prepare, they've been hard at it the last couple of days.
There's
Fletcher in again to Middleton, works this onto the onside, no run, and it remains 13 for 1.
The mower's been hard at it. I hope there's plenty of petrol in the reserve tank, stored wherever it's stored. A bit used up this morning.
Should be 1 over after this one. A couple of balls left in this over. The digital numbers on the scoreboard showing us 12:58. There's Fletcher. In again. Balls, confident looking push up to Patterson at mid-on.
I think Nottinghamshire would definitely want another over here, wouldn't they?
Yeah.
They'll get it.
I think they'll get it. There's only one ball left.
I think if I was a batter now, I would feign a bootlace, something.
I think it's a little late with one ball to go. I think probably the chat should have come between overs, just right at the start of the over. But you're not going to get away with people moving behind the arm because they just use tarpaulins at that end. Next ball is pushed back to Fletcher, and I think Notts will want to race around as well and get that extra over in because they're showing us -1. It is knocking on the door of 1 o'clock, and I'll have to go and do an update, so probably won't be back before the session ends. I don't know if Emily wants to slide in.
No, she's not.
No, she doesn't. She doesn't, she said. I've done my bit, so I'll leave you with Kev for the last knockings of a morning session, which has seen this game advance into the 4th innings. Notts bowled out for 177. Hampshire's target 132. They're 13 for 1.
5 wickets in the morning session with these 6 balls to bowl. As round the wicket is Stone to Gubbins outside the off stump. The ball just dies a little bit through to Tom Moores. But again, we've seen most of the right armers, certainly this morning, operating to the left-handers round that wicket. There's a lot of rough just outside off stump on that line. Gubbins, who's on 4. First innings, Nick Gubbins was caught in the slips off Fletcher for 10. Is Stone again outside the off stump, a little wider this time. Gubbins doesn't really even have to think about playing at that one. 4 balls left until the lunch break then. 119 needed by Hampshire. It's going to be a nervy afternoon. Game should be done and dusted one way or another, probably in the evening session, with a day to spare. Here's Stone. Gubbins forward, thickish outside edge. That wasn't out of the middle. Goes out square on the offside, and there is no run. Both sets of players can wake up on Sunday morning and enjoy their Easter eggs to the full, not having to worry about eating an extra Easter egg with an important day looming. You can sit back and munch on those Easter eggs all you like. 2 slips for Ollie Stone as he comes in again. Past the umpire and bowls. Gubbins is forward, thinks about his single. Oh my word, there's a mix-up. Fletcher Middleton runs back, it's missed. And actually in the end there could have been some overthrows, but some very quick thinking from Lyndon James, running up to the stumps, flings himself to the right. Otherwise that would have been 4 overthrows, but that was a horrible mix-up between the 2 batters. Gubbins went and then stopped and then thought about it again, and Fletcher Middleton committed himself and then had to turn from about 1/3 of the way down the pitch. He looked to be in trouble at one stage, but need to sort that out. 13 for 1 the score remains with 2 balls left of the morning. That was very nearly the 2nd Hampshire wicket down. Here's Stone again, bowls. Gubbins gets a length ball which he pushes out square on the offside. I could see Gubbins' thinking, because there is a huge gap on the leg side between the mid-on and the 2 fielders out deep behind square on the leg side. So Gubbins, you could see with the ball just going out on the leg side, thinking, I really want a single, there really should be a single, but Ollie Stone reacted very, very quickly on his follow-through and was on the ball in no time, which created the confusion. That would have been horrible from a Hampshire point of view had there been a run out at that stage. Horrible run out at any stage. Here's the last ball of the morning session then, as Stone comes in and bowls. Gubbins does get a single on the leg side. Stone, even though he's running after the ball, it's just travelled a little further, and Hampshire suffered just the one blemish in that tricky half an hour session before lunch. They will go into the break at 14 for 1 with Gubbins 5 not out, Middleton 9 not out. They need another 118. Luke Fletcher with the wicket, having Felix Organ well caught by Ben Duckett in the slips for no score. The score then was 6 for 1. We will take a break. We will be back with you in 40 minutes, and this promises to be one hell of a session coming up. break, which means we are just minutes away from the start of the afternoon session on day 3 of this County Championship Division 1 fixture between Hampshire and Nottinghamshire. More than likely we'll reach a conclusion at some point, whether it's just before tea or just after, because the state of play is that Hampshire, in their second innings, needing 132 to win, had half an hour to bat just before lunch. They lost a wicket. They reached the break at 14 for 1. Felix Organ caught in the slips off Luke Fletcher for no score. So Hampshire need another 118, with Fletcher Middleton at the crease with 9 not out, Nick Gubbins 5 not out. So the odds slightly in Hampshire's favour, but that's not to say, of course, with a couple of quick wickets, that things won't change. Your commentary team this afternoon: former Trent Rockets batter, current Southern Vipers batter Emily Windsor will be with us shortly. But to take you through this first period of play, myself, Kevin James, and from BBC Radio Nottingham, Mr. Dave Bracegirdle.
Thank you, sir. There was nearly a whoops, sorry mate, wasn't there, just before lunch? I was just doing my update for BBC Radio Nottingham when there was a shan't we moment between Middleton and Gubbins, and could have been a very embarrassing walk back to the dressing room for lunch had one or other of them been run out. It is going to be Luke Fletcher to bowl to Nick Gubbins. One thing we've mentioned, how many times have we mentioned Fletcher and Fletcher in this game, and the different spellings, and Fletcher bowls to Fletcher, etc. I've only just realised or noticed they both wear number 19. Here is the Nottinghamshire number 19 bowling to Nick Gubbins. First ball, I thought he'd nick that for all the world. Absolute jaffer from Luke Fletcher. No surprises that he's taken the first over, but we sort of had a little bit of a precursor to what might happen, because both he and Dane Patterson have been turning their arms over with Kevin Shine, the bowling coach, for about the last 10 minutes. So no surprise that he's right on the money, but that was a devilishly good ball first up after lunch, wasn't it?
Yes, and again it's that rough, isn't it? Or sort of worn areas where the right arms are coming round to the left-handers, that a little bit more unpredictable, isn't it?
Comes in again, Gubbins leaves it alone. So in all probability, well, I don't know, I was going to say, I'll just check back on what I was going to say. All probability this will be the last session. I guess if there's a stodgy period where the runs are hard to come by and they dry up, then we might see a little bit of life beyond the tea interval, with 118 more required. But if it races away from knots, it may well be the last session. Another good line bowled by Big Luke from around the wicket, as he strives to add to his match tally of 4 wickets. Did a decent job sporting Liam Patterson-White at the end of the Notts innings, Luke Fletcher. I'm not sure what he'll have, well, now he's a team man, he'll have very much bought into the idea of Dane Patterson going in ahead of him. Dane Patterson went out clearly with the intention of throwing the kitchen sink at absolutely everything, which he did, and for fun it was okay. He got to 11 off 11 before nicking behind. Next ball on its way now, and this is pushed back to the bowler.
Can I just quickly say, Dink Kanatra, who just emailed just before lunch, your message didn't come out, Dink, so if you're still listening, you might have to send that message again. It may download shortly, but it hasn't done since lunch, so apologies. silentcricket@gmail.com.
14 for 1. Watery sunshine, really, not that much warmth in it, as Gubbins gets a stride in, former Middlesex man, pushes it into the offside. Could have done Southampton a huge favour in the lunch interval, because I was going through one door as a fella who I instantly recognised as Kevin De Bruyne was coming through it the other way, and it was a catch weight contest. I could have wiped him out. I reckon I could have taken him. Yeah. Not a lot on him, you know. You see him as golden boy of football, but there he was. This one's gone through to the keeper. A couple of security guards around with the walkie-talkies. All the Manchester City players are being ushered into a meeting room ahead of their match. Not too far away this evening. Maiden for Luke Fletcher, 5 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 3. So he's done his bit. Now then, at this end we had Ollie Stone before the break. 4 overs, none for 11. With all due respect to Ollie, didn't really look as if he was going to blow them away. He will bowl this somewhere on more helpful surfaces, I think. So Notts have decided to go with Dane Patterson. The only thing that surprises me about that a little bit is that Dane bowled beautifully yesterday morning, but from the far end. I thought they might have brought Fletch to this end.
I agree. I think here he comes, right arm over. Middleton works that through mid-wicket. Now that's a good contest. I think that's going to win it, the ball. It does. First ball for Dane Patterson after lunch. A little bit of a loosener, a little bit too full middle and leg. Middleton put it away nicely. He moves on to 13, 18 for 1. I couldn't agree more. I think you've only got to look at that hour yesterday morning, and it was tough for the batters, the Hampshire batters, and yet they're both bowling opposite ends.
Yeah.
Which I guess it's one of those where you probably don't need to make too much of it until if Notts lose this game, and somebody might just say, well, okay, hang on a minute, how comes they've swapped ends? Here comes Patterson, bowls, fullish, driven up to mid-off by Middleton.
You're not of the viewpoint that, well, it's 22 yards in each direction then?
Well, obviously there is that, but I just think why,
there's
something
all sorts
that was
of things, like the crosswinds come into play and all sorts of things. Yeah,
but from a distance it would seem an obvious thing, but you're right, there are maybe other factors today that weren't in play yesterday. Here's Patterson, still got 2 slips though, as Middleton works that into the gap through mid-wicket again. That won't go this time, as the ball was slightly short of a length, but Middleton will pick up 2. And I think from a home supporter's point of view, to see an over like this and just eases 1 or 2 nerves. 112 needed to win, 20 for 1.
I don't know if Dane did bowl from this end at all in the innings. I can't remember. Certainly yesterday morning when he got his wickets, he was from the far end. Not sure from the first evening he bowled from this end or the other, but can sometimes be a little different, changing ends.
Turned away, and that'll be 4 more. That's a little 2-leg stump, and Middleton's put that away square on the leg side this time. Now, I haven't seen Fletcher Middleton bat a lot. He scored a lot of runs in the 50-over competition last year and looked good. This, of course, is a different kettle of fish with the red ball, but one of the areas that he was particularly strong was in that leg side, and Patterson in this over has been feeding it. 24 for 1, 108 needed.
Yes, he's very quickly made a mess of this over, hasn't he? 10 runs coming from the first 4 deliveries.
You don't need too many of those from a Nottinghamshire point of view. Here's Patterson bowls, just slight angle in. Middleton works that up to mid-on, and there's no run. Dink's come back to me, he's still listening, he says. soniccricket@gmail.com. He says, after a nearly 50-year wait, it is 50-year wait, this has to be Hampshire's season, especially with the world-class tack that we have. Apologies if you covered this yesterday, but the match between Essex and Middlesex had 4 as a significant number. Middlesex were 4 for 4. Yeah, we were following it, yeah. That was the score after 4 overs. 4 ducks at 4 for 4, and runs were made of 4 extras. As always, enjoying the commentary and have a brilliant season. We will do. Thank you, Ding. Outside the off stump, left alone by Fletcher, goes through to the keeper. End of the over, 10 runs off it. Middleton has 19 now, Gubbins has 5, 24 for 1, 108 more needed.
Yeah.
Bit of a blow, isn't it, really? It's you just don't, from a straight after lunch point of view, you don't need an over like that, do you, in the field? Do not need that at all.
No. I was just thinking what a sort of making of your correspondence comments there about
the falls.
if this is the the championship season for Hampshire. This one's steered to backward point. I guess probably not going to fear anybody being whisked away anytime soon for anything, so a chance for a bit of stability with selection. As you said, there's perhaps a need for Felix Organ, should he play in the next 2 or 3 matches, to get some runs. He's missed out here, 1 and 0, but should be a fairly settled side.
And that does make a difference, doesn't it, in the championship, Dave?
Got most bases covered. Here comes Luke Fletcher, bowls to Nick Gubbins, drives up to mid-on, no run.
There is definitely a school of thought around these parts that last year was, as you know, it was last year really the real year to win it, because it wasn't just the fact that, you know, players, well, the bowlers put in a great effort. It was the fact that, you know, you think it's your year when you win 1 or 2 games that you didn't think you were going to win.
Yeah.
I.e. when the rain comes literally 2 minutes after you've just won a game that was rain shortened anyway. Things like that.
Luke Fletcher round the wicket. Nick Gubbins has 5. Left-hander drives again up to mid-on, no run.
But I also think, Dave, that, you know, last year there were clearly 3 sides in Division 1 that were better than the rest, and they finished 1, 2 and 3. I think this year, and I include you guys coming up from Division 2, I think that the Division 1 is a little bit more competitive this year, and even the other sides that survived in Division 1 have strengthened. So I think whatever happens this year, it's a little harder to win it.
Three dots so far for Fletcher. Make that 4. As goes through to Tumbling Tom, the Notts wicket keeper. 24 for 1 it remains. Further 108 required for a Hampshire victory.
Or 9 wickets for a Notts victory.
Well, yeah.
I don't think Patterson will bowl another over like that again.
Just wonder if they've had a chat. The other end suited me better, Skip. Luke Fletcher in to bowl to Gubbins. Again, happy to leave it alone. 24 for 1. Fletcher's bowled 11 dots since lunch, and 10 runs came from the over in between.
Yeah. I mean, Luke Fletcher's bowling well here, but he doesn't seem to get quite the same kiss off the surface that he got this end. And it wasn't every ball; it was just the odd one. But he's bowling accurate.
Yeah,
no doubt about that. But I don't know. They had the X factor yesterday morning, both of them.
Final ball of this over. Ball's now, and Gubbins happy to defend, and another maiden for Luke Fletcher. There is a, you know, word gets around the county circuit, and you know, with regards to Luke Fletcher, it's amongst the top order batters of other county sides. It's don't take liberties against Luke, and very often starts off like this: 6 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 3. If you remember yesterday, I made the point, whatever he'd bowled 6, 7 overs, he hadn't bowled a maiden, which was un-Luke-like. This is more of his sort of start to an innings: 6 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 3, and it enables Stephen Mullaney just to keep a little bit of control, and we'll be hoping Dane Patterson can do the same now from this end.
Runs away from us and bowls. It's a good length. Middleton pushing forward up to mid-on. Ball just shaping in. Lyndon James there at mid-on with the cap on.
There's always the old the difference between a genuine in-swinger and reverse swing, that certainly nips it back quite prodigiously.
He reminds me a little bit with his action. Who was the South African that played at Northants? Andrew Hall. He reminds me a little bit of him with his bowling action. Yeah. Yeah, was that a fair?
Yeah.
Comes in and bowls, and sort of skiddy type stuff. That's driven a little harder this time, but straight to Lyndon James at mid-on. Not a big jump into the crease, more sort of running in and quick arm over. Andrew Hall was very much like that.
Very good player, wasn't he, for a number of years?
Yeah, all sort of shoulder, aren't they? You know, all shoulder when they bowl.
Change to the field here with deep extra cover brought up on the 1, and Liam Patterson-White, who was at cover, is now catching at short mid-wicket.
Yeah, I think that's a good move. If he's going to predominantly just shape the ball in here, as Patterson bowls, it's 2-leg stumpish that's turned away nicely. Then they may get 2 here, split the field. That's well stopped on the rope, down at backward square leg.
That was a result of the field change, wasn't it? It was more leg-sided because he'd got a man there on the leg side, and that would have just momentarily passed through his mind and brought the inevitable drag down.
Yeah, Mullaney's just having a word with Patterson there as well. Sometimes you take a fielder out on the offside and it makes you bowl straighter because you don't want to be giving too much width. But the field has been brought across because the ball is just ever so slightly shaping in. And if Middleton just falls over the shot refraction, then the ball will go in the air if he clips it through mid-wicket. Here comes Patterson bowls. It's a straighter one in terms of shaping, as though it was going to be a little straighter. That's where Patterson's good. Few balls where the ball is just threatening to shape in, and that one just pitches and just holds its line. Well, it doesn't have to be a lot, just enough to catch the edge.
He's been the standout batter in the game, Fletcher Middleton. He's got the top score from the first innings, but 21 from 29 balls in this innings, 21 out of 26 for one.
Yeah. There's Patterson again. There's the one that straightens, it wraps Middleton on the pad. Big shout. Was there a slight edge onto the pad? Was it a fraction too high?
Yeah, I thought that height might have been a question mark over
just
that one.
But there's the danger that Patterson holds, in that you think the ball is just going to angle into you a little bit, so you're looking to clip it away on the leg side because you think by the time it reaches you it's middle and leggish, but it just holds its line, so in the end you're playing slightly across it. So there's where you have to be careful, and that's why Dane Patterson is such a good bowler. Comes in and bowls again on the line of off stump. Middleton pushes forward out on the offside, hits the bat a little harder with that one. 26 for 1, better over from Patterson, 2 overs for 12 he has. So it's 2 runs off that one. Hampshire need another 106.
Yes, in a way that that first over that Patterson bowled, it'll have him bristling, it'll have got him severely focused now on the job at hand. Not that he wouldn't have been before, but he knows the challenge of Fletcher Middleton, what he presents. Did something about it with the field placing, getting that catcher in there. There's Fletcher round the wicket again to Nick Gubbins, who drives crisply up to mid-off. There's no run. I think that's Calvin Harrison on the field again. He's almost done as much fielding out there as anybody in this particular contest. Sub-fielder who had a little introduction to county cricket with Hampshire in 2020.
I think it was COVID year, T20s.
Yeah.
It's an all right bowler, actually. You know, sometimes in T20s, players don't seem to, you know, if it's not quite going your way, you don't show what you can do because it's such a quick tournament. Oh, we're going to have a ball change.
Yes, and ignore everything I said, because that was Ollie Stone who did the fielding, not Calvin Harrison. I've not quite yet been able to pick out the mannerisms and everything of Ollie Stone in the field. It'll come. He did actually look more of Calvin Harrison's gait as he did the long barrier to stop that one, but you're quite right. They've had a look at the ball, and Luke Fletcher's passed it to the skipper, and the skipper's passed it to the umpires, and the 2 umpires are having a chat, and Liam Patterson's white has come across to throw in his 3 bobs worth. And can I have a look at the ball? Yeah, look, it's, yeah, right, let's go and get the, and we'll have a number of potential replacements that are round about 12.1 overs old, and we'll change it again. I know you've been keeping tally. Is that about 6 different we've had?
Well, it's the second one today. 163 for 9 in the 59th in the Nottinghamshire second innings this morning when it was changed. Yesterday, we had one at 187 for 6 in the 64th in the Hampshire first innings. That might have been the only one yesterday. I'm sure there was another one there somewhere. I might just have missed that. And on the first day we had one 87 for 3 in the 25th in the Hampshire first innings. So this is about the 4th or 5th ball change. And I have to say, this is going to be the pattern throughout the season. I may very well fall asleep at ball changes come about July.
We've not had any camera issues as far as we're aware. I did fear that might be a bit of a problem.
Yes.
Umpire X, your camera isn't working.
Yeah, or it's pointing the wrong way.
Yeah, it's upside down.
Yes. Or it's not in focus. Could you refocus it?
I didn't tell Melissa. Well, on the first day, predominantly, when she passed me a camera to take that photo of her and Stuart Broad, when she gave it to me and held it up, it was actually on as Fletcher comes in and bowls, and Gubbins pushes it back. It was actually on, what do you call it, selfie mode. So as I went to click it, I could just see a picture of me, and I thought, should I? that would be the ultimate. Yeah, you wanted a photograph. How's that one? That would have been the ultimate, wouldn't it? Really. Yeah. It's 1:59, and I've got to do an update at 2 o'clock. So that's me for a moment.
Yeah, we'll see you a bit later, Dave. 106 needed. Emily Windsor will be back in alongside me as Fletcher comes in with the second ball of this innings, and Gubbins trying to cut that away on the offside, doesn't time it at all, and the ball trickles out to more or less a pretty standard cover area where Patterson White does the fielding. Welcome back, Emily.
Welcome.
It's the first time you've seen the ball change of 2023, isn't it?
I saw one earlier.
Oh, of course, earlier today.
We were discussing it.
Of course I was. Sorry, I forgot. I'm already over it. I'm over it already.
You're not though, because you're holding on to it.
Here comes Fletcher outside the off stump. Good leave. Ball just came back a fraction at Gubbins. Good bounce as well. Ball's bouncing a bit more.
And the thing with the ball changes here as well, like if it was an inappropriate ball change, it wouldn't happen. So it clearly is an issue with the balls. But to have that many balls in, we're only 12 overs into an innings, and to change a ball, and it's not like it's been carted all over the ground either. Just 26 scored by Hampshire. It's pretty unusual.
Well, it does feel like already Gubbins gets a good stride in, punches that up towards mid-off. It already feels like we're going back to last year, where it was just so annoying.
If not worse. I don't think I've seen one at 12 overs in an innings last year.
No, well, you're right. I mean, we funny enough, we spookily said on day one, oh, these balls seem to be all right. And then around about sometime after 5:30 on day one, they changed the ball. So we spoke a little bit too early.
You jinxed it then.
Well, we did, but
commentator's curse on the balls. Is that a thing?
Ball change. Commentator's curse on everything, really. Gubbins gets a length ball, quietly pushes forward. End of the over. Another maiden to Fletcher. He's bowled 7 overs now.
And 5 of them are maidens.
Yeah, 1 for 3. I've said this once or twice, but it must be another little girl over there in a pink top who's going to have a little bowl, I think, on the bone there. I just love to see all this. All the youngsters. Well, maybe she's not going to have a bowl, she's just bouncing the ball up and down. But it's so good to see. There's been a few youngsters on that side of the ground, on the right hand side of the ground, over the last couple of days that have had a bit of a bat, a bit of a bowl, and so fun to watch.
Yeah, they were under the stand, bouncing them against the walls as well. Dane Patterson in, and that's thick outside edge that will race away down to third man by Fletcher. Middleton moves to 25, a nice applause in the crowd. 30 for 1.
That's well played and well bowled, wasn't it? Because that there would have been very tempting just to drive through the, on the up there. And because the ball held its line, that would have carried. That would have been an edge that would have carried, but he kept the bat at an angle, played it late, which kept the ball down.
Faultless, Kev.
Well, as he said. But that's a really good bit of cricket all round, that.
Patterson then. Number 2 on his back from the hotel end into Middleton, bowls and just pushes into the offside for no run. It's been a real mix of a crowd here, actually. I think it's been a very good crowd for a county championship game. As you said, it's obviously Easter holidays, so throughout there's been a variety of children, mixture of watching the game and running about on the top above the stands here at the Ageas Bowl.
Lovely way to spend Easter, isn't it? I think I read something that said there was about 16 million passenger journeys yesterday or something like that. But because we're outside Southampton, it felt quite quiet here.
Again, pushed into the offside by Middleton. He looks composed, doesn't he? He's really impressed me in this game. He's really taken his opportunity, which is really important when there's other players competing for that opening batting spot. Ian Holland, who is in the side, did it last year. Obviously Joe Weatherly, a name potentially we didn't expect to be left out this side. Fletcher Middleton got the nod.
There's a spot there for somebody, isn't there?
Patterson in, and that's again just played softly down to third man on top of the bounce, just picks up a single. He moves to 26, 101 required for Hampshire to win, 9 wickets for Nottinghamshire. I suppose as well, Felix Organ opening the batting, 2 under par performances today. You're not going to drop him after 1 game and bring potentially Joe Everly back in, but it's good that there's competition for those places. But it would be nice from a Hampshire perspective to have a settled opening pair.
Yeah, as well as Holland and Organ played at times last year, you never felt it was...
It's Patterson in, and that's played to a vacant mid-wicket. Gubbins picks up a single. He'll move to 6. 100 required then to win for Hampshire.
I don't think you ever felt that it was the opening partnership for seasons to come. I don't know. It's probably being slightly unkind, because at the end of the day, if you put in the performances, then you'll be there. But some good performances they did put in. But I think overall, when you look back, you just think, is that an area that can be improved?
Mid-wicket in tight as it's bowled and left alone outside the off stump by Middleton.
Just look at Organ last year. I know I mentioned this sort of day one, but Felix Organ averages 24 in the first class in Championship cricket. This is his 34th game, but he actually averaged 31 last year. So to be fair to him, he improved a fair bit, not as much as some of the Notts players, and some of the Notts players' averages last year were way beyond their career. And then you look at Ian Holland, who opened the batting. He has a Championship average of 25, but only averaged 22 last year. So they almost cancelled each other out. Here's Fletcher, bowls round the wicket. Gubbins drives up to mid-off. He wants to run, but it's not hit strongly enough, really.
I think if you look at the Hampshire side, that middle order, Gubbins, Vince, Dawson, Brown, that's such a set middle order, isn't it? They're experienced. Yeah. They've really taken to their roles, so there's not going to be much change in that. The other 2 batters in the squad sat in the wings are Tom Preston and Aaron Donald, both of which I'd really like to see in the Championship side at some point, especially Tom Preston, the young, exciting player.
So Fletcher short, he's trying to pull that one. In fact, it was a slow bouncer, and Gubbins is through the shot, and the ball bounced 2 or 3 times through to keeper Tom Moores on the offside. That was weird. I'm not sure he meant to bowl a slower ball bouncer. I think it's just the way it came off the pitch, but Gubbins was through the shot before the ball had even arrived. Yes, there are people waiting in the wing, but of course it's the makeup of the side that you have to think about. And I know they were wrestling with that decision before this game, and in the end decided to go with the extra bowler, and I think it's very much to protect the big 3, to stop them being too overworked. Here comes Fletcher again outside the off stump, and that's left alone. But when you look at, you say about the middle order, but I mentioned the 2 openers, but the middle order didn't really pull up any trees. I mean, the best way to say what the middle order did last year was they did what they say on the tin, because nobody really went beyond that. If you look at James Vince, in actual fact, he averaged 38 last year, 1 less than his career.
But is that a reflection on the pitches that they played on?
But it's the same for everybody.
Result pitches.
Same for everybody, isn't it, really? I mean, but you look at the Notts. You're right. All right. So Notts play half their games at home, and they're good pitches to bat on. But outside the off stump, and there's let alone. But I mean, some of the Notts averages were way beyond their careers. I mean, you just take Mullaney, 34 career, 52 last year. I mean, and that wasn't the only example.
But all I would say is Hampshire won the most games in the county championship last year. So although we look directly at averages and performances, people stood up and won games of cricket for them, and I think results are the most important thing. But I think the exciting thing for Hampshire is all these people that are waiting in the wings. You talk about the big 3, a bit like they're the big 5, like animals.
That's outside the off stump and left alone again, slightly closer to the off stump. What, the big 5 cats, or what they call it? No, the big 5, what are they? Is elephant?
Rhinos, one surely.
Rhinos, yeah. Lions or something, isn't it?
This is testing our
just
animal knowledge. But
yeah, we're not quite Steve. What's his name? The wildlife guy.
You're asking me a question. Getting
Steve
Dr. Google
Brackshaw
out.
or something. His name is. He's the big one for that, isn't he?
But just this Hampshire squad, I think the depth of it, we didn't really see much of it in the bowling front last year. Obviously Brad Will, Scott Curry waiting in the wings for an opportunity as well.
Outside the off stump, left alone. Lion leopard, black rhinoceros, African bush elephant, African buffalo. Is that something like that anyway? I thought giraffe might be in there somewhere. Which animals are considered the big five? Here we go. Lion, leopard, rhino, elephant, African buffalo. That's what you were referring to, wasn't it? You knew all five of those, didn't you?
Yeah, obviously. It's you calling them a big three, just wrong, you know.
I'm going to say that about next time I see Mo Abbas. I'm saying Emily Windsor's calling you a big rhino.
No, I don't think Mo Abbas would be the rhino. I reckon he's like a leopard, you know. Quite elegant as he runs in. I'm going to get some pace back into the attack. Speaking of pace, leopards are quick. So is Ollie Stone in the England pace development contract. It's an exciting seam bowler in English cricket at the moment. He's got number 9 on his back, fluorescent orange boots, and he charges in as he bowls. That's on the pads, whipped nicely to a deep mid-wicket by Fletcher Middleton. That will be the total now, under 100 to win, so 99 to win. Nottinghamshire still need 9 wickets.
Patterson out the attack after 3 overs, none for 18. The first over went for 10. I'm just wondering if it's more the fact that he is going to bowl from the pavilion end rather than just being whisked out of the attack just because he's bowled 3 overs. I think, you know, he got better, didn't he, into his second and third over. I can't believe that it's nothing more than maybe swapping ends. We'll have to wait and see. Fletcher's bowled either side of lunch 8 overs. Maybe he's going to have a little break soon.
Stone then coming around the wicket to the left-handed Gubbins, bowls, and that's jagged back and hit him. A few rightly applauds from the slip. They're getting stuck into him there. That has nipped back into the left-handed Nick Gubbins. Those footholes you were referring to earlier, Kev, for the left-hander. With the extra pace of Ollie Stone, hitting one of those, come back and hope that didn't miss his thigh pad.
Yeah. But that's the thing, isn't it, really? You know, he knows what's in front of him there, and you know, if you're playing forward to a guy at this pace, you're not quite sure what part of the bat's going to hit, if at all.
And he comes quicker, this from Stone, fired in to Nick Gubbins, but solidly in defence. Slinging action, that from Stone.
So if you've listened to him, I've listened to him do a couple of interviews, one during pre-season for Notts, and last night he spoke to the Notts website. Speaks very well. Speaks very well.
I think to have fast bowlers to watch in a county championship is exactly what we want. I think the future of English cricket, particularly at the moment, is attacking, is taking wickets, and you can see every ball he runs in, he's trying to do that. As he comes round the wicket into Nick Gubbins' bowls, left alone outside the off stump, but that's bounced in front of Tom Moores, the keeper. He did well to get a knee to it, and Ben Duckett was quick to that to clear up, so the dot ball.
There's the lack of pace in this track as well, which doesn't help. Unpredictability a little bit, I suppose, if it's hitting a bit of the rough, but even so, it's a bit disheartening, isn't it, when you're bowling, trying to bowl as quick as you can like he is, and it's two bounces through to the keeper.
Another cricket game going on to our right, on the gantry. 2 young children having a throw and catch. A Stone in, bowls, and he's tried to pull that. A cry of catch it. It's gone straight up in the air. Nothing's happened, but first sign of aggressions from Nick Gubbins.
For me, that was slightly ambitious. I think because of the slightly unpredictable nature of the pitch, he's trying to pull a ball there that isn't that short. You can't really know at what pace that's going to come through off the deck, or maybe what height, simply because of those rough marks outside the off stump on that line. For me, that was slightly ambitious.
Could have been similar to that Ben Brown dismissal in the first innings, going for a pull shot, hitting on the pad, giving out LBW.
I just think he's getting a little frustrated here, Nick Gubbins.
He's 6 off 42 as Stone in again, bowls down the leg side. Will be no run, taken well by Tom Moores, end of the over. Just 1 run from it. 99 to win for Hampshire. The sun is out, blue skies.
See there, you know, that's the unpredictable nature of the pace of the pitch there. That's gone through quite quickly. I know it's a little straighter, in fact 2 straight because it went down the leg side, but that went through quite quickly. So, you know, trying to pull deliveries that aren't that short. Gosh, you're taking a little bit of a risk unless it's very short. John HD has been in touch on the email, cricket@gmail.com, under the heading of kiddies playing cricket. Just backing you up on your observations on the kiddies playing on the sidelines. It's brilliant. Mine grew up around the last decade of Northam's Road. That was Hampshire's old ground. Fondest memory being Merv Hughes in the mid-90s. That's outside the off stump from Fletcher, and Middleton leaves that one alone. Playing the Merv Hughes playing the baddie with the kids. He pulled a fierce face to my 10-year-old boy, and he nearly ran a mile. I can imagine that would have been slightly scary. Middleton has 27 from 37. Gubbins 6 from 43. I think that's why he's getting maybe just a little tetchy on the crease. Nick Gubbins. He's punched some nice shots off the front foot up to mid-off and mid-on, but can't seem to find the gaps or the singles just to keep the scoreboard moving. Middleton pushes forward, goes out on the leg side.
And I just thinking about that and just looking at the 2 players in front of us, Winters, Fletcher, Middleton. He said in his interview yesterday he spent some time in South Africa in the winter. So he had time in the middle in Cape Town. Nick Gubbins is one of the few Hampshire players, to be honest with you, that have stayed here and had a winter. And we know the preparation for all counties this summer has been not outside, has it? The weather in March was awful. They did go to La Manga, but in the end they didn't get any game time. So potentially that early season rustiness from Gubbins.
Fletcher right arm over from the pavilion end. Middleton pushes forward, out square on the offside.
And I guess, could it be the benefits of those players that do go abroad, because there was quite a few of them, and Aaron Donald I think went to South Africa as well, who's not in the side today, that spending time out in the middle,
well, there's that,
prepares you well.
Yeah, I agree. You know, if I'm honest, just looking at what we're seeing out there, to me, Middleton looks the more experienced player. He to me, gives me a little bit more confidence at the moment. He doesn't seem to be phased. The fact that the bowling is very accurate at the moment. I just get the feeling that Gubbins, he's looking for something. Middleton just pushes that one up towards mid-on. You know, Gubbins is the more experienced player by a million miles. I mean, he's over 100 championship matches. Middleton in his first. And yet, right at this moment in time, Middleton fills me with a bit more confidence.
Shows you the type of game cricket is, though, isn't it? Yeah. Middleton's off the back of a brilliant first innings total. It was 59 in the end, wasn't it? So just out of your first knockout on grass, on your debut, getting 59, you're going to have some confidence, trust your game. We can see that.
Outside of the off stump, there's the ball that just nips away a fraction, and you have to be careful that you're not following it. He doesn't on this occasion, although Middleton's demise was such a delivery to Patterson, one that just moved away on him.
I wonder how much it affects the bowlers as well, spending a lot of time bowling in the indoor school, that transition onto grass. Everything just feels a little bit different, doesn't it?
Yeah, of course it does. It's one thing to be doing that, where there's no wind, there's no temperature changes, there's nothing. It's quite a pleasant atmosphere to be bowling in, isn't it? Everything's in your favour as Middleton pushes forward. It's only when you're outside, and it's 5 consecutive maidens. Thank you, Dave Bracegirdle, for Luke Fletcher. He's never one to miss anything that Luke Fletcher does. In fact, I'm sure that when Dave Bracegirdle's at home in the evening, he's texting Luke Fletcher to say, "What are you doing at the moment, mate?" 9 overs, 7 maidens, 1 for 3.
Bowling maidens is what he replied.
He is doing. But yeah, we wouldn't be saying that at 8 o'clock at night if Dave texted him. Unless he's playing a late evening game, of course, or something. So 99 needed to win. It's slow going all of a sudden, and we're used to seeing periods of play where the bowling's accurate and batting is not the easiest.
Ollie Stone will be bowling to Gubbins, and that's in, and that's pulled, but straight to mid-on. That's the nature of the pitch, slightly slower onto the bat. It's not quite timing it as Nick Gubbins. But Fletcher's role in this attack shouldn't be underestimated. Having that amount of consecutive maidens allows the bowler at this end, Ollie Stone, which we know is attacking, to run in and bowl quickly.
I've just had a text from a certain member of the Hampshire team, I won't say who's just put me right on the big 5 animals. Lion, leopard, elephant, buffalo, rhino.
There's Ollie Stone into Gubbins bowls, and that's pushed into the onside. Will be a single. Here moved to 7. 98 to win for Hampshire, 9 wickets for Nottinghamshire. And does that certain player want me to align the big 5 with the current seam attack? Or you to do it, actually? I'll let you take the
I wouldn't dare. I wouldn't dare.
34 for 1.
I'll never get another interview for the rest of the season.
It's all right. You can go on Grandad daycare. That could be your new job role.
Nice, isn't it? You're bringing up that Grandad thing again.
Ollie Stone, right arm over from the hotel end into Fletcher Middleton. Just pushes it up to mid-off. Will be no run.
Now, the only analogy we used was big 3, the big 3 bowlers for Hampshire. And then you sort of then saying they're like the big 5 animals.
Because they all bring something different.
They do. Something that you want to go and see and experience.
Yeah, look at that. We've sold it. Hampshire need to...
We've sold it.
Buy into that. But we do need to fit 2 more animals in to make it 5, to make it work. Ollie Stone then pumping his arms in, and that's worked towards mid-wicket. They think about a single. They've already had 1 mix-up, these 2, so they're not going to take that.
Just got another text here from somebody else who says, who's just named that said Hampshire player. And it's exactly right.
I feel like you could take
a
guess.
Somebody that would know.
Yeah, I feel like you could take a guess.
Somebody that would know.
I don't know who it is because it's on your phone, but I could
somebody
take a
that
guess.
might have those big 5 literally as next door neighbours. That would be a frightening thought, wouldn't it, to have them as next door neighbours?
Or as a pet,
I would be frightened. I would be frightened to go outside the front door if they were my next door neighbours.
Ollie Stone into Fletcher Middleton. That's driven nicely up to mid-off. Diving stop by the captain, Mullaney. There's been no run. Good timing again from Middleton. Does that mean you're frightened when you interview those players? When you have to come across them?
I'm always frightened when I interview players with huge reputations. I always feel intimidated.
Whereas we've got Dave, who goes up to probably one of the Nottinghamshire big 5 and says, can I take a photo of you with my co-commentator?
I've seen Dave operate not just with professional cricketers but with other professional sports people. He's at home with anybody.
Stone in bowls, and that's pushed to mid-on. No run again. Great over from Ollie Stone, just 1 run from it. Nottinghamshire really grinding these 2 batters out, keeping it tight. There's no easy runs. 98 to win for Hampshire. Gubbins at the crease alongside Fletcher Middleton.
I keep getting a few messages at the moment saying who they think the Hampshire player is. At the moment, the ones I've got are all right. 34 for 1 then. 98, Hampshire starting out in their second innings, needing 132. Lost Felix Organ in that half an hour before lunch. Caught in the slips by Ben Duckett. He's had bucket hands, hasn't he, Ben Duckett, in this game? He was out for no score, 6 for 1. Hampshire lunching at 14 for 1. Patterson has switched ends, as we thought he might. Bowls to Gubbins, who plays that back to the bowler, and there's no run. So we are now back to where Dane Patterson was at his most potent in that first hour yesterday morning, bowling from that pavilion end.
Maybe we should ask the Hampshire listeners to get in touch and let us know what bowler relates to which of the big 5.
No, but I feel like I don't really want to read that out.
Well, it's not our responsibility.
Yeah. It's on the line of middle and leg, and Gubbins picks up a single. Big gap on the leg side there. For me, down at deep mid-wicket. Gubbins moves on to 8, 35 for 1, 97 runs needed.
The Manchester City bus has just gone down the hill, so it was stored right at the top of behind the pavilion, the ground, and the fluorescent blue bus. It's like they don't want their fans to know that they're coming. It's just gone down the hill, so one might expect them to be heading to St Mary's soon.
5:30 kickoff there. There's Patterson runs towards us and bowls. Middleton forward, thick outside edge, past a diving second slip, running down to third man. That's picked up by Ollie Stone. Gets the ball in quickly, keeps it down to a single. Again, Fletcher Middleton plays that well. Just make sure he doesn't push at that one, so the ball kept down. I think that's past a diving Duckett there.
He's done well in the slips, hasn't he?
He has done well, yes. He's grabbed everything. I think that's about his 3rd catch today. I'll have to look that up, but it's around about there, 3-4 maybe. But yeah, he's the one player you don't want to be edging. It's quite often when you edge the ball, you do look behind you, don't you, to see where the ball goes, and you quite often see the ball go into the slip's hands as you're out. That's off the back foot. Nice steer through extra cover from Gubbins. Nicely timed. I might just settle him down a little bit in this over. Picked up 3 or 4. Gubbins moves on to 10, 38 for 1, and yeah, I think if I was looking behind me after just edging it and seeing the ball making its way to Ben Duckett, I'd already be off.
4 catches so far in the game.
4 is it now? Sound on the text here saying, delighted I've picked Fletcher Middleton in my fantasy side. That's Oliver, thank you. Well, I'm not saying thank you, I'm not in your fantasy side, but I know what you mean. Gubbins picks up a quick single in front of square this time. There are some gaps there because the field is pretty deep set for some reason to Gubbins, as deep mid-wicket, deep cover. So if you do sort of get a stride in and push the ball in front of square, more often than not it's in the gap, which is just allowing Gubbins maybe to just settle a little bit, where he's just picked up 3 or 4 singles fairly quickly, and I think there was a 2 in there somewhere, and he's now moved on to 11. 39 for 1. If I was out there right now, I'd just feel a little bit better about myself. Slightly fuller, and Fletcher Middleton drives wide of mid-off. That's a lovely shot. Crowd enjoyed that one, you can hear that. Beautiful time shot. Didn't try and hit it too hard, just leant into that. Used the pace of the ball coming onto the bat. And that's another big over off Patterson. That's 6, that's 9. So 2 overs of Patterson's 4 have gone for 19. 4 overs, none for 27. 43 for 1, 89 needed.
Yeah, that was slightly overpitched and punished well by Fletcher Middleton. Straight out the middle of his bat again. He's on 32 now. Top scored for Hampshire in the first innings. Top scored in the game so far with 59. He looks comfortable and composed out there again. You wouldn't expect he was a debutant for Hampshire with the way he's playing.
You feel like you don't want to talk him up too much, do you really? I mean, you just sort of wait either till the end of the game or when he's out. But yeah, that's, he does look a plus, definitely.
Deep fine leg, deep square leg, and deep third man for Ollie Stone to Nick Gubbins as he comes right arm round the wicket and bowls that short down the leg side. Gubbins does try and go after it, but it's taken nicely by Tom Moores. I feel like this could be a little bit of a tactic here.
Well, yeah, I'm just thinking, when Ollie Stone bowls a little straighter, which means by the time it reaches Gubbins it's slightly down the leg side, the ball does seem to be coming off the surface a little quicker, which I guess is hitting part of the surface that isn't really so much worn. When it's a little bit more outside the off stump to the left-hander, we're then starting to get into those patches where the rough with the bowlers follow through. And it seems a little bit more unpredictable and certainly less pace.
Stone again running in, creeping behind the umpire to Gubbins bowls. That's Fuller
Shots.
driven nicely in a vacant mid-on. One of the shots of the day, that straight back down the ground. 4 runs to Nick Gubbins.
This has been a good last 5 minutes or so for Gubbins, isn't it?
85 to win now for Hampshire. It was a quiet period. Fletcher's come out of the bowling attack and the runs have started to flow.
Yes. Was it 7 maidens in his 9 overs? Yeah, I mean, Ollie Stone has relatively been expensive in this game. Relatively. Although his figures at the moment, runs per over, are way behind Patterson.
And he comes again. What will his response be? Fuller, and that's a big swat outside off stump. And it goes down to third man for a single.
It's a bit like the way Slater was out last night. You may not have seen that. Wideish ball from Barker. Had a slash at that outside off stump. It just come off the toe with a bat or something. Straight down Gubbins' throat at deep square point. And shades of that for a moment.
Got a bit excited there. Bit of width, throw your hands at it.
Which you can't blame him.
He's on 16 now though. But Middleton will face up to Ollie Stone. He comes back over the wicket. 4 fielders out to Middleton. And Stone in, bowls, and that's pushed to backward point. Will be no run.
Can I quickly read out a couple of emails before I go off, because I know Dave's coming back in soon. Ralph Brooker, who's in France, solentcricket@gmail.com. Hi Kevin, Emily. Watching on the Hampshire Cricket feed, live pictures, excellent cricket. Gubbins just needs to hang in. This was a few minutes ago, so he actually has hung in and It's got a second wind a bit. He's actually played well, showing his experience. Middleton, remember his dad, looking good on the onside. In the context, a platform is being built.
Stone at the top of his mark, into Middleton in defence, pushes into the offside. No was the shout from him. 84 to win for Hampshire. 9 wickets for Nottinghamshire. Just 1 wicket in this Hampshire second innings.
I think you were set off for 48 for 1, wouldn't you? That does give you something, chasing 132. Seb Van Leest has emailed suncricket@gmail.com. I'm just quickly going to get through this before I go. Thank you so much for your insightful commentaries. Thank you. For all the statisticians following the game, both Liams in this game are left-arm spinners and right-handed batters. True.
Stone past the umpire, bowls, Fuller delivery dug out well by Fletcher Middleton, end of the over.
Plus, Patterson White has bowled to Dawson. Is this a first in English county cricket? I don't get that last bit. But I don't know about left-arm spinners, right-handed batters. I think there's a few of those. Well, Sami Patel's one. Not.
Does he bat right-handed? Yes. Yes.
Does Patel? Yeah. Left-arm spin, right-handed batter, yeah. Right, end of the over. Now, who have we got now? As a jet just takes off from Eastleigh Airport away to our right.
That looks like quite a big one for
It's a big one for Eastleigh, yeah, it is, yeah. It's a small runway. I don't know what's happened in the last year, but I think there's been some movement, I think, about extending the runway. As Gubbins drives Patterson out on the offside. There's the gap through the covers, which just allows Gubbins to get off strike, and with only 83 needed. Yeah,
Is it they want them to drive? They want them to seek for that gap to create a wicket opportunity? That can be the only.
Could be. Push at the ball.
And they can't risk that going for 4. Oh, they're not going to have another ball chat here, Kev.
No, come on, that's
another 8 overs. This ball, their new ball.
Yeah, this is only 8 overs old.
Yeah, 8 overs out of a used ball packet.
This is getting very boring.
This
And
looks
we're only
like
the third
it
day
goes
of the
through.
season. No, it's going to get tossed back. Well done, Graham Lloyd. No, lad, you will bowl with that. Yeah, so just going back to that run, I think during the winter there's, don't quote me too much, but I know that the airport's been trying to extend the runway. There was judicial reviews and environmentalists doing this, that and that. And I think in the end, I think they have got permission to extend it. So I for one would be very pleased, rather than go up to Gatwick and Heathrow all the time. That's driven square on the leg side by Middleton, and he will pick up a single, and there's the 50 up for Hampshire. In the 21st over, for the loss of 1 wicket. And the total now, well, it's always been 132 to win since they started at around about 12:30 after bowling Nottinghamshire out for 177. Nottinghamshire, by the way, added 31 runs this morning for the loss of their last 4 wickets. Gubbins forward to Patterson, but the to-win total now is down to 82.
Really nice crowd in below us. You can hear the applause on the mic. The Hampshire fans enjoying this partnership.
Ah, right, I've just been put right on that last bit of the email. I've just been sent a message saying maybe the emailer meant first time it was Liam to Liam with same bowling and batting preferences. Thank you, John, for putting me right on that one. That's flicked away by Gubbins. That's down to Ollie Stone at fine leg. Gubbins moves on to 18, 51 for 1, 81 needed. There we are. Sometimes I do find it difficult to work things out, you know. I think when sometimes the things are written down, and maybe I just don't take it in sometimes. Did you work that out straight away?
Might be because you're becoming a granddad.
You are. How many more? You're gonna say that to me now for the whole time, aren't you? The whole summer. Going to be a granddad. You are a granddad.
I just can't wait for the lunchtime baby videos.
Patterson bowls. Middleton works that ball on the leg side. There are 2 on the drive on the leg side. One a deep short leg, and a short mid wicket. They obviously feel that Middleton who does like to play through that area. Maybe every now and then one just is in the air a fraction. Maybe he's just there just to put a bit of pressure on him. Probably a bit of both. 51 for 1 as Patterson from the pavilion end comes in again and bowls. Middleton gets one that just holds its line, just spews out on the offside, and there is no run.
I feel like it's one of those, isn't it, when you're new into first-class cricket, they're finding ways to work you out. They've started off with slips, sending that deep cover, trying to get him to drive, and now they're trialling that double mid-wicket as the 12th man has come on with lots of helmets for the Nottinghamshire players. So I imagine we're seeing a change of bowling. Tom Moores has got his helmet on, coming up to the stumps.
Patterson White with some slow left arm bowling into that rough to the left-hander.
The last wicket, Liam Dawson got a bit of turn.
Yeah.
Ended up bowling Patterson White himself. He'll be looking to do the same. Mullaney as a captain doing the standard pointing where he wants his field to go.
Ian Gregory has emailed us while we wait for the pads to go on there for the short leg fielder. Soniccricket@gmail.com says, Ian says, afternoon, he says, switching between slapping sunscreen on and wearing a woolly hat. Hoping we string this out a bit to avoid the busy trains home before the Saints game. Always a factor.
Great result for Portsmouth yesterday, you know, the 1-1 draw. All this Southampton chat. Thought I'd get the best club in the south in.
Which one's that?
Don't say Bournemouth.
Eastleigh.
Haven't at Waterloo though.
Not Portsmouth? Where you're from?
Portsmouth are by far the best.
Of course they are. Andy Stemp, who's emailed soniccricket@gmail.com, says, surely Kyle Abbott himself is one of the big five. Not sure which one I fear worst running at me. Keep up the fantastic commentary. Great to have you back.
Kyle Abbott, of course, is one of the big five because he's definitely one of the big three.
He's the big three here.
So
Abbas, Abbott and Barker, the big three.
Patterson White then, just still waiting for Haseeb Hamid to put his short leg fielders on. Short leg pads on.
Right, Emily Windsor is going to stay on. She's going to take my place. And just give it a minute or so. It's been a long... Hamid's taken ages to put those pads on. I think he's obviously struggled with the straps or the Velcro, whatever it is, but he's all right now. Close in as well. Here's Patterson White. Forward is Gubbins. Pushed out on the offside. And there is no run. 51 for 1 then. 81 more runs to win. Dave Bracegirdle is back, and then Emily Windsor.
Yes, Notts need to dry up the steady stream of runs that have flowed from the arms of Dane Patterson and Ollie Stoneley, and Patterson White into the attack. His first bowl. Bowling to Gibbons, couple of dot balls to begin his spell. Slip and a short leg there, Haseeb Hamid. There's a pleasing push into the offside, and another one is chalked off. As far as Hampshire are concerned, 52 for 180 more required.
Yeah, it's just not gone to plan for Nottingham so far. They needed wickets quickly to be in with a chance in this second innings, but you never know, a few quick wickets, the pressure could turn. But at the moment, these two look very comfortable at the crease.
Patterson White to the right-handed Fletcher Middleton, who's on 33. This one's just skewing off the outside portion of Fletcher Middleton's bat behind square. Patterson doing the fielding, no run.
Haseeb Hamid under the lid. Is he good in there? Is he a regular?
Yeah, he does it for the spinners, and Slater goes in there when they need one for the quicks. Little push up to mid-off here. And there's no run. Not seeing Lyndon James bowling. He had a brief Bowl in the first innings and got the prize scalp of James Vince. Might get a bowl here if nobody else has any success. Another single taken. Poor old Dane Patterson's not had the afternoon so far he would have wanted. Goes to ground there rather inelegantly, trying to prevent a single but can't. And a single from the last ball of the over. 2 from LPW's opening over. Hampshire 53 for 1 and runs to win now under 80. 79 more required. Chilly old afternoon at this end of the ground. Obviously, we're in the shade a little bit.
It was cold when I walked round. Actually, there's a bit of a breeze that we're actually not getting up here, which is rare.
Yeah, it was a lot warmer yesterday afternoon. Here's Patterson.
She comes into Middleton, and that's played back down the pitch. Will be no run.
Patterson 5 overs, none for 30.
He had an impressive spell from that pavilion end yesterday, didn't he?
Yeah.
Just hit his grooves.
Closing in on 500 first last wicket. He was on 491 at the start of this match, so he's now 6 away. Bagged 3 in the first innings.
From the pavilion end, scurrying in, Patterson to Middleton bowls, and that's played up to mid-on. Just bowling straight at him with those 2 really tight mid-wickets, a mid-on, deep mid-wicket, and a fine leg on that onside.
Been 1 or 2 notable performances I see around the county circuit for former Nottinghamshire players. Zach Chappell, who moved to Derbyshire during the winter, he scored 46 yesterday for Derbyshire in his first innings for his new counties. He's now got a 5 with the ball against Worcestershire, so he's having a debut to remember.
Patterson in bowls, and that's worked. Past square leg for a single by Middleton. He will move to 35.
Other Nottinghamshire players, or ex-Nottinghamshire players, that are enjoying it. Billy Root got a century for Glamorgan. Cheteshwar Pujara had a season with Notts. He got a ton for Sussex. I saw Matt Milnes did a spell of night watchman. He's moved over the winter from Kent to Yorkshire. He scored 75 with the bat as a night watchman.
Night hawk. Was he a night hawk?
So there's
Patterson in round the wicket to Gubbins. That's on the leg side. Worked in the same place on the other side of the field with the left-handed batter for a single. Gubbins to 20. 77 required to win for Hampshire. 9 wickets for Nottinghamshire.
You'll have to enlighten me on this nighthawk. I see it here, there and everywhere, usually associated with Broad. What's that all about then? What's a nighthawk?
Can you not ask the man himself? He's the one who came up with it. I think it basically means instead of a watchman, they're going hard at the ball. They're going to score some quick runs. As he's in bowls, driven sweetly by Middleton down the ground, over pitched by Patterson, and he's not going to miss out on that. He moves to 39, and Middleton looks fantastic out there, and that brings up the 50 partnership. 110 balls, 53 runs. Middleton and Gubbins playing nicely out there.
Yes, they've broken the back of it, haven't they, with this partnership. When Felix Organ went, Notts might have just felt, well, that's a door slightly opened just before lunch. Can we build on it?
Patterson in again, in defence this time from Middleton. Just up to mid-off, end of the over. 73 to win for Hampshire, 9 wickets for Nottinghamshire. These 2 looking comfortable in the crease.
Alex has been in touch, Ageas Cricket. I'm following live from Vancouver. Well, that's the way for my birthday. Come on, Notts, he says. Well, enjoy your trip, Alex. Enjoy your birthday. Don't let the result here, or the likely result, spoil your trip to Vancouver. But it does seem as if 59 for 1 with only 73 more required. This may well be the last session of the match. Nottinghamshire, it's almost like trying to stop the tide at the moment. Runs are flowing quite freely. And Patterson White just trying to get the right field setting here for Gubbins, who's been quite content to go under the radar, play Second fiddle to Middleton. Oh, he's gone for a reverse here. A huge LBW shout for Liam Patterson-White. Nobody in the Notts camp supporting him. Didn't think there was an awful lot going for it as Nick Gubbins tries to do a ducket, a reverse sweep, but got nothing on it. Slightly dangerous shot with Luke Fletcher there lurking at backward point. Might have hit it straight to him had he made a connection.
Like he's trying to counteract that little bit of rough that's outside the off stump for the left-handed batsman, but I feel like Duckett, he's got to be one of the best at that shot in the country, hasn't he? See it in England colours as well as Nottingham.
There is Patterson-White, England Lion. This time a conventional sweep. He's got it away nice and fine. There'll be at least a couple will be cut off. So Nick Gubbins is into the 20s, on to 21. 61 for one, and the home county here on their way to victory requires 71 more.
Mulaney at first slip, just waving his arms. And the fielder's in that right position.
Patterson-White bowls, and this time another LBW shout. And again, the umpire doesn't find anything too much that he agrees with. Taps his knee, leg by taken.
Getting that pad outside the line, isn't he?
Yeah. 62 for one. Must be all sorts of things that the umpire has to weigh up when somebody goes down and attempts a reverse sweep and it hits him on the pad.
There's a lot going on there, isn't
there?
There to even be able to watch the ball and make the decision. Fair play to them.
Patterson-White bowls. This is it back to the bowler. You fear for the club umpires as well, because I'm sure there are club players out there practicing the reverse sweeps, ready to launch on unsuspecting attacks when the club season opens. It's another single, a push and run into the offside. 63 for one. Wouldn't imagine there's too many leagues that have started round about now. There's some friendlies taking place, I'm sure, but not too many leagues will have started now. But
especially not with the recent weather conditions.
No.
I can't imagine too many club grounds are ready to go.
There'll be a few league umpires just suddenly thrown into panic as somebody is it on the pad attempting a reverse sweep. Of course, they've got to contend with mancads as well, haven't they? The league umpires. That I think that's going to create all sorts of havoc out there.
You in favour of that, Dave?
No, no. I would. Me personally, I would. You know, I've tried one or two scurrilous things on a cricket field in the past, but I would never resort to mancadding somebody. I would warn them. I'd ask the umpire to warn them. But I wouldn't claim a wicket that way. But I know others think it's fair game, and if a batter leaves the crease, run him out. But no, if I can't get him out.
Change of bowling then from the pavilion end.
It is LJ.
Lyndon James into the attack to Fletcher Middleton bowls, and that's played to one of those two tight mid wickets. Good length that with the field he has set.
Yeah, talk to Kev about the change of ends. We saw how well Luke Fletcher bowled from this end, Dane Patterson from the far end in the first innings. Lyndon James got his out his only spell from this end, and he bowled James Vince with an absolute beauty. But now he's having a go from the opposite end to which he excelled yesterday, or the first day, whenever it was.
It's all blurred into one for you, Dave. As James in bowls, and in defence by Middleton to the offside, will be no run. We've had a reply. We were talking about the Hampshire Big Five. We actually called it the Big Three seam attack, and we wasn't sure which animal to label our seamers to. And Phil Webbs said Abbas, the leopard, always on the spot. Abbott, the rhino, when he's on the charge, you absolutely know it.
There's some thought gone into this, isn't there? Who's this, Phil?
Phil. I'll come back to the other three.
Get out more, Phil.
James in, and that's a run down to fine leg for a single. Fuller, the lion, the main man. Bit of a bite with the bat as well. The buffalo, the barker, big, strong and reliable.
If he's not gone Felix the cat, I'll be disappointed.
Elephant, Dawson, particularly useful in Indian conditions. There we go. Hampshire Big Five.
Just save your best work for just a moment, because just before the football kicks off, I've got to go and do an update for Radio Nottingham.
No worries. So very impressive that from Phil Webb. And Joe agreed. She had the same but hadn't allocated anyone in the elephant, but Liam Dawson is the man. As James into Gubbins, bowls, left alone outside the off slump. Will be no run. 68 required for Hampshire. 9 wickets for Nottinghamshire, but Hampshire in the commanding position. The 1 wicket to fall was Felix Organ. In this innings, he went off the bowling of Fletcher, caught in the slips by Duckett for naught.
Loving those descriptions of the Big Five.
See, we could have come up with that creativity, Kev, but James in bowls, and that's driven out to the deep cover by Gubbins. He moves to 22. Scores 65 for 1. That rustling you can hear is Kev with his pack of sweets on his break.
We've almost finished the bag that Dave brought on day 1.
That's impressive. I saw how big that bag was. Are we blaming Mel's story?
Everybody. You've had some.
I've had 2.
I thought you were supposed to be eating properly, part of the women's regional setup.
James into Fletcher. That's driven past mid-wicket, but up to mid-on. Will be no run. There's 3 fielders there in that region. So no wonder it's a dot ball, but that's the end of the over. 67 to win for Hampshire.
To be honest, the times I've seen you over the years, you've had a burger, you've had...
energy, Kev, energy.
Yeah,
it's all about the gains.
Ice creams.
Okay, we can't excuse those. You're lying. 65 for 1 then. Very muted out there from Nottinghamshire. Body language, hands in the pockets, partly because it's cold, partly because this game is very much in Hampshire's favour at the moment. It's a left arm spin of Patterson White, played one-handed grab from Hamid.
Nothing out of the rough for him yet, is there?
How's
He hasn't bowled many balls at Gubbins, actually, is he? I think he has. Gubbins has tried to reverse sweep him once or twice.
Into the 3rd over. He's gone for a sweep and he's got hold of that. That's a couple of bounces for 4. Gubbins has been trying that sweep and he's connected with that one. He'll move to 26.
That almost took Hamid out. That would have taken Hamid with it. If that had hit him, I would. That's when you don't want to be a short leg, when you see shots like that.
I don't think that's the only time that you don't want to be a short leg. I don't think I'd ever want to be one.
I agree. Have you ever fielded short leg?
Absolutely not. I'd be the last person to get put there.
You don't get that so much, because it's one-day cricket. You don't get that in your game so much, do you? Not at all, actually.
I've only ever played with a short leg once, and that was with Katie George, who's a left-arm seamer running in, and it was for Hampshire, actually. We had a short leg put in, but I can confirm it wasn't me. There's Patterson White into Gubbins. It's hit him on the pad, appealing for LBW. But outside the line again. So dot ball.
Big stride, isn't it, as well?
63 required for Hampshire. Sun is shining down. I love that Big 5.
That's good, isn't it? It's been good fun, that.
Patterson White, 22 on his back in again, left arm spin. Just worked to fine leg. Quite a few oohs and ahs.
It's getting to that time now, isn't it, really, where unless something happens for Notts pretty quickly, it's going to be too late.
Again, just blows on his hands, Patterson White. A little skip past the umpire, bowls, and that's in defence by Gubbins, back down the pitch. 63 still required.
Bit of sunshine as well. Nice.
Starting to squint.
Yeah.
Hamid crouches at short leg into Gubbins, bowls off the back foot, plays to mid-wicket. Ben Duckett in there, always got some energy in the field and nearly takes out Hamid, throwing it back into the keeper.
It's got it from all angles.
End of the over, 69 for 1 Hampshire in this second innings.
Well, Gubbins looks more at ease now, doesn't he, really? There was a little time a while ago, wasn't he, where he was around the sort of 10-12 mark where he just felt he might have been getting a little anxious. In fact, it might have been just before he got to that sort of total, but he seems more at ease. There's a few gaps out there, I think, which has helped him. I'm not sure that field hasn't been too defensive at times to him, but when he gets on that front foot and pushes it out on the offside, there always seems to have been a gap.
Lyndon James to continue from the pavilion end to the right-handed Fletcher Middleton with a high back lift, just pushes into the offside. They pick up a single. Here move to 42. 62 to win. As Dave Bracegirdle, fresh from his update, joins us.
I left you mid-big five. Did you get to the end of it?
We did. The big five. Liam Dawson was the finale.
You didn't have Felix the cat then for Felix Organ?
No. We should have.
Do you know Felix the cat? So it used to be a television advert for cat food.
As James into the left-handed Gubbins, just worked past the second slip, come through for a single shy at the bowler's end by Duckett. Still has the energy in the field, but comfortable single. Gubbins to 27, 71 for 1 Hampshire.
This would be a tougher task finding examples of UK wildlife to match them up to. The badger, the hare, the hedgehog.
Could keep going, couldn't we?
Nice bit of sunshine out there.
The tractors are still going on that nursery ground as well. As James comes in again, short ball ducked under by Middleton. Kept his bat high, but swayed out of the way of that one.
Yes, it's clearly not going to be a game on there today, but may well be tomorrow. They're just moving sight screens. There's been a lot of preparation and outfield being cut, ropes put out.
Second team game starts on that pitch on Monday.
Oh, it's on Monday, is it?
Yeah, it's been very wet out there. We've been doing our running sessions and stuff, and actually not yesterday and the day before you were running in puddles in part, so it'd be well to get that on as James in, and that's pushed in to the offside for no run. It was very wet over there. But it's drying out nicely with the nice weather we've had the past few days. As first games go in the county championship, it must have been one of the fair conditions you've had to not lose any play for rain. Just a few overs for light on the first day.
A year ago, Notts were at Hove, and it was bitingly cold, really chilly. But I think most of the years, the first round, it's been very, very warm.
James in, short ball pulled, but he's not got hold of that, and it bounced just short of one of the 2 mid-wickets. Hands on head by about every single Nottinghamshire fielder. Some hands are still on, but it was a dot ball after all that. Middleton's still there on 42.
I don't remember 2021 off the top of my head. Of course, 2020 we didn't get underway until the 1st of August because of COVID.
As Lyndon James at the top of his mark from that pavilion end into Middleton, bowls and in defence finds Hamid at extra cover, so will be no run. End of the over, just 2 runs from it. 61 required for Hampshire.
Yes, Notts have tried most things, but I think I'm right in saying this is now the highest partnership of the entire match. It's 65 they've put on. Certainly it's much higher than anything Nottinghamshire produced. Don't think Hampshire in their first innings got anywhere near 65 either, but almost that in itself is a bit of a pointer as to how this run chase has been managed nicely by Fletcher Middleton and Nick Gubbins, who's on strike for Liam Patterson-White. Partnership 65. Gubbins has scored 27 of them. Middleton's outscored him 36 in this partnership. First ball is defended. 61 runs to win, and we just passed the halfway mark in the day's allocation. 47 overs left. Don't think we'll need them all. Next ball on the reverse. Cries of catch, but nobody's going to catch that because it's clattering into the white advertising boards at the base of the Shane Warne stand. One advertising motor cars, and that'll have to be fetched. 4 more to Nick Gubbins, who moves
He's been trying to get hold of that one for a little while.
Yep.
And that one he did.
57 required.
So we've seen a paddle, a reverse, and a hard sweep from Gubbins. Counteracting the rough outside the off stump.
Played it nicely. Luke Fletcher, who was up on the one, has been pushed out onto the fence, trying to stop the boundary. Gubbins whips this one away on the leg side. There'll only be a single out there to Ben Slater. 76 for one. 56 now required. This could all happen in a bit of a hurry now. I think the realisation that Hampshire are going to progress smoothly to victory, I think, has passed some time ago. Next one's driven to mid-on. And the poor old paying spectator, I don't think they're going to get the full allocation of overs today, but the vast majority of them won't mind. There are a number of Nottinghamshire supporters down here. I guess they'll also be planning to head back home a day earlier than originally intended. Middleton blocks this latest delivery and has to face up to another one as Patterson White quickly in. A delivery that's floated right up into the block hole. Nicely defended by the right-hander, and it's the end of the over. 76 for one. Liam Patterson White 4 overs, none for 14. Not a lot happening for the spinner. Lyndon James 2 overs, none for 4, and he'll continue from the pavilion end.
You're not going to take a trip to the seaside and all those Nottinghamshire supporters with their extra day off Easter Sunday?
Well, I'm not. I shall be heading. I've been heading back this evening, or so it seems.
Lyndon James will continue from the pavilion end.
Melissa Story's going on an Easter egg hunt tomorrow, so she told us.
An Easter egg hunt that's outdoors, or?
Yeah, said her parents have always done it for her and her sister, gone out and hidden Easter eggs in the garden. How about that? How sweet is that?
I've always had an Easter egg hunt. The first time living out as James in, and that's worked into the onside by Gubbins. Will be another single, another run ticked off the run chase. 55 to win, but I don't think my housemates will be giving me an Easter egg hunt this year.
We keep seeing on the board, or occasionally we've seen it for the last couple of overs anyway, the equation, and it just said there Hampshire require 56 to win from a minimum of 46 overs. I think they're completely forgetting the fact there's another 96 tomorrow.
Just 130 plus to.
I'm just working out what the required run rate per over is up there, but they need to add another 96 overs on.
Well, the actual required run rate is 0.0 as it stands on the board. So they don't need to get any more runs according to the scoreboard. But there are 55 to get. Just discussing the field. Looks like they're going to have just one mid-wicket now. And sort of a wide leg slip, fine leg.
Yeah, there's been one or two. I think they describe it as funky fields set here, but nobody's falling into any particular trap.
James in, bowls on the line of leg stump, played up to mid-on. Straight back by Middleton, will be no run.
Notts at home on Thursday, for the first time this season, obviously facing Somerset. And Kevin did tell me where Hampshire were going next week.
Surrey.
Surrey, yes, the Oval.
And they don't like playing there, or they haven't for the last few years.
That already feels like a huge game.
There's James pumping his arms past the umpire bowls, and that's pushed into the offside. They're coming through for a quick single. Hamid shies at the stumps. And they get there quite comfortably in the end. Good call from Gubbins. Middleton to 43. 54 required to win for Hampshire.
Yeah, it's quick. Hasib Hamid got there and shied at the stumps, but I don't think even if he'd hit the stumps, I don't think Gubbins would have been in any grave danger of being given out.
It's getting bright out there now on that roof of the pavilion, sort of like a tent.
Well, we were trying to find a word for it yesterday, actually. I'm not entirely sure what it is. I just described it as the marquee.
That's left alone outside off stump by Gubbins. The sun reflects right into our eyes off it, doesn't it? Marquee's a better word than a tent, I think.
Not entirely sure it's right for it, but sort of resembles the mound stand at Lord's, doesn't it? But there's not too many like that around the cricketing world.
78 for 1.
Might be one in Borneo. We actually strayed that far away from this game yesterday. We were talking about cricket in Borneo.
James in bowls, driven up to mid-off by Gubbins. Will be no run. It's very quiet out there on the field now. Ben Duckett still in the slip. The crowd underneath us having a clap.
The rematch of this one is mid-July at Trent Bridge. Just wonder how the two sides will be looking in the county championship by the time of the rematch in the height of summer.
James to Gubbins, and that's worked nicely off his hip to Hamid at deep square leg. So he'll pick up a single. He'll move to 34. The score 79 for 1. More from Dave, and it'll be over to Kevin James.
Thank you, Mom. Emily Windsor, who has represented the Trent Rockets in the 100. Whatever she said, that's a career high. It's got to be playing at Trent Bridge. 79 for 1 as they change over. Right in the middle. We're swapping over here with Emily and Kev. Going to be Liam Patterson-White to continue. That is still the mower, which must be 400 yards away to our left. Got the effects microphone turned down as well, so it's almost like when you've got the Hoover on. Bit of a
I don't know what that's like, though. Don't know what it sounds like. You do the hoovering at your house?
Yeah, I don't mind that. There's not a lot of skill involved in that, is there? I don't get told off too many times when I do that. Single taken, 80 for 1. Not trusted with a lot else.
Are you not?
Shopping list, do the shopping.
Well, when I messaged you the other day, you were in a supermarket.
I was, yeah. It's no good saying to me, well, you go and do the shopping, because that's not programming me properly. It's, here is a shopping list, can you go and get these things? Because even then it'll be the wrong brand, or I've paid too much and whatever. As Patterson-White bowls full toss to Fletcher Middleton, and a slight misfield. I mean, he didn't have an awful lot of time to react there at short mid-wicket. Is that getting up? He's absolutely pummeled away through the leg side and away for 4. He's on his stone. Not had the most memorable of debuts for Notts. Yeah, and even when you get the shopping list, they come, you paid what for that? Well, they're on your shopping list, and that's all. Yeah, no, but didn't you have any common sense? You saw that they'd gone up that much from last week. I had no idea. No idea. What did you get those yogurts for? I know you like it. You know I like the other ones. Got to program me properly. This next one's eased into the offside. Single taken. That is Calvin Harrison on the field. 85 for 1. Some individual milestones. Some deserved individual milestones. Not too far away now. Middleton's on to 48. Gubbins on 35 on strike. Patterson-White bowls to him and it's deflected away past Hamid at short leg. But no run. Dane Patterson doing the fielding. Would be a nice feather in the cap of Fletcher Middleton if he's there at the end, but also if he's able to get a second 50 of the game, considering there's only Ben Duckett. All the other players in the match has reached 50. If he can do that, 85 for 1 at the end of the over. 47 more are required.
Yeah, I mean, we mentioned it a couple of times, the game here, the last time between these two sides, 4 50s in the match, and the top score was 55. Very similar. It's been a bowler's game when the ball's in the right areas, but it hasn't been that type of wicket in terms of being obvious. But when the bowlers have bowled in tandem and kept it in the right areas, the batting has been difficult. Certainly scoring has been difficult, but when the ball isn't, and Ollie Stone said the same in his reaction, I think it was last night, saying if the ball's not in the right areas, then batting's quite easy. This partnership is worth 79. A bit of a killer partnership from Nottinghamshire's point of view. Here's Lyndon James with his right arm over seamers from the pavilion end. Drives, does Middleton up to mid-on. They've dispensed with one of those short infielders on the leg side. There's now just a short mid-wicket, and there is now a leg gully, as well as a deep square leg, as well as a fine leg, which would suggest there might be 1 or 2 short balls in this over.
The umpire's gone over to point just to keep an eye on that, just to make sure there's only 2 behind square.
Yep. And to get a better view of the golf course from the distance. There's James, there's the short one outside the off stump. It's a good one. Middleton just stayed inside the line. So this is the second ball of this innings. There was threatening to be another one, but the umpires in the end decided to keep it. We did have a ball change in the 13th over at 26 for 1. There was very nearly another ball change, I don't know, about 20 minutes ago or so. We've had 2 ball changes today in total. Looks like we're using the batch of last year. Perhaps they haven't used them up yet. There's the pull shot from Middleton. It's along the ground. It's gone quickly out to deep forward square leg, and Middleton moves on to 49. Hampshire total on to 86 in their second innings, 86 for 1, 46 runs needed. There are about 11 overs to bowl, technically until tea. That's going to be interesting whether we...
I was just looking at that, and I was just going to make exactly the same point. We're going to get to the... we're going to get to that scenario where none of us know what's going off, because we don't, do we? You know, there's 1 over to go before tea, and they want 18, and suddenly they stay out there.
Yeah. James is around the wicket. Gubbins drives out to deep extra cover for a single. 45 needed. The only thing I worry about, Dave, is you had no lunch. So if the tea interval is extended, I worry for you.
No. That's absolutely fine. But there doesn't seem to be any provision, but you know, the sort of throwaway line that the umpires can extend a session if there's a likelihood of a result, and it just seems to be a general. Let's cover all the bases with that, and sometimes they'll take you off with just a handful of runs required in the next session or the session after tea, and sometimes they'll stay out there, and nobody seems to really know ever what's accurately going on.
James comes in. There's the short delivery, which goes over Middleton's head and just about carries through to Moores. That's a predictable delivery because they've just strengthened the leg side with a square leg in now to complement the leg gully, the short mid-wicket, the deep square leg, the fine leg and the mid-on.
I mean, you would know, you've been out there, you'd imagine there's perhaps a bit of a chat with the skipper, isn't there, if there's a long drive home. Do you want to stay out here and get it done and you can get off home, or do you want to have the tea interval? Does that sort of chat go on?
I've never been involved one, even if they were.
No.
Nobody ever asked my opinion, Dave, I can assure you. Here's James. Oh, that's a very high bouncer, that one.
I must have asked you before, did you ever skipper a county side?
No. I did a second 11 game.
End of the over, 87 for 1.
Yeah, I did the odd second team game, but nothing first team. No, I was overlooked on that score, Dave. Even if they needed a skipper to fill in for a few overs, I was never asked. Never asked. Never gave my opinion in the dressing room. Was never asked for that either. I did wonder what I was doing there half the time. Nobody wants to know what I think. A bit soul destroying, really, at times.
You've saved up all those opinions for your years as a broadcaster, where you can express them freely on the listener, whether they want them or not. There's Liam Patterson-White to bowl to the left-handed Gubbins. Works it away past short leg. Don't think it was in the air for very long, if at all, but Hamid couldn't stop it. Single take. Do you want the honour of describing Fletcher Middleton's second 50 of the game?
Well, I hope I'm able to, and thank you very much for passing it over.
Go on then.
49 off 86 deliveries.
Just trying to get a wicket here.
Yes, you're trying. You're trying all sorts. See, you would have made a good captain, Dave. You're trying all sorts of theories and seeing if something works. Let's try this. Let's try that. Here's Patterson White then to Fletcher Middleton. Bowls. Middleton pushes forward, thick outside edge. There's not one there as it goes behind square on the offside. So Middleton remains on 49. 88 for one it is. Patterson White to doesn't seem as though there's too much for him out there, even out of the bowler's footmarks. The back foot there, Middleton just works that to extra cover. Not much of an angle to work with there. There is a gap on the offside between extra cover and backward a point. There is a gap around square leg, but really, unless it's a poor line of delivery from Patterson White, that's not really going to be his scoring area. Patterson White comes in again and bowls. He's on the back foot and he steers it wide and mid-off, and there's his second half century of the match. Well played, Fletcher Middleton. There's the applause as well from the crowd. That's come off 89 deliveries with 6 fours, and that is no mean feat. Not just because he scored his second 50 and only the third 50 of the game, but because it is his first championship match. And I have to say, and I've already said it in this game, he more than looks the part. Here's Patterson White. There's a attempted sweep shot by Gubbins that hits him high on the front pad.
It should have ensured that his name is penciled in for the next few games anyway.
I think you're right. You're right. His name's on the hotel list for a few games at least, yeah. The away games, which 2 coming up in back-to-back. That's driven by Gubbins up to extra cover and there's no run. I feel that I can say a little bit more about him now because, you know, you never want to jinx people and that sort of thing. We've said once or twice that, you know, Hampshire's opening batters, whilst they've done a good job, it always felt as though it was an area that could be improved. And, you know, I guess initially bringing a young guy in who I know has opened in the second team for quite a while, but he's 21, no championship experience, only one first-class game before this last year. You know, was he really the guy to be brought in when others would have thought, you know, certainly Joe Weatherly might have been worth persevering with. Tom Prest, who was with the England Lions in the winter, former captain of the England 19s, he's talked about a lot, and yet this boy has come in. And I have to say, it's not just the fact he's got 250s, Dave, but it's the way he's got 250s.
Yep. Here's Lyndon James bowling to Fletcher Middleton, who's pulled this handsomely away through mid-wicket for 4 as a way of celebrating that half-century, his second of the game, and moves the home side now to below 40 required, 39 more needed, and with best part of 10 overs bar that ball left to go before tea. Almost seems inevitable that it will be done by the interval.
Yeah. Can I just say one more thing about him? I think it's his demeanour at the crease as well. I know demeanour doesn't score you runs and doesn't make you have a decent career, but I think just the way he looks at the crease.
Lyndon James to bowl to him, short pitch delivery, goes through to the keeper. I think what he's got to do now is just make sure he doesn't get out, because he can then take an average of over 100 into the second game. Not to get 57 first time round. 59 first time round.
I think Duckett got the 57, didn't he?
Duckett
got right in saying?
No, Duckett got 51. So he's got the top 2 scores in the contest.
It has. That is a hell of an effort in a low-scoring game, isn't it?
And you've got Duckett and Hamid and James Vince and lots of other players. Next ball is kept out by Fletcher Middleton. Scored at a decent enough lick as well.
He's never looked flustered, has he?
No.
He's never looked as though if he had got bogged down a fraction that you feel that he was just prodding at the ball trying to get off the mark a little bit. He's looked in control, I have to say, the whole time that he's been in the middle. He looks as though he knows what he's doing, and looks as though nothing would take him off that course.
Here comes Lyndon James, bowls pulled away, cries of catch, but the ball hadn't gone anywhere. It just bottom edged down into the ground and trickled through to keeper Tom Moores, who has no slips for company now. Just trying something a little different here. Not Lyndon James just banging it in halfway down. There's plenty of catches on the leg side should one be miscued up in the air. But Fletcher Middleton so far equal to the task, or more than equal to the task. It's a 6-3 field, but 6 on the leg side. Here's Lyndon James in again, bowls delivery that Middleton has nothing to do with. Tom Morse takes it low down by his boot, standing well back. It remains 93 for 1 this morning. Nottinghamshire's second innings ended about 20 past 12, 177 all out. 3 wickets to Mohammed Abbas this morning, and then Liam Dawson with the wicket of Liam Patterson-White, who was last out. That victory target of 132. Notts needed early wickets. They got 1 before lunch in the half an hour or so. That was Luke Fletcher dismissing Felix Organ, but this afternoon it's been a steady procession towards the finishing line as Lyndon James again bangs it in short, and it almost died as it went past the bat of Fletcher Middleton. It's a little bit like a Max Verstappen Formula 1 race at the moment. It seemed inevitable who was going to reach the finishing line first from quite some way out.
Yes, 87-run partnership now between Gubbins and Middleton. Emailing just a little earlier, Robert Luff, cricket@gmail.com. He says, loving the commentary as always. Yesterday you mentioned about watching from the hotel balconies. You do pay an extra amount for those rooms, as Dave found out, although you've still got one, to allow for watching, and his great view, especially when he's listening to us at the same time. That's Robert Luff, who's from Eastleigh, who obviously doesn't need to stay here because you could probably walk home wherever you are in Eastleigh from here, but obviously treating yourself at the same time.
Thanks, Robert. Yes, I neither booked this accommodation or paid for it, but I was told. I did send an email just confirming I'm coming down. You've got my booking, my reservation, and if I can have a pitch-facing balcony, great. And I got a response: you can't unless you're prepared to pay some more yourself. So, okie dokes. But then when I got down here, I found I had got one. Ollie Stone is back.
Much to your delight. It's either that or look at the golf course, which I suppose either way is not the end of the world, or a car park. I think if you're on the end of the
just need a room, don't you? Just need a room.
Right, Ollie Stone, yes, as Dave says, he's back into the attack. 7 overs, none for 18. He's going to come round the wicket to the left-hander Gubbins. He's bowling from our commentary end. Here at the hotel at the northern end of the ground. Comes in right arm over and bowls. Gubbins flicks that away, but straight to mid-wicket where Mulaney fields, and there's no run. I have another email here. Sorry, Dave, you were going to say something?
I was just going to say it used to be called that, didn't it? Before the hotel was built, back in the dim and distant days when the ground first opened, the northern end.
Yeah. 1 or 2 have tried to sort of think of a different one. Somebody said once they were trying to call it the Meon Valley end. I think the Meon Valley is quite a long way away, and it's not technically right behind us, I don't think. But anyway, that was muted at one point. But the hotel end, because it dominates this end, it's pretty obvious, isn't it? That's kept low, that short delivery, and Moores has just about gathered that, although not cleanly, although that was a difficult one, bouncing second.
It's close to
almost
the helmet.
Hit the helmet. It did, yes, it did.
Has it hit the helmet? No, I don't think so. Nobody's signalling 5, but it must have been close to doing it.
It was, wasn't it? Bill Seeger, who's emailed cricket@gmail.com. He says, I noted in your interview with Mo Abbas after the first day that Hampshire would have batted first. As we know, the pitch does not tend to get harder to bat on, and I feel the team are not at a disadvantage losing the toss against most teams. I think we must have won a few games last season batting second after the bowling attack got stuck into the opposition. I've enjoyed the commentary as usual and look forward to the season where the bowling attack will in all probability gain more bonus points than the batting. That's missed that one, Dave. What's happened there?
Well, it was banged in short. Gubbins bobbed down. It just seems as if the umpire's going to go over the other side, so we can maybe see a little better.
Gain more batting bonus points than the batting. Well, I think they probably will do even more this year because, of course, batting bonus points will come a little harder with the extra 50 runs before you get your first one. As Bill notes, that's the case as well. Here's Stone at 93 for 1. Hampshire in their second innings comes in and bowls. That's bounced a bit outside the off stump, but again the ball's just bounced in front of Moores. He's done well, and again, though, even though it's banged in short, a lack of pace off the pitch is a problem for the keeper as much as anybody.
I still don't think he's going to stand up to Alice down.
No, I couldn't agree. Couldn't agree more. I think even the slowest pitch in the land wouldn't have anybody stand. Although I once, and I very rarely hark back to when I played, I once saw Ageas stand up to Malcolm Marshall. Here comes Ollie Stone, short, and Nick Gubbins tucks underneath that, only because Ageas just wanted to be able to say, I stood up to Malcolm Marshall. And believe me, I know most people listening under about 80 years of age would say, who was Malcolm Marshall? That's slightly unfair. Under was much later than that. He was probably one of the fastest bowlers in the world in his time, and he was quick, believe me. To a keeper to stand up to him was about as close to being suicidal as I think you could get. But he did it for a short amount of time. There is going to be a short leg in now.
Yeah.
Asif Hamid is going in at short leg for Ollie Stone. Might get a few more short ones here. Gubbins is 37 not out. There's the short one. Gubbins ducks underneath. He's put a lot of effort into this, Ollie Stone, with not a lot of reward off the pace of the pitch.
Just going to say exactly the same thing. It's not as if he's just standing there turning his arm over. There's lots of thought, lots of theory out there about the field placings, and he is just trying to generate as much pace as he can and just hope there that Gubbins would pop it up to a short leg. Him and Mulaney have tried all sorts of things, and the Hampshire batters have been more than equal to the task. Liam Patterson-White, who had a spell from our end, the northern end, is going to have a goal go from the southern end for the first time. Spinner, sure where knots are with the overs. Yeah, the board says they're level.
Yeah, that's a good effort.
Patterson-White, 6 overs, none for 22. Not had an awful lot of response out of the surface. Middleton's on strike. We didn't see him attempt a reverse sweep earlier. So you'd imagine he'd play it fairly conventionally. He pushes this one back to the spinner. And it remains 93 for 1. 39 more required. 7 overs to go after this one. So if there are 1 or 2 maidens, we might just get a tea break. This one's pushed into the offside. Calvin Harrison is out there as a sub-fielder again. He's in the covers. Former Hampshire great. Patterson-White bowls, worked to leg, and there's no run. I think he just played 2 T20s or something like that, didn't he, for Hampshire?
Yeah, I'd have to look it up, but it was something like that. Yeah, it was. Yeah.
And then the next year, he played for Oxford University at Trent Bridge, pre-season friendly, scored 100, and this one's driven into the offside. A single is taken by Middleton, moves him on to 55. And I like the look of him. Played some second 11 cricket, gave him a contract. He excelled in the blast and with his leg spin, and was snapped up by the 100. And you can only imagine, without knowing the details, you can only imagine his fortune and certainly his bank balance changed almost overnight.
I think if it wasn't for Mason Crane, he might have had a bit more of a go here.
Gubbins on 37. Keeps this one out. It trickles back fairly wide of the off stump, but through to Moores.
Yeah, I think yeah, maybe obviously with Mason around, it's it'd have to be a pretty handy leg spinner to have another one on the staff. But the couple of games he played, he looked more than all right, and the guys thought he was a good player.
Gubbins on 37. Works this to leg. There'll be a single. Did Mason play, or has he played in the 100?
He plays for London Spirit.
Okay. 95 for 1, 37 required.
That's an easy one to say because most of the Hampshire players play for London Spirit.
End of the over, so what's that? 7 overs to go until the tea break, if we're to have one. 37 required to win.
One or two of you on the tweets have been praising Fletcher Middleton. Paul Williams, Solent Sport, says maybe it's in his genes, but Fletcher looks to be a natural opener. Yeah, I agree. And Joe says, what a fabulous game for Middleton. 2 50s and a low-scoring match on Championship Day Ball. Maybe Hampshire have found a rising star. Well, it's obviously early days to be going too much overboard, but I think a lot of people that have watched him, maybe some for the first time in this game, will be saying and keeping their fingers crossed that maybe they have found somebody that's going to be around for a while. Here comes Stone round the wicket to Gubbins on the back foot, hits it into the ground, back to the bowler. I was just thinking, Dave, and I think probably one disappointing thing, and it happens from a Nottinghamshire point of view, is that Dane Patterson hasn't had the impact in this innings that maybe we all thought he might. We'll certainly ask a few more questions. 6 overs, none for 35. I mean, he may still have an impact. There's only 37 months to win. If he is, it's going to have to be quick, and it would have to be a lot. But I think that's short through to Moores. I think that's the only surprising thing for me, really. I thought that he'd be more of a handful. Maybe the fact that 2 of his overs went for a few means that it's been difficult to bring him back into the attack.
Yeah, as you say, it happens. Mo Abbas got 6 in the first innings, and his first 5 overs, he leaked runs here, there and everywhere, didn't he?
And maybe if Nottinghamshire were chasing a small total, maybe Abbas wouldn't have got another go. So it's one of those games, one of those days that's played late into the ground, fielded at a finish gully.
But they needed, to be in with any chance of pulling off a remarkable victory. They needed to follow up that wicket of Felix Organ with 3 or 4 more very quickly. Could have got Hampshire 4 or 5 down with less than 40 on the board. They might have had a squeak, but it would have taken something of that magnitude, really. And although wickets have fallen regularly over the first 2.5 days, I don't think it was ever really likely to happen.
Stone again, he's trying his hardest here. Short, cut away by Gubbins. Nobody out there. Just back of the square. That was well timed. Stone's feeding the short ball quite a bit. Gubbins did well, keeping on top of the bounce there. Moves on to 42. 33 needed with Hampshire at 99 for 1. This partnership for the second wicket unbroken at 93.
Yeah, nice shot. No protection out there. They're all on the leg side. So didn't quite get the line right there, did it?
No. There's absolutely nothing in this wicket for him, is there? Comes in again, bowls. Gubbins ducks under that one, had to get very low on that, and again it's 2 bounces through to the keeper. Gives you an idea of the lack of pace there.
Mark the Mod's been in touch. Afternoon, chaps. I've just scoffed my gluten-free Easter egg. Then he's put all the others had sold out in the supermarket. Reality check for the Notts batters. Looking forward to Trent Bridge next week. Thank you very much, Mark.
Yeah, I mean, we made a big thing, didn't we, about the averages that the Notts batters achieved last year, and some staggering averages, weren't there, over the season? A lot of them improving their career averages by quite a bit. But I think that's short. Gubbins thinks about a hook, decides against it, goes through to. That was a better carry through to Moores. I think what we have seen is just on a pitch which has helped the bowlers for a large part of this game, some excellent bowling. And and I said this yesterday, that I've seen teams bowl here on a similar type of pitch that haven't caused Hampshire anywhere near as many problems, and that's the difference. I could name 2 or 3 sides, and I'd include Notts, on a game like this that would cause problems. We know Hampshire's attack, they're quite suited to this wicket. But I've also seen 1 or 2 teams bowl here where you think, hang on a minute, they haven't quite got the right length here, and they're not quite getting it right. And batting, as Ollie Stone said in his match after day interview yesterday, that if you don't get it in the right place, batting is easy. Yeah. And that's been the key. And for large parts of this game, both sets of batters have been under pressure.
Liam Patterson-White from the pavilion end, searching for his first wicket of the season, but Fletcher Middleton works his to leg to bring the 100 up for his side. 100 coming up at the start of the 37th over. 2 hours and 23 minutes this innings has been going on, and just 32 more are now required. 5 overs and 5 balls remain in the session. In theory, this one just turned a little bit back into the left-handed Gubbins, and he plays it down at his feet, and Moores retrieves it. 100 for 1.
Do you want to take a break at the end of this over before tea? It's up to you.
Yep, can do. Bring Emily back. Down on one knee goes Nick Gubbins to play it down nice and fine for a single. Gubbins on to 43, 101 for 1. Where's your money? Are we going to be finished before tea, or we're going to have a tea break? Or
do
are
you
we
think
going
we're borderline here?
I do. This one's pushed up to mid-off, and there's no run.
I still think 31 runs would take a lot of, you know, a bit of. I say not a lot of time, but you know what I mean, relatively. Don't you? I don't know.
I think if it's under 20, I think they'll stay out there.
Yeah.
This one's worked on the leg side. Like I said when I brought it up 20 minutes ago, it's sort of a grey area that we're never really entirely sure of, because it is just covered by that, if in the opinion of the umpire, etc, etc, etc.
Yeah. Is it sort of like within half hour or something, if they think there's a result?
I think so. This is played up to mid-on, and it is the end of the over, and it's 101 for 1.
Dave Bracegirdle will take a break. Emily Windsor. I'm just coming. Sorry to break up the chat, Traps. Tom, one of the grounds people here, up on the balcony. Apparently he'd never been up here before, but then why would he? There's no grass to cut up here, so I'm not sure why he would want to be up here. But I'm sure Emily will tell us why he wanted to come up.
To come and admire the view. To be fair, I feel like we take it for granted, Kev, being up here regularly.
Did he enjoy the view? Has he enjoyed?
He did. Yeah. He's sort of the deputy groundsman now, so he takes main control of that second team ground.
Is he?
And he likes the look of it from up here.
He's happy with it. Is he happy with the state of the grass over there? Must be great to be a groundsman, only worry about the grass. Here comes Stone, short. Gubbins is going to take a quick single there as this nudges that out on the offside. 30 runs needed, 102 for 1. Isn't it, in life, all you have to worry about is how green the grass is and how long it is. That's all you ever have to worry about.
I think there's a lot more to it than that, Kev, because we, off air at lunch, were discussing what a roller does, and between us we came up with some concoction of ideas that, whether it was factual or not, I have no idea. I should have asked him.
Should? Oh, there you are. That's a conversation for another time.
But yeah, I feel like they work very hard, don't they, groundsmen? It often goes unnoticed. They're the first people here, last to go, tidying up the nets when we've been in them till 7, 8 o'clock at night, preparing the next pitches.
True. Round the wicket to Middleton here is Stone. Oh, it's bounced a bit, and Middleton does well to keep it down. It's only half fielded a third slip. It was all along the ground, and Middleton will pick up a single. That was a good short delivery. Middleton played that well. He moves on to 57, 103 for 1, 29 needed now, with just a fraction under 5 overs to go technically until tea. I think Dave's right. If we get down to about 20, 19 runs needed, I think we're staying out. What's
the difference here, Kev? These two have made it look easy as a partnership. You've been here days 1 and days 2. Is the pitch different? Have these two batted well? Have not bowled the right areas?
I think it's a combination of a few things. Here's Stone, bowls, Gubbins goes to pull at that one. Again, that's bounced twice in front of Tom Moores, and it's not surprising he hasn't taken that one clean. He goes down to third man off a deflected glove, and that's a bye. I think Ollie Stone was right yesterday when he said that there seems to be periods where bowling, you know, seems to be, I wouldn't say on top of the bat, but you know, it looks as though there's a wicket not too far away, and then you just get periods where nothing's happening. And I think that's typical of this pitch, isn't it? We've seen periods last year where just absolutely goes dead, and then all of a sudden he just picks up again. And I think it's been a bit like that. Stone down the leg side. Middleton tries to flick away and misses.
That was quick.
It was quick, yeah, and it's a bit too paced again, aren't we? We're seeing. I think so. There's definitely a bit of that. I think we have had a heavy roller yesterday afternoon, which may also be showing some effects because.
What does a heavy roller do, Kev?
Well, no, I don't know, but you know, as I say, I've always said this, and I think it's fairly true that the pitches never get worse here. So you think you're getting into the later stages of day 3, oh yeah, now it will start, and it doesn't ever really. In fact, if anything, it just gets slower, the pitch. So you have to bear that in mind as well when you're bowling. And I think there's been some good batting, and I just don't think Notts are quite. Maybe Luke Fletcher apart. I just don't think Notts have put enough balls in the right areas. Middleton just turns that away down to fine leg. And it's 27 needed now with Middleton on 58 to go with his 59 in the first innings. 2 top scores, as we mentioned, in the game. Not bad from the 21-year-old playing his first championship game. And he has been worth both those scores. They're not been fluke by any stretch of the imagination. He has very much looked the part in both innings. So it's a combination of a few things. As I said earlier, Dane Patterson hasn't quite been on it today, and yet for the first hour yesterday he looked, I would say, picked up 5 for easy. Hasn't looked like that today. Stone comes in again, short. Gubbins just ducks out of the way, flicks his head inside the line.
Good bumper,
That
quick.
was a good one, yeah.
Quick again from Ollie Stone. I guess it's similar in that Nottinghamshire second innings, when the Hampshire bowlers up front didn't get it quite right. Duckett got off to a bit of a flyer, didn't he?
Yeah.
And then they lost wickets quickly, which stemmed it away. But they actually had a chance then to take it away from Hampshire, really put on a total. But those quick 3 wickets from Abbas.
Abbas turned it. Abbas has turned the game, no doubt about it.
Champagne moment.
That is the champagne moment, man of the match moment, whatever you want to call it.
What about Mo Abbas's 9 wickets though?
Well, there's lots of other performances around that.
Patterson White, left arm spin in, driven down the ground, lovely shot, but fielded well at mid-off. Will be no run.
I just think when you talk about game-changing moments, I think those 3 wickets when Notts didn't add to 86, I went from 86 for 1 to 86 for 4.
Left arm round the wicket from Patterson White. That's a player miss outside the off stump. Fletcher's just tried to open the face there to knock it out to cover. Doesn't connect. A few oohs and ahs.
This is another thing he'll learn over the years. Don't give it away now. He's done all the hard work. He's hardly put a foot wrong in 2 innings.
Patterson White in again, bowls, and that's in defence down the ground. That's what Lottie would say. Charlotte Edwards, the Vipers coach, she'd say, see at home. That's what she'd want.
And also, there will be plenty of times during the season when you're in and out in no time and you think, well, how on earth have I got out? And your average comes plummeting.
As that's played back down the ground in defence by Middleton. No run again. 27 required for Hampshire.
And when you're in and you've done all the hard work, be there at the end. Because at the end of the season, that will reflect in your averages.
Take the glory. Patterson White in again. That's worked nicely to a square leg. The ball's fired in. That could be overthrows. Great bit of work there to stop the overthrows. That's 100 up for Hampshire. And a lovely crowd here at the Ageas Bowl, applauding the 100 partnership between Nick Gubbins and Fletcher Middleton, who just clapped to each other. That's quite sweet.
It's 100 partnership, isn't it?
Yep, 106 for 1, 26 required for Hampshire, and in defence by Gubbins. Will be no run. That's the end of the over from the left arm spinner. Gubbins there, 44 not out. Middleton, debutant, 21 years of age, on 59. How do you reckon Tony Middleton is? He's got to be here watching this.
His dad.
His dad.
I'll tell you what, his dad was a good opener. Yeah, he was a solid opener. I just imagine he's proud as punch.
What do you reckon the talk was on the way to the ground? They probably arrived together.
Who's the better player, me or you, Dad?
And then on the way home today.
I mean, if you didn't see his dad play, then obviously it's a very difficult one to call. I've seen both played.
Dave's getting excited.
Bit of Ben Slater's off spin, thank you. This would suggest that you know, Notts have now decided that this is just about game over. I can't. Tony was a very good player, don't get me wrong, and his stats were very good. I've seen him play some very good innings. Got on an England A tour, so that will give you an idea about, you know, he was a good player for a while. Is his son potentially a better player? That's the question. And I would leave that question open, because that's not one I could answer at the moment. I mean, from what we've seen here, it's easy to say, oh yeah, but I think you need to probably make that over a few games at least. That's driven off the back foot to extra cover. Wide mid-off, I should say. No
But
run.
promising signs so far.
Oh gosh, yeah. The technique is right, isn't it? That's the thing. I think you're not just looking at runs. Slater bowls, and that's just guided backward a point, and there's no run. You know, I know looking the part doesn't score you runs and doesn't get you a career, but it gives a lot of people confidence that you are actually the player to fill a particular spot. And you have to say, anybody that's watched any part of his innings, he does look the part. He looks the deal. You know, he might not be he might not ever turn out to be, you know, England's greatest player, but you're looking for somebody that you want to say, is this guy going to open the batting for Hampshire in the next 10 years? That's pushed into the ground. Have I said that about an opener for a few years? I'm not sure I have. I've seen some good players in the recent.
I think you've been asking the question for opposite thought. Do you feel like they're doing a job because there's no one else?
There's a difference between somebody that's doing all right in the role, that's pushed out behind square on the offside, and, you know, has come away and done a good job. There's a difference between that and saying, this guy is going to be an opener for the next 10 years. There's a difference. Slater, low full toss, driven up to mid-off by Gubbins, shout of catch, which was a slightly optimistic, although the ball was in the air for a little while. I think the disappointing thing there was that Gubbins didn't put that away. He's on 44, 107 for 1, 25 needed, 2 overs to go until tea, technically. As Slater comes in again, round the wicket to Gubbins. Good delivery, that one. End of the over, just the 1 run off it. The partnership now worth 101. You've seen a lot of him. You would have seen more than Middleton than me.
Yeah, when you say I've seen a lot of him, I think the second team, he's put in performances, but I wouldn't say, probably compared to Tom Press, who would play in a different position in this side, they weren't like outstanding. Do you remember when Tom Press got that 100 or something where, well, I guess they really steal the show, but he's been a consistent performer, and you can see that, which is why he's selected as that's driven hard down the ground, back to Patterson-White, will be no run. So, yeah, but promising signs so far.
Definitely. There's a lot of things you take away from this game. Middleton's performances is probably number 1.
Patterson-White to Middleton again, forward in defence, and his patience as well. I feel like he's at the moment he's picking the good balls and happy to hit them back, but he's also punishing the bad balls. Anything that's in his area, he punishes. As Patterson-White in again, that's hit him on the pad, going down the leg side. So no real appeal, but on that leg side he looks really strong, hitting through mid-wicket, doesn't he?
He's made batting look easy, isn't he, really? It's easy on the eye watching him bat.
Left arm round the wicket from Patterson-White. That's turned. Play and miss. That's just as we talk him up.
Actually, the last couple of balls, it's just looked a little bit, but we're near the end.
As Patterson-White just walks back to his mark and comes in past the umpire, little scurry and bowls, and that's cut away. Back past the backward point. There is a fielder at deep cover. He's not going to get there. That's 4 more runs to Fletcher Middleton. He's going to move to 64, and Hampshire require 21 to win.
I think that now means we're going to have an extended afternoon session, that shot. Especially with Slater on as well.
As he's in again, driven down the ground this time, but there's a fielder at mid-off, so there'll be no run. That's the end of the over, 4 from it. That's that glorious cut shot from Middleton. 21 required, and the score is 1-1-1 for 1. All the ones.
Is that we have? Hang on, they're having a chat, are they? the umpires, about staying on. Yeah. I presume that's what the chat was. Henry and Romsey has emailed sonatcricket@gmail.com. He says, taking nothing away from his great performances this week, but what are the commentators' views on the fact that few of the opposition bowlers will have seen Middleton, and there is probably limited video footage available? Hopefully it's nothing to do with it, though. Well, I think that's also a factor. If he has a good season this year, which of course everybody hopes that he does, that's cut away by Gubbins, and that's going through to extra cover for 4. 17 runs needed. Maybe this extended break, if we get it, will not be for too long. I think there's a factor of that. If he has a good season, then yeah, the second season is always the most difficult, and the third season, because players will...
It's about consistency of performance, isn't it? You can be in the form of your life, but consistently winning games for your team.
If you have a good technique, it makes it all easier, no matter what season it is. 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5. That's pushed out on the offside by Gubbins. Gubbins is 48, and this partnership now is worth 109 for the second wicket. Came together when it was 6 for 1. Organ in that tricky half hour before lunch. Out, caught in the slips off Fletcher for no score. Gubbins is on the back foot, steers that to backward a point. Luke Fletcher is there. The intensity maybe has just gone a little bit now from Nottinghamshire, understandably. It's not like Hampshire are 116 for 7 or 8 or anything like that. I don't think there was anybody on the ground that could quite believe that Hampshire would get to this position, 1 down.
Not this quickly either. I think looking at how slow scoring was this morning for a period, and it has been throughout the game really. These two have made it look easy.
Fletcher Middleton works that away on the leg side for a single, moves on to 65, 117 for 1. Charlie Sharp has also emailed sonatcricket@gmail.com. Thanks for the upbeat commentary. May I have your opinions on this? Currently batters' averages are measured as average runs per not out. Do you think batters' averages should be average runs per innings instead of career runs divided by innings played? That's pushed out on the offside and there's no run. Well, clearly, if you have 10 innings and you say you score 100 runs, your average is 10. But if you've got one of them not out in there, you're averaging it with 9. I mean, it's difficult to quantify, because if you're not out at the end of the game, who knows? Who's to say that you wouldn't have been out next ball, or you might have batted for another day and scored another 200? It's difficult to quantify. It's pushed out on the onside by Gubbins, end of the over. Technically, we're at tea with 32 overs left, but it looks like we're playing on. So I don't know what you think on that. I don't think there's any other way of doing it, is there?
No, I don't. I think from a batter's point of view, as you said, if the game's done, you could have gone on and scored loads more. So I guess it's the easiest way and most consistent way to reflect it.
Maybe with the dearth of stats that are coming out now and all sorts of theories.
Bold. That's through the gate from Fletcher Middleton. He's frustrated there, hit his pad, and he's got to walk off a very well played 65, but he hasn't been able to see it home for his team. But a fantastic innings, and Patterson White has the second breakthrough in this innings. And Middleton has to walk back to the pavilion, but listen to the crowd applauding a fantastic effort. A match-winning performance for him, both in the first and second innings. But he'll be frustrated not to be there at the end, but a wicket for Patterson White.
I think I'd like to see that ball again. That looks like it just pitched and straightened on Middleton. But yeah, that is not just a fantastic knock. Here's the replay if you're watching the live picture feed. He just got stuck on the crease there a little bit. I don't know if it just flicked the pad on the way through to the stumps, but he's trying to play that off the pitch. But nevertheless, 65 and 59, the 2 top scores in the game, assuming that Gubbins doesn't sneak in a few more before the end, with Hampshire needing just 15.
I could be wrong.
That is job done.
Could be wrong, but this doesn't look like James Vince. Could be. No, that is James Vince. I am wrong. I'm very wrong.
It helped with the tannoy, I said James.
Yeah.
It's a long way up there. I'm glad I'm not the only one that has the trouble.
He looked shorter in the distance, but it is James Vince. He's coming in. But what a knock from Fletcher Middleton. What a performance this first game. You can be very proud of that.
121 balls and 8 boundaries. 111 partnership for that second wicket between himself and Nick Gubbins, who's close to scoring a half-century himself, which will only be the 4th half-century of the game. And again, I go back to September 2021, when Hampshire won that game, the last home game here between these two sides, which Hampshire won by 122 runs. 4 50s in the match, high score of 55, Ben Slater. Very similar type of game.
Patterson White then will be bowling to James Vince, a slip in play, short leg as he bowls, and on the back foot just plays into the offside for no run. 15 runs required for Hampshire. 8 wickets for Nottinghamshire, you never know. As Patterson White in bowls. Vince advances, hits down the ground. He's not hanging around. Baz ball, James Vince advances and hits over mid-off for 4. 11 required to win now.
Wow. Well, it was in the air. Fortunately, a little too straight for the wide mid-off. This is from Chris, cricket@gmail.com. Emily Windsor and Kev should tell us which Hampshire cricketer is a big 5. We've had that one, haven't we?
Yep.
We had the 5 mentioned earlier. Emily might be able to remember that. I can't.
Patterson White in again to Vince, and that's hit him in front of the stumps. There's a loud appeal. Must have pitched outside leg that. Didn't look like it was going over as we watch the replay on the screen.
Close. Was it going down? Close though.
Vince on 4. 11 to win as Patterson White in again on the leg side, taken well by Moores. Will be no run.
Very close. Probably just needed to straighten a bit more of the pitch.
Patterson White in again to Vince Fuller, and that's hit to Hamid. There's a crowd catch appeal, but it was straight into the ground. 121 for 2, 11 to win now for Hampshire. James Vince is prodding the pitch. Sun is shining. Very warm up in the camera gantry. The sun shining in. We'll end up like a tangerine if we stay here for too long.
Yeah, I know. As I say, that's the only thing about finishing this game, because the last 2 days around this time when the sun has been out, it's been very warm indeed. But we're not complaining, because at times it has also been cold up in this gantry. So Ben Slater will continue. He's had 2 overs, none for 7 with his off spin. Comes in and bowls, and Gubbins prods that out to extra cover, and there is no run. Score remains on 121 for 2. As Gubbins is on the back foot, steers that straight to Ben Duckett at extra cover. 3 first-class wickets for Ben Slater in his career. Doesn't bowl a lot, of course. That's turned away on the 45 on the leg side this time by Gubbins. All of a sudden they're finding the fielders.
That's what a wicket does, doesn't it? And Notch just needed one that little bit earlier.
I know. Slater again. Gubbins works that away, only to mid-wicket though. There's a fielder there, keeping everybody waiting. Poor Dave hasn't had any lunch. He hasn't eaten since breakfast. He's itching for this tea interval to come. You can hear his stomach gurgling away from here. Forward is Gubbins. Slater fields off his own bowling. You do get to a point, and I'm sure even Nottinghamshire fans have got to a point here where you just want the game over.
Surely the fielders feel that way too, but then the bowlers don't want to concede anything off theirs.
No, certainly not. Gubbins forward. It's pushed back to Slater. And there's no run. There's a maiden over. Don't need that at this stage. 3 overs, 1 maiden, none for 7.
Dave wants to get on the road.
Yeah. We just just all want to go home now, don't we? Now the game's over, effectively. I mean, I can't believe there's going to be a sting in the tail here. But the game's over. When you get to this point, you just want, something not 2, 3 fours. Bang, bang, bang. Thanks for coming. Off we'll do our interviews. Write them all up. Put them online, do whatever we need to do, and then we'll just go home and enjoy the rest of Easter.
Tell you who the man that could do that. Bang, bang, bang. Could be James Vince. There's Patterson White in, but he doesn't decide to go bang. He just plays it back down the pitch for no run. Just to our left as we look towards a nursery ground. A young girl chasing after a ball. She's now gone behind the scorecard. Is that swept away by Vince, but misfield by Fine Leg. And that's going to race away. He is chasing after it, and it's gone for 4.
Thank you, Dane. Thank you, Dane Patterson.
Hands on, folded by the bowler, Patterson White. But James Vince will move to 8, and that means 7 required to win for Hampshire in this first county championship game of 2023. In April, early April, sun is shining. You wouldn't think it's April right now.
Feels like mid-July now, doesn't it?
It's Patterson White into Vince again. That's on the leg side. Turned past the short leg. And then it's a single. Vince will move to 9. Gubbins will face up. He's on 49. Played beautifully. Rode the tough period at the start.
He did. He deserves a half century.
6 to win for Hampshire then. 1 ball. What do you reckon?
Ha! It'd be totally out of context of the game. I'm not sure there's been a 6 hit in the whole game. I'm pretty sure that I know there isn't.
Patterson White into Gubbins. Player miss outside the off stump. Bit of a nothing shot really. Just tried to guide that to third man. It's beaten him.
It's not the shot to a length ball when there's a bit of rough on an outside off stump.
Patterson White again. Turns at the pavilion end. To bowl to Gubbins, and that's swept, hard swept, out to the fielder on the boundary. And that applaud is because Nick Gubbins' first half century of the summer. Applauded by his teammates, applauded by this fantastic Hampshire crowd. Off 124 balls at the crease for 153 minutes. 5 to win now for Hampshire. There's Patterson White in bowls, and that's hit to extra cover. Will be no run.
Thanks, Emily. Emily's first commentary stint of the summer. First of many. Thank you very much. Emily wins a formerly of Trent Rockets. Oval Invincibles at the moment still. And certainly Southern Vipers batter. Thank you very much. And TMS commentator as well. Brilliant stuff. Dave Bracegirdle is back to see out the end.
Yeah.
That stomach still...
For one... I'm fine. I'm fine. Stop going on about my stomach. I'm absolutely fine. See the breakfast here, crikey.
Shall I do this over? Or do you want to do it?
No,
do you want to do it?
Well, it is Ben Slater bowling again. Bowled a maiden last time. Bowls to Gubbins, who's just got his 50. Works it on the leg side, as you just pointed out. We're potentially 1 hit away from the end of the game. 5 more required. Huge number of seagulls on the nursery ground. I can see away to our left. Maybe there's some seed been dropped down there. This is cut into the offside. There's no run. Little cruel on Fletcher Middleton whilst I was off comms, because he should have been at tea. Should have been down there having a nice cuppa and putting his feet up and a 20-minute break. And the umpire said, no, we know it's tea time, but you can go on and play a bit longer. And he was out the very next ball. Slater bowls to Gubbins, and he defends. I think Gubbins has become the 3rd player in the match to reach a half century. Fletcher Middleton with 2, Ben Duckett and now Gubbins. Slater enjoys his bowling. He's worked hard with Kevin Shine over the last couple of winters. Got a bit of reward last year with a couple of wickets. This is down the leg side and swept away, and that'll be 4, and that'll bring the scores level. So Notts need 8 wickets for a tie. That's the best they can get out of this right now.
Is that the same Kevin Shine, that well-known off-spinner? A former Hampshire fame?
That's him. That's him. But no, he works hard with all the bowlers, and Ben Slater's really got himself into a position where he can come on and do a useful job. Got a couple of wickets last year, and they were both slightly bizarre, which meant they were bizarre enough for me to give him a bit of stick as this is pushed up to mid-off. The first one was a stumping when the batter, Derbyshire, I think it was Alex Thompson, ran about halfway down trying to give him a wallop and missed it, and he was stumped by a yard, so I put it down as a run out just to get Ben's back up. This is dropped on the leg side, and the next one was a catch at slip. I think it was Holman of Middlesex, caught by Stephen Mullaney, where it hit the pad. It clearly was nowhere near the bat, and Holman had to stand there and just stare the umpire in the face as he raised the finger and, and gave him out. So his first couple of wickets there were slightly strange. Umpires have got together. What are they chatting about now, for heaven's sake?
Shall we call the tea break now? Oh, they are. You are joking. What?
That is absolutely incredible. So what have we been doing? We've been playing for a quarter of an hour. That
1 run needed.
Well, get on with it, they say. Yep, scores are tied. You
Listen to that reaction.
You can't please some people, can you? A slow hand clap for the for the umpires.
I've never known that before.
No.
And with 28 overs remaining, where's that come from?
It doesn't make a lot of sense to me, and I almost preempted this, didn't I, about an hour ago, saying we get to a situation where nobody knows what's going off. But as you say, this is almost uncharted territory, which will leave a nasty sting. Some will head off, most will head off. Probably the umpires deserve it if everybody heads off, but some will say, well, I'm going to have another 20 minutes sat here in the sunshine reading my paper, doing the crossword, I'll have a cup of tea, and then roughly we'll know that the game's going to finish in about 22 minutes time. But that is bizarre. With the scores tied, the umpires have taken them off. Hampshire 131 for 2, Gubbins 54, James Vince 9, and I think the last thing I said before they went off was I feel a little bit sorry for Fletcher Middleton, because he, on 65 not out, should have been the scheduled tea interval. He could have gone off and had a well-deserved cuppa and then gone out and finished his innings, and now we've got this situation. Over to you, Mr. James.
Yeah, thank you. Well, there's obviously a rule somewhere that says they had to go off, so that's fair enough. I know not that rule, and regular listeners will know that I don't know any rules, but that I have to say, in all the years I've been associated with cricket, I don't think I've ever seen that. So I'll find out about that later on. Anyway, we'll be back in 20 minutes with maybe just a few seconds of commentary. It may be a little longer, I don't know, but I think one thing we can safely say for sure is that in 20 minutes time Hampshire will win this game, or 20 plus. Welcome back to the Ageas Bowl, where the players and umpires are walking out, especially the umpires, to ironic cheers, because if you're just joining us, we have just taken the tea break, with Hampshire needing just one run for victory. The reason that they took the break, and it wasn't immediately obvious, and thank you to Joe for pointing things out, apparently the umpires at their discretion can extend a session for 15 minutes if they think there's a chance of a result. They did extend the session for exactly 15 minutes. Hampshire were one run away from victory, and the umpires took the players off, much to a fair amount of interest from the supporters here. You can imagine their reaction to that. Dave Bracegirdle and I, Kevin James, were much more restrained.
Are you buying all that nonsense? They could well have just come on, quickly. Yeah, you've not quite had the 15 minutes, lads. Have another over.
So here we go then, 131 for 2. Vince is 9 not out. Nick Gubbins is 54 not out. Hampshire originally needing 132 for victory. The width of a fag paper away from winning the game. So it's going to be... Who's this coming in?
Well, I'm not entirely sure, but...
Vince pushes forward to...
it's Tom Moore's the wicket keeper. Stephen Mullaney has got the wicket keeper's pads on, and Tom Moore's is bowling. There we go.
I just think during tea, I just thought that if somebody went home with a red face and got sunburnt, and somebody said you spent 20 minutes too long in the sun, well, there you are. There was the tea break that did it. So here we go then. So Tom Moore's with his medium pace from the pavilion end, bowls to James Vince. Vince on the back foot has found the gap, and there's the single. He's taken 2 balls after that break for Hampshire to win their opening county championship game of the season. They've beaten Nottinghamshire by 8 wickets, and the sequence for Hampshire is that they have won, if you take out COVID year, they have won 6 straight first championship games in a row of the season. This is also their 5th win in a row at home to Nottinghamshire. A comprehensive victory in the end by 8 wickets in a low scoring game, and you have to say, when Felix Organ was out early on, it was a little bit in doubt, but the 111 run partnership of the second innings between Fletcher Middleton and Nick Gubbins put this game to bed.
Yeah, congratulations to Hampshire. You have to say it's been a chastening return for Nottinghamshire to Division 1. They've played against a good side here who know their home conditions, a difficult surface that of course the Hampshire players are more used to. Nottinghamshire with brighter days ahead, I'm sure. They'll be hoping to return to their own headquarters next week and put in a solid performance against Somerset and get something out of that. There's a few pluses in this game, but by and large they came down here with lots of confidence, and pretty much from lunchtime onwards, you'd say, on Division 1. They won the toss, opted to bat first, 93 for 4 or so at lunch, but only getting 185 on the first day wasn't likely to be enough. They fought back with the ball nicely with Luke Fletcher, Dane Patterson and Ollie Stone each getting 3 wickets in the first innings. First innings advantage to Hampshire was just 46, and again Notts just couldn't adapt to the conditions in their second innings. 177, only left a fairly moderate run chase, and Hampshire largely through Fletcher Middleton with his 250s, and of course Nick Gubbins also weighed in with an unbeaten 50, have comfortably reached the finishing line with the best part of 4 full sessions to go. Nice to see Tom Moore's have a bowl there. I'm not sure how to describe it, right on medium pace, but his second ball, his second career delivery, was worked away for a single. Many thanks to Kevin James for hosting us, to Melissa Story for the first couple of days, to Emily Windsor today for their company, to everybody down here for their hospitality. Terrific as always. We meet again at Trent Bridge in July. We'll look forward to that, and mostly thanks to all the listeners for being there, and for those of you that have taken the trouble to get in touch and say nice things about us, or even not, just to get in touch and let us know you're there listening. It's genuinely appreciated. Lovely to have cricket back, and we'll do it all again in the next round of games. Thank you, Kevin.
Thank you.